Chapter 154. Everyone in the hall was startled as they watched everything that had happened. Zhou Tai, who was still in an overbearing manner a moment ago, was actually sent flying by Xiao Yan with a single palm strike. A dignified advanced 7-star half-martial emperor expert was actually sent flying by a single palm strike from a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, Zhou Tai's reputation as a high-class half-martial emperor would likely become a joke. However, while the other people in the hall were still shocked by Xiao Yan's palm strike, Zhou Tai suddenly turned his head around. His pair of deep eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The shock deep within his eyes was indescribable. Although Zhou Tai's strength was merely that of a 7-star bandit, his alchemist skills had already stepped into the 3rd rank. The level that he had come into contact with was that of a genuine elite Dodi. Hence, he was clearly aware of some things that an ordinary person did not know. When Xiao Yan's afterimage disappeared, Zhou Tai clearly sensed that there was an undetectable energy swiftly gathering in the space behind him. It was also this energy that allowed Xiao Yan to quietly appear behind him. According to his knowledge, that mysterious energy was an extremely pure form of spatial energy. When he looked at this moment, he saw that under the encirclement of Zhou Tai's frightening spiritual strength, a layer of faint spatial energy was surrounding Xiao Yan's body, protecting him within it. The natural energy within this space was also slowly being devoured. Xiao Yan's strength was also slowly increasing as it was devoured bit by bit. Although it was slow, Zhou Tai discovered that at the same time that Xiao Yan's strength was increasing, the spatial energy that was protecting Xiao Yan was also increasing at an extremely slow pace. It was likely that this spatial energy would become a great help to Xiao Yan in the future. However, compared to this, what caused Zhou Tai's expression to change the most was Xiao Yan's control over the spatial energy. That kind of control was not purely based on external control. Instead, it was a perfect control from the inside out. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient and it was quite difficult to control it, if he was able to use this unexpected move in a battle, it might become the key to overturning the entire battle situation. This spatial energy has actually already merged into his body. Then, this layer of protective shield that he emitted, doesn't that mean, could it be that he has already comprehended the aura of the Void Dao? No matter who it was, the Void Dao was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. It was the true power of the world. If an ordinary half-step emperor could control the world for his own use, then an expert who had comprehended the Void Dao could be said to be the ruler of the world. All experts that had comprehended the Grand Dao of Void were capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with a single thought. So long as they thought about it, then no matter what the heavens and the earth were, everything would be obliterated with a single thought and transformed into chaotic nothingness. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the Great Dao energy was. At that time, even the world would be under one's control, and one would be able to do as one pleased. Only then would one be able to be called a true miracle of the world. Of course, no matter what, everything in this world depended on strength. It wasn't impossible to destroy the Grand Dao. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, not to mention the energy of the Grand Dao, even the might of the heavens would be able to withstand it. Zhou Tai's eyes narrowed slightly. His deep gaze was both fierce and overbearing, causing others to feel fear in their hearts. However, at this moment, his gaze was staring at Xiao Yan as if he wanted to use all his strength to see through him completely. However, in the end he was still unable to see through him. Kid, you have some ability. You barely pass. However, remember that my Alchemist Association does not accept mediocre people. If you lose in this Alchemist Grand Meeting, I will definitely not let you off easily. Xiao Yan's impeccable defense caused Zhou Tai to feel rather helpless in his heart. He curled his lips, thought for a moment, and then snorted softly and spoke unyieldingly. On the other hand, Xiao Yan laughed softly when he heard this. He similarly curled his lips and then raised his eyes to look at Zhou Tai and smiled. If you don't accept mediocre people, then why did you accept a disloyal and unjust person like Wei Yi? Wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Cough cough. The tea that he had yet to swallow was instantly spat out. The lustrous jade cup in Zhou Tai's hand also exploded because of the excitement in his heart. Clearly he was greatly agitated by Xiao Yan's words. On the other side, Gu Li's old face instantly turned red from Xiao Yan's words. If one wanted to talk about this matter with Wei Yi, one could only blame him. Who asked him to give the position of the chief alchemist to Wei Yi without investigating? Cough cough. Alright, let's leave it at that. Today Brother Yan Xiao is the new chief alchemist. He must be tired. Everyone still has their own matters to attend to. Let's leave. Finally, this somewhat awkward deadlock was broken by Gu Li. Gu Li was indeed worthy of the position of chairman. With a single sentence, all the elders present withdrew one after another. After which, Gu Li turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Elder Yin Xiao, you have also taken action quite a bit today. In addition to the exhaustion from earlier, it is likely that you are also a little tired. It is also not easy for the three of us to gather together." Before Gu Li's words sounded, Xiao Yan clearly understood the meaning within. He smiled. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily revealed a trace of exhaustion. After which he did not say anything else. His body moved and he left the Alchemist Association. However, he did not head in the direction of the inn. Instead, he flew towards the west of the savage ancient city. At the same time that Xiao Yan left the Alchemist Association, a human figure whose entire body was wrapped in a large black robe on a certain pavilion emitted a cold laugh and swiftly followed. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure slowly landed in front of a dilapidated house. A respectful expression involuntarily flashed onto his originally cold face at this moment. This place was surprisingly the place where old Luo lived in seclusion. As usual, this place was incomparably quiet. Of course, Li Kang's contribution was also largely due to this. If it was not because old Luo had acted to demonstrate his strength back then, it was likely that there would be people seeking old Luo's help even though it was already close to midnight. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was quite excited. Although the waves of weakness that were transmitted from his body caused him to feel a little giddy, the 1 month that he had bitterly waited in his heart had finally passed. The seriously injured heavy Shen ruler could finally see the light of day again today. Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked to the front of the small courtyard and once again looked at the door that had given him hope 1 month ago. He involuntarily smiled and stepped through the door. Everything was still the same as it had been 1 month ago after entering the small courtyard. The huge pit that had been smashed by an 8-star Doxing back then had completely disappeared. It was as though this matter had never happened. Xiao Yan remained unmoved in the face of this. Old Luo's strength caused even Gu Yu to feel incomparably grave. This little trick was not surprising. When one's cultivation had reached the level of a true expert, only then would one understand that this world was merely a small piece of land. Everything in the world was just like that. Many things that could be considered as peerless treasures in the eyes of ordinary people could be easily obtained in their hands. From this, one could tell that the current level that Xiao Yan had reached was merely so. The reason why old Luo was still pursuing the path of weapon refinement was merely because of his personal interest. Otherwise, given his strength, it was likely that he would be able to easily obtain most of the refining materials in the world. Xiao Yan stood respectfully in the small courtyard. Immediately, he bowed toward the inner academy and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for a long time. Old Luo, this little one Yen Xiao, has come to retrieve this junior's heavy Shen ruler." His voice sounded, but old Luo's voice did not appear from within the inner courtyard. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. His heart began to feel a little worried. However, just as he was frowning, a somewhat impatient old voice was emitted from the inner academy in a soft and gentle manner. "It is fine that you have come. Why is there a need for so many formalities? Come in." Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered in his heart upon hearing these words. Who within this savage ancient city did not know about old Luo's temper? Without his permission, even those 8-star ban emperors, who were usually high and mighty, would not dare to step into this inner courtyard of his. How would Xiao Yan, who was only a 3-star ban emperor, dare to randomly enter this inner courtyard? Although Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart, the worry in his heart was, at the very least, unnecessary. In this way Xiao Yan was relieved. Moreover, he was able to step into the only place in this savage ancient city that no one could enter. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. Xiao Yan stepped into the inner courtyard. Indeed, compared to the front courtyard, this place was the pinnacle of the human world. The two courtyards that were next to each other could be said to be two different worlds. However, this was indeed the case. The instant he stepped into this inner courtyard, Xiao Yan instantly felt an extremely overbearing power sweep past his body. Immediately, all of Xiao Yan's secrets were exposed under that frightening power. When that power swept past Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's heart also instantly rose to his throat. He could clearly sense that the investigation this time around was not an ordinary investigation of aura. That feeling was as though he was being peeled off layer by layer. Even the appearance of his bones was completely exposed to the other party's eyes. Fortunately, that was all. With Gu Yu, who could also be called an ancient antique, within his body, even if old Luo was incomparably powerful, it would be a little too wishful thinking for him to break through Guyu's protective aura. However, compared to the relief in Xiao Yan's heart, old Luo's gently shut eyes in front of a small wooden house deep within the inner courtyard suddenly opened at this moment. Although he did not know the reason why he was unable to discover anything during his earlier probing, this point also proved that Xiao Yan's secret had already been completely investigated by him. At this moment, however, his mind was not on this matter. Instead, it was on the secret that Xiao Yan had buried deep within his body. At that moment earlier, he had clearly seen that all of the bones within Xiao Yan's body were purple gold in color. Moreover, under the purple gold light, some mysterious lines had vaguely appeared on the bones within Xiao Yan's body. These mysterious lines had connected all of Xiao Yan's bones together. This point caused one to feel that these bones were incomparably mysterious. This was the thing that caused old Luo to feel the most surprised. Everyone knew that the bones within the body of a successful practitioner would undergo a transformation. It was just like the Do Xing arm that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. It was crystal clear. The formation of this point was akin to removing all of the impurities within a practitioner's body. It would extract the essence and remove the impurities. This was even more so for an ordinary bandit. Today, however, Xiao Yan's bones were different from an ordinary person's bones. Although they appeared similarly lustrous and crystal clear, this strange purple gold light was something that one could not understand. An ordinary person would become more lustrous the more they trained. Why did it become like this when it came to Xiao Yan? However, after old Luo's careful investigation, he finally saw that the mysterious lines on Xiao Yan's bones seemed to have faintly pieced together to form a picture. After seeing the thing on the picture, old Luo's originally uncertain face finally became completely shocked at this moment. The picture that had been pieced together was actually a real purple gold divine dragon. While old Luo was looking at it, the purple gold divine dragon on the picture also seemed to have sensed old Luo's gaze. The picture, which originally appeared to be a dead object, instantly began to move on the spot at this moment. It widened its large mouth and emitted a soundless dragon roar toward old Luo. Although the dragon roar did not enter the ears of others, old Luo could clearly hear it. Immediately, old Luo's mind, which was surrounding Xiao Yan, seemed to have been beaten back to its original state as it instantly withdrew. At the same time that the mysterious strength withdrew in an instant, Xiao Yan had also stepped into the inner academy. However, he was unaware that the true ultimate expert deep within the inner academy had traces of blood seeping out from Schwanger's hands at this moment. Her originally sleek red face had also turned pale at that instant. However, the instant that the soundless dragon roar was emitted, an old man wearing a purple gold robe in a mysterious large hall tens of thousands of kilometers away appeared to have sensed something at this moment. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. A pair of old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, also carried a rich surprise at this moment. He instantly looked towards the border of the continent, the southwestern region. That place seems to be the southwestern region of the continent. However, the dragon roar just now, could it be? Hiss, it doesn't seem like it, but, ugh, forget it. Since you have already sensed it, my clan will also send people to search for it. After his voice sounded, the figure of this old man also slowly disappeared from this large hall. Correspondingly, in the other two mysterious realms, two old men who were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, also used strange gazes to look in the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. After the former sensed the dragon roar, the expression on his face involuntarily became a little ugly. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and gave up on the thought in his heart. As for the latter, after frowning and pondering for a moment, he finally shook his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. However, this was not the end. A long while after this dragon roar was emitted, in a similarly mysterious purple gold realm, a gentle and beautiful figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space in an even more distant place that had already surpassed the restrictions of the continent. Around her, wisps of purple gold dragon aura also transformed into a real dragon as she inhaled and exhaled, surging into this woman's body. The woman was wearing purple gold skin-tight clothes. There were also grain-sized purple gold dragon scales on it, protecting her entire body under these dragon scales. Although these dragon scales appeared ordinary, there was an extremely mysterious and vast strength on them. It was this strength that perfectly protected the woman. The strength of that strength was likely something that even the full-force attack of a 9-star Do Sheng would be nothing in front of it. From this, one could tell just how frightening the defensive strength of these dragon scales was. At this moment, under the contrast of the tight-fitting clothes, the woman's beautiful figure was fully displayed. Her smooth purple gold hair was scattered all the way to her waist. It caused one's eyes to inadvertently notice her narrow waist that could not even be hugged. Above her waist, the purple-gold skin-tight clothes completely displayed the perfect curves of the woman's stunning figure. This woman was clearly an absolute beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. However, a long while after the dragon roar was emitted, the gentle and beautiful body of the lady, who was in the midst of training, suddenly trembled. Immediately, her pair of intelligent pretty eyes instantly looked towards a certain direction in the empty space. The expression on her face was filled with worry. However, in the end, the woman did not do anything unnecessary. At this moment, if she really wanted to help that person, she could only work hard in her training. Only by doing so would she be able to help him to the best of her ability. Otherwise, regardless of how worried she was, it would all be in vain. The woman ceased hesitating after this thought flashed across her heart. She tried her best to calm the emotions in her heart, allowing herself to quickly enter her training and work even harder to raise her strength. Chapter 155. Xiao Yan glanced around after stepping into the inner academy. He was involuntarily shaken by the scenery in front of him. This inner academy was just like an endless mountain range. Immediately, Xiao Yan knew that this so-called inner academy was likely a huge test that old Luo had set for him. However, as the victim, Xiao Yan was completely unaware of just what kind of medicine was being sold in this almighty elder's gourd. The lush green mountain forest covered the entire mountain range. The dense forest caused Xiao Yan to feel that this place was just like an iron wall that completely blocked his path. There was no way to find it. If old Luo did not take the initiative to appear in this place, it was likely that even though Xiao Yan was a 3-star half-emperor, it would be extremely difficult for him to find old Luo. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how vast this inner academy of old Luo was. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was on the Doqi continent, was naturally able to create a world of his own. Xiao Yan was even able to create a space that was tens of thousands of miles wide. However, the creation of this space today caused him to have no choice but to admire it. Due to the difference in the density of the space between the two continents, even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to create a space that belonged to him on the Yuanwu continent. Back then, Xiao Yan had spent quite a lot of effort in order to create a small space to store items. He was naturally extremely clear about the difficulty involved. Moreover, Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly tomb, was currently unable to open it. One could just imagine the difficulty involved. However, the more this was the case, the more shocked Xiao Yan felt by old Luo's strength when he saw the great effort that old Luo had made at this moment. Such a vast space was merely within the grasp of old Luo's thoughts. This was really the creation of a remarkable ability. Creating the world within one's palm. Old Luo's strength was really frightening. Although this was what Xiao Yan thought in his heart, if he had seen just who old Luo was injured for a moment ago, it was likely that he would doubt himself in his heart. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the vast land. Although the sky was vast, he understood that this was Elder Luo's territory. Naturally, he could not fly. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who said that he couldn't find Elder Luo? Since Elder Luo had already left a path, there was no need for him to waste his energy. Elder Luo, this junior thanks you in advance. Chuckling in his heart, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He took the lead and walked towards the vast wall in front of him. As he walked closer, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration in his heart as he looked at the ancient tree that was as tall as a mountain. He extended his hand and slowly placed it on the rough tree trunk. With a thought in his heart, his spiritual strength followed the arm that was placed on the tree trunk and entered the ancient tree. Streams of thoughts also merged into it. Suddenly, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. He instantly withdrew his hand that was placed on the tree trunk. His feet involuntarily took a few steps back, and his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Under Xiao Yan's probing, this vast and boundless stretch of towering ancient trees were all extremely rare spiritual trees. Although Xiao Yan was unable to clearly identify the name of these ancient trees with his experience, logically speaking, they should be able to be controlled by someone. However, looking at the current situation, this spirit tree, the most incomprehensible and mysterious type of tree in the world. Spirit tree was different from ordinary plants. Spirit tree had a spirit, and with a spirit, it also had a soul. With a soul, it could be similar to an ordinary magical beast. They were an even more unique type of magical beast. In fact, the stronger ones among them were even able to transform into a human form like some high-ranked magical beasts and exist in the world. An ordinary person would not be able to recognize them. There were extremely few spirit trees in the world. Even if they were basically spirit trees that had transformed. Most of them existed in the world. Although they were magical beasts, they were more kind and gentle than some cruel humans. Of course, not all spirit trees were kind. For example, some evil trees were corroded by the environment. Although they were also spirit trees, they were incomparably cruel and bloodthirsty. This was especially so after they had transformed. They would hide very well and would specially secretly kill some powerful experts, devouring their physical bodies and do-chi to strengthen themselves. However, the result of doing so was usually not good. All of them died from the impact of some kind of remnant chi in their bodies due to their unstable state of mind. Actually, they were merely digging their own graves. Therefore, not all things in the world were the same. There were countless scum among humans, and not all magical beasts were bloodthirsty. Take this spirit tree for example. If not for the influence of the environment, it would not have taken pleasure in killing. Moreover, the ancient void dragon tribe, the strongest in the magical beast world, was so tyrannical. However, who had ever seen them kill for no reason? It was all because of this whirling world. All the disturbance was just a desire in one's heart. While Xiaoyan was feeling doubtful in his heart, old Luo, who was in the depths of the mountain forest, revealed a mocking smile on his slightly pale old face. "Hey you brat. You have injured me earlier. How can I let you enter so easily? Treat this ginseng tree as my return gift." Old Luo's voice had just sounded when a thought flashed across his heart. The endless number of ginseng spiritual trees appeared to have received some kind of order. Their large bodies suddenly shook. However, they immediately became quiet. All they did was quietly wait for Xiaoyan's arrival. Of course, this scene also caused the few ginseng trees in front of Xiaoyan to tremble a little. However, the difference was that the ground around these ginseng trees that were extremely close to Xiaoyan also began to tremble at the same time. It was as though there was something frightening about to break out of the ground from deep within the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression finally became ugly. Although these ginseng trees appeared ordinary, the strength that they possessed was naturally unimaginable since they were able to exist in the world of an expert like old Luo. At the very least, with Xiaoyan's current strength, it was likely that he would not be able to receive a casual attack from them. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to retreat, the few giant gods in front of him did not have any intention of letting him go. Bang! With a bang, the ground within 100 feet of Xiaoyan suddenly exploded. Many tree roots that were as thick as Xiaoyan's thigh suddenly broke out from the ground. They carried a frightening do-chi that could instantly kill a half-emperor expert as they enveloped Xiaoyan. In merely an instant, these countless intertwined tree roots had already turned into a cage that sealed Xiaoyan within. He was unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, Xiaoyan was just like a bird that had been trapped in a cage. In the face of such a powerful existence, even his breathing felt unusually stifling. Let's split it into 2 chapters. One chapter is too long. The next chapter will quickly end and we will move on to another section. Recently, I have been a little stuck in my writing. Coupled with the fact that I have advanced stage laziness, it is indeed a little troublesome. However, I will do my best to suppress it. Additionally, I am still able to keep up with the progress regarding the pill refinement section. I will try my best to enter the pill refinement section within a week. I also hope that everyone will encourage and support me. Finally, of course, I still request for your collection. Please recommend me. Please comment. Chapter 156. At the edge of the world that resembled a mystic realm, 3 gigantic creatures with twisted bodies were gathered together. Between them, there was a cage formed by tens of thousands of roots. A black-robed human figure was solemnly looking at the intertwined roots in front of him. The spirit tree is really not simple. Back then on the Do-Chi continent, I had only heard of its name but had never seen it before. Now that I have seen it, it is unexpected that the spirit tree is actually this strong. No wonder it does not exist on the Do-Chi continent. Such a strong spirit tree also caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. While he was praising it in his heart, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. This method of old Luo was really a little ruthless. With Xiaoyan's strength, how could he fight with this spirit tree? Was he not seeking his own death? However, this action of old Luo also caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. This smelly old man was already so old that only his bones were left. Where did his temper come from? Xiaoyan cursed in his heart. However, the situation in front of him was real. What could he do even if he cursed old Luo? These 3 giant gods were not to be trifled with. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at these 3 ancient trees through the gap between the roots. A helpless expression once again surfaced on his face. Adding the waves of giddiness that were emitted from deep within his soul, He was too lazy to bother about these fellows. He sat down on the ground, crossed his legs and entered into a training state. He began to slowly recover. At this moment, old Luo, who was deep within the mountain forest, appeared to have seen all of this with his eyes. He sensed the somewhat weak aura within Xiao Yan's body and roughly understood a little in his heart. Immediately, he once again smiled and muttered softly in his mouth. "Smelly brat, you are still acting shamelessly. Since you have come, I will naturally not let you stop. Otherwise, who will compensate for the loss that I have suffered?" Therefore, in the next instant, the body of Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of training, suddenly shook. A wave of pure and majestic natural energy suddenly appeared within the vortex within his body. Immediately, an aura that shot to the sky suddenly spread from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into a wild and violent Do-Chi storm that instantly swept apart. However, the terrifying storm that could normally destroy a part of the world was like a gentle breeze in front of these spiritual trees at this moment. It did not cause the slightest ripple. At the same time, a brilliant Do-Chi light pillar shot out from Xiao Yan's body. It soared with the wind and transformed into a 1,000 feet wide Do-Chi light pillar. A couple of breaths later, it suddenly tore through the restraints of the cage and shot to the sky with an aura that was like a rainbow. Xiao Yan's aura, which was still slightly weak a moment ago, had completely recovered to its peak at this moment. In fact, it was many times stronger than before. Although he had not made a breakthrough, Xiao Yan's middle stage 3-star half-martial emperor strength had completely stabilized at this moment. Faintly, he was about to touch the barrier of the late stage 3-star half-martial emperor. It was likely that he only needed to wait for an opportunity to make a breakthrough in one go. Compared to the future, the current Xiao Yan was even more confident. Even if he were to encounter an expert of the late stage 7-star half-martial emperor level, he would be completely fearless. He would even be able to kill them with a single attack with his full strength. To Xiao Yan, this move of old Luo's was truly like an auspicious sign from the heavens. After this, Xiao Yan's strength would definitely become even stronger. It was also only because of this that Xiao Yan would have even more hope for the journey to the western region. After all, the 4 great sects were not pushovers. Xiao Yan once again thanked old Luo in his heart. However, he also understood that old Luo's actions were not intended to increase Xiao Yan's strength. After all, on the path of cultivation, one could not blindly rely on external forces. Stubbornly clinging to one's own course would only produce the opposite result. However, fortunately, the principle of gradual improvement was something that Xiao Yan, who had experienced a series of major events, clearly understood. It was also because of this that he understood, more than ordinary people, how difficult it was to obtain true strength. At the same time that his strength had recovered to its peak, the faint feeling of dizziness in Xiao Yan's mind was instantly wiped away. What remained was only a feeling of fullness. His body shook once again. His body, which did not appear to be very well built, rose into the air. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the empty air. As for Xiao Yan's body, it instantly disappeared. Ha! Congealing fire finger. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body flew around the 3 spirit trees in a seemingly illusory manner in the sky. The Do-Chi in his body followed his Chi paths and flowed within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it completely agglomerated on the thumb of Xiao Yan's right hand. The extremely pure Do-Chi had completely turned into a substance under the rapid agglomeration. The frightening strength contained within it had once again soared. If it were to erupt in one blow, its strength would likely be comparable to a Tian-class Do technique. Soon after, a puff sound appeared from Xiao Yan's palm. A brilliant heavenly flame appeared out of nowhere. A frighteningly high temperature also spread out, causing the entire place to become dry and hot in an instant. Even the thick tree trunks of these 3 ancient trees involuntarily trembled under the frightening strength of this heavenly flame. The restraining effect of the flame on the spirit trees was also completely revealed at this moment. The expression on Xiao Yan's face still did not dare to relax even a little when he saw this. After all, his strength was displayed here. Even if he possessed a heavenly flame, it was likely that he would have difficulty even protecting himself if these 3 big fellows were to really fight. However, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to be released. In any case, he was unable to avoid a big battle with these 3 fellows. However, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to strike first and gain the upper hand. He would use a thunderous method to suppress them before charging into the deep regions of the mountain forest. Perhaps this was the only way that he would have a chance. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. When this thought flashed across his heart, his body instantly swelled with the wind. In less than an instant, he had already transformed into a huge golden god. Every breath he took caused a do-chi tornado to pour out from the empty space. At the same time, the congealing fire finger between his fingers suddenly struck out, shattering the empty space with a single strike. A vast and boundless frightening storm also swept out at the same time. In the next moment, a huge cluster of fire, which was like a planet descending from the heavens, violently smashed downwards, smashing towards the three ancient trees with an overwhelming might. As spirit trees, they already possessed some spirituality when they were born. Needless to say, these ancient trees that had existed for an unknown number of years were even more so. At this moment, after sensing the frightening might of Xiao Yan's finger, the space around the three ancient trees was involuntarily filled with an invisible pressure, revealing the thoughts in their hearts. The aura of the heavenly flame on the cluster of fire caused them to feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, however, the gap in their strength was a gap that the current Xiao Yan was unable to cross no matter what he did. As they sensed the increasingly approaching cluster of towering fire, the three ancient trees seemed to have made an agreement. Numerous tree roots, which were hundreds of feet wide, continuously surfaced from the ground in front of them. They continued to agglomerate in the empty space above the three ancient trees. Finally, they transformed into an even larger dark green sphere. It was just like another planet that charged toward the enormous cluster of fire descending from the sky. The expected explosion did not occur when the two made contact. Instead, the even larger dark green sphere was instantly smashed by the cluster of fire, creating an enormous hole. The cluster of fire seemed to have been embedded into it. It merged with it and continued to incinerate the countless number of tree roots. A frighteningly high temperature continued to spread. The originally dark green sphere had become just like a piece of wood that had been completely burnt. It was bright red. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his originally frowning eyebrows became even deeper. Given the strength of these three ancient trees, it would not be so easy for him to suppress them if they were to join forces. Even though Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame that had an extremely powerful restraining ability against the wood attribute, how could the current Xiao Yan not know that the seemingly incomparably powerful heavenly flame in his hands was actually just one of the essences of his actual body? It was a little too whimsical to think that he could suppress these old fellows that had lived for an unknown number of years. The scene in front of him was clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. The seemingly powerful wood root planet was unable to resist Xiao Yan's heavenly flame at this moment. This point caused one to be extremely surprised. While Xiao Yan was still feeling puzzled in his heart, the wood root planet, which was almost completely incinerated, suddenly flashed with a dazzling green light. A majestic life force swiftly spread from within. Xiao Yan's expression also became completely solemn. A wildfire could not burn it down, but it would grow again when the spring breeze blew. The dazzling green light was even more dazzling in the dark night. As the green light became denser, it had invisibly turned into a jade green color. However, the life force within it was even stronger than before. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew past. A strong fragrance of vanilla also spread and blew onto Xiao Yan's face. The rich fragrance of vanilla caused Xiao Yan's blood to churn. Fortunately, under the suppression of Xiao Yan's aura, it was not a big problem. However, before Xiao Yan could completely relax in his heart, in the depths of Xiao Yan's mind, a wisp of grayish-black aura that was difficult to detect quietly entered his soul origin. It slowly made contact with Xiao Yan's soul origin. However, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was extraordinary. Although the grayish-black aura was extremely dim, it had already been firmly locked onto by Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength. However, when Xiao Yan took it down, he was also extremely shocked in his heart. This little thing was actually able to break through his external defense and quietly enter the depths of his soul origin. This thing was really frightening. When Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength wrapped around it, the heavenly flame in his body had already surged into Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. The brilliant heavenly flame shook its body and transformed into a mighty and overbearing flame dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the grayish-black aura. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little. He did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable little thing would actually be so difficult to deal with. Under the terrifying burning of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, this wisp of grayish-black aura was actually completely unaffected. The originally dim aura was still lively as it floated in Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. It appeared as though it was not afraid of anything. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even more solemn. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan could only sigh softly in his heart. A thought was emitted from his heart. Soon after, an extremely tiny wisp of dense white flame suddenly appeared within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. An aura that could not be detected also spread with it. The expression on Xiao Yan's face relaxed following the appearance of this wisp of dense white flame. His heart also sighed in relief. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness surged toward the wisp of dense white flame like a yellow river. With Guyu's control, Xiao Yan easily controlled this wisp of bone-chilling flame. His spiritual strength directed the bone-chilling flame to surge into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it once again wrapped around the grayish-black aura. With the addition of the bone-chilling flame, the wisp of grayish-black aura, which was indifferent a moment ago, involuntarily emitted waves of slight, chi-chi sounds at this moment. The originally dim glow finally became increasingly weak. Immediately, it emitted a soft chi sound before turning into nothingness and completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. At the same time that the wisp of bone-chilling flame appeared within Xiao Yan's body, old Luo's expression involuntarily changed once again from deep within the mountain forest. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. Unfortunately, although his strength was exceedingly great and he was able to cross the 5,000-kilometer mountain forest to see Xiao Yan, he could vaguely sense an extremely mysterious aura surrounding Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Even he was unable to break through the protection of that strength. Naturally, he was unable to find out about everything within Xiao Yan's body. There is actually someone who has set up a restriction around him. Just what kind of terrifying fellow has this brat met? This strength is likely far greater than the old me. As he sensed the nearly undetectable aura around Xiao Yan's body, old Luo's heart was extremely shocked. A brat who had just arrived in a different world had actually managed to obtain the favor of such a person. Just what kind of shocking secret was on Xiao Yan's body? Unfortunately, although old Luo was an old antique who had lived for many years, he could only sigh in his heart when faced with Xiao Yan today. He did not think too much about it, however, old Luo's gaze turned once again. A bright color flashed across his turbid old eyes. Although he was still unable to investigate Xiao Yan's true background, old Luo was extremely certain about another matter that had happened to Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Just a moment ago, an extremely pure heavenly flame aura had flashed across Xiao Yan's body. The aura that old Luo was searching for was here. Chapter 157. Old Luo's turbid old eyes penetrated through the endless mountain forest and stared at the black-robed human figure, who did not appear to be very muscular, outside of a wooden house in the vast mountain forest. His old eyes were filled with an ancient aura. Old hope was present in them. Chi, high up in the sky, the cluster of fire, which was still ferociously suppressing the cluster of fire a moment ago, had become increasingly dim at this moment. The blazing fire glow was just like the glow of a firefly at this moment. It was about to be extinguished. Replacing the fire glow was a green-colored light that soared to the sky, appearing just like a star in the sky. Although it was already close to the middle of the night, the dazzling green light still caused the entire mountain forest to appear as though it was daytime. Xiao Yan withdrew his mind from his body. His eyes swept over the green light cluster, which was emitting a dazzling green light. The relaxed expression that had just appeared on his face instantly changed. It turned into a deep grave expression. These three ancient trees were indeed not easy to deal with. His heavenly flame had only caused them to become even more overbearing. This ginseng spiritual tree was indeed worthy of being an old demon that had existed for many years. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he thought of this. Old Luo's actions had placed him in a difficult position. This realm was formed by itself. Xiao Yan could only ask old Luo to let him out if he wanted to leave. It was impossible for him to do so by himself. As for Guyu, it was even more of a waste of time. If he could not leave, the three ancient trees in front of him would definitely not let him off. There was no way to retreat. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's only path of retreat was to advance. He would use offense as a form of defense to block the attacks of these three ancient trees. In any case, old Luo would not simply watch him be killed by these three ancient trees. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. A difficult expression was revealed on his face. However, he quickly laughed softly and said, "Since I am unable to dodge, I will fight with all my strength. I want to see just how powerful these spirit trees are." Before his voice sounded, a low beast-like roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. Both of his arms shook violently as a wave of frightening white flames surged out from both of Xiao Yan's arms. In an instant, they wrapped around both of Xiao Yan's arms. His wide sleeves also turned into nothingness the instant the flames appeared. Jining. With a loud shout, Xiao Yan's wide palm suddenly swept across the void in front of him. Wherever it passed, the white flames quickly condensed. When Xiao Yan's hand grasped it, it had already condensed into a wide white ruler. He held the giant ruler in his hand and casually swung it down. Everywhere it passed, the empty space was replaced by a thick layer of ice, causing one to have a demonic feeling at a glance. When one looked at the giant ruler, under the fiercely burning white flames, there was a harsh ice that was as hard as mysterious steel. However, outside of the harsh ice, there was a frighteningly high temperature that was enough to cause the world to tremble. Under this frighteningly high temperature, the three ancient trees still appeared to be a little fearful despite being hundreds of miles away. The heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed this time around had truly caused them to feel fear from the depths of their souls. At this moment, the overbearingness of the bone-chilling flame was undoubtedly displayed. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart when facing these three ancient trees. The strength of these three ancient trees was not something that the bone-chilling flame alone could contend against. More importantly, Xiao Yan still had to rely on himself. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A wisp of dense white flame light also rushed into Xiao Yan's eyes. That frightening dense white flame also swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body at the same time, completely protecting him within it. Both of Xiao Yan's hands held the giant ruler together. The dou qi within his body also swiftly surged out, transforming into numerous dou qi torrents that followed his palm and poured into the giant ruler. The dense white light on the giant ruler also became increasingly bright. When the light on the ruler reached a certain level, Xiao Yan's body disappeared along with the dazzling giant ruler. In the next moment, a dense white light instantly flashed in front of the cluster of roots. It passed through the huge cluster of roots that towered into the sky and charged explosively towards one of the three ancient trees. Its might was frightening and shocking. Before the person arrived, Xiao Yan's hands, which were holding the giant ruler, suddenly moved. The giant ruler also arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The dense white flame swung out a bright moonlight-like glow, forming a crescent moon in this empty space. The icy cold aura caused everything in this place to involuntarily shiver. Without pausing, the instant the giant ruler arrived above Xiao Yan's head, before the space was completely frozen, the dense white giant ruler, which was flickering with an icy cold luster, suddenly smashed downwards with great force. A wild and violent bright silver heavenly flame storm suddenly attacked from the body of the giant ruler the instant it fell. It transformed into a crescent moon that carried an incomparably frightening might as it crossed the sky, tore through the empty space and violently smashed towards the three ancient trees. Although the strength contained in this attack of Xiao Yan's was extremely powerful, it could only be described with two words in front of these three ancient trees: not enough. With their strength, a half-martial emperor was already a thing of the past. Although they did not dare to guarantee that the current half-martial emperors were like ants in front of them, they were still pitifully weak. Even though the current Xiao Yan's aura was far greater than usual, the current Xiao Yan was ultimately still a 3-star half-martial emperor. From the way they saw it, this kind of low-rank half-martial emperor was at the very most a little stronger than an ordinary human. However, although Xiao Yan's strength was indeed not enough, they had no choice but to admit that the current Xiao Yan was not someone they could carelessly face. If the earlier Xiao Yan was an ordinary person, then after borrowing the strength of the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan's strength was already sufficient to pose a threat to them. No one was clearer than them about the suppression that the heavenly flame had on them. Immediately when the crescent moon attacked, the three ancient trees appeared to have made an agreement. Waves of surging dark green dou qi swiftly surged onto their strong tree trunks. Vaguely, a vague human face agglomerated in the middle of these three ancient trees. At a glance, it appeared to have a somewhat benevolent appearance. However, at the same time that this dark green dou qi surged out, numerous thick tree roots that were like pillars that reached the sky suddenly broke out of the ground. They swiftly coiled and agglomerated in the sky. Finally, they agglomerated into a dark green vine dragon that appeared quite overbearing. The vine dragon's appearance gave one a feeling of overflowing life. Wave after wave of surging life aura seeped out from it, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a chill in his heart when he looked at this big fellow. However, there was no time to think about anything else now. The instant the vine dragon appeared, its seemingly unremarkable dragon whiskers completely transformed into numerous sharp roots that violently shot towards the crescent moon. Unfortunately, under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the roots were incinerated into nothingness by the spreading high temperature before they could reach the vine dragon's body. Even though this was the case, the countless number of roots continued to charge over in an unrelenting manner. It was as though they were sincere in becoming cannon fodder and were completely fearless. A moment later, The vine dragon appeared to be a little impatient. Another wave of thorns was incinerated by the bone-chilling flame. The vine dragon at the back let out a long roar towards the sky. The thorns, which were originally charging forward, swiftly retreated towards the ground at this moment. Waves of dark green do-chi swiftly gathered in the mouth of the vine dragon at the same time. A frightening aura also spread out, causing the entire place to involuntarily tremble. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became increasingly solemn when he sensed the frightening strength in the mouth of the vine dragon. Although these three old fellows did not use their full strength, they were still not something that he could deal with when they joined hands. Even with the bone-chilling flame, if he was unable to separate the three of them in one strike, it was likely that regardless of how good Xiao Yan was at fighting, it would ultimately be of no use. Damn it, it is really difficult to charge over. Old fellow, can't you just be a proper blacksmith? Why do you have to create such trouble? Aren't you purposely trying to harm me? At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but curse softly in his heart. Old Luo's actions today had indeed caused him to be at a loss. Who would not be angry after being beaten up for no reason? Moreover, this was Xiao Yan who was in a good mood. At a certain moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face slowly calmed down. A ruthless expression also flashed across his eyes as he looked at the vine dragon. It has been a long time since I have used that move. Let's do it again today. Cuckoo, I really don't know if it will still have the same aura as back then. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing an extremely overbearing cold smile. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler exerted a little force. Waves of creaking sounds were involuntarily emitted from between his fingers. His arm was slowly raised. A hot aura brushed past Xiao Yan's face, causing the air that Xiao Yan was breathing to appear increasingly dry. The vortex within Xiao Yan's body, which had just become bright and full, had once again become dim at this moment. He gently shut his eyes, causing his heart to become completely calm. However, the instant he shut his eyes, a beautiful flame lotus slowly rotated deep within his pupils. In the outside world, the surface of Xiao Yan's body was actually filled with many strange-looking lines at this moment. These lines were of different colors, but they were faintly connected with each other. The faintly lit fluorescent light caused it to no longer appear too demonic. On his palm, at a spot that was undetectable by others, a beautiful lotus imprint was also emitting a beautiful fluorescent light at this moment. As the fluorescent light flickered, the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand could not help but tremble gently. There seemed to be something slowly gathering within it. At this moment, a certain old fellow deep within Xiao Yan's body finally could not bear it and opened his pair of turbid old eyes. Astonishment continuously flowed deep within his pupils. From today onwards, the time to write will be greatly reduced. If the updates are too slow, I hope you can forgive me. It is not that I do not want to update, but the situation does not allow it. Every time the updates are cut off, time will be very anxious in its heart. However, time can only do its best to update. I'm afraid that it will take some time to reverse this situation. Sorry? Chapter 158. Xiao Yan stood in the empty air. The space around him was being bombarded by wave after wave of frightening do-chi ripples. The frightening aura caused the entire place to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. The frightening aura of the heavenly flame was repeatedly emitted from the huge ruler above Xiao Yan's head. It formed a layer of hard ice 1,000 feet around Xiao Yan's body. However, it also emitted a frighteningly high temperature that caused one's heart to feel hot. At this moment, the black robe on Xiao Yan's body had already turned into nothingness. What replaced it was a brand new thick white ice armor that wrapped around his entire body, forming the most effective all-around protection. No one could directly penetrate the protection of this armor and injure Xiao Yan. The numerous sharp ice spikes caused this armor to not only possess a frightening defensive strength, but also an offensive strength that one would not dare to underestimate. Adding the numerous thick white flames that were repeatedly leaping on it, this armor was even more extraordinary. The thick white ruler that was raised high above his head also emitted waves of incomparably high temperature at the same time, causing the area around Xiao Yan to descend into an endless void. At this moment, the star-like dazzling radiance on the giant ruler also appeared even more dazzling. Faintly, there seemed to be an even more beautiful radiance that was strangely sparkling within it. The originally abundant do-chi within the vortex within his body had once again sunk within this short period of time. It inadvertently gave Xiao Yan a somewhat empty feeling. His originally sleek red face appeared a little pale at this moment. However, his pair of bright eyes became increasingly bright. Numerous flames of various colors entwined and gathered deep within his eyes. An even stronger strength was continuously agglomerating until it shook the world at a certain moment. This aura of a hidden dragon stirring up the winds and clouds in the dark also caused Xiaoyan, who appeared extremely weak on the surface, to secretly cause others to feel an extremely solemn feeling. The most frightening enemies were usually those who were adept at hiding their strength. One would never know just where their limit was. Perhaps, they would never have a limit. While Xiaoyan was doing his best to agglomerate the dou qi within his body, the hot crescent moon in the distance also violently smashed towards the vine dragon in an awe-inspiring manner. Looking at the vine dragon again, although the bone-chilling flame was extremely powerful, the similarly bright green light that was agglomerating within the vine dragon's mouth was even more real. The frightening dou qi contained within it was something that even the current 3-star ban Emperor Xiaoyan could not compare with. In the face of such powerful strength, it was difficult for Xiaoyan to contend with it even with the help of the bone-chilling flame. In this world, strength was ultimately respected. If such strength were to completely erupt, it was likely that even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to endure for an instant. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening this attack of Tenglong's was. The thick tree roots, which were just like a horned dragon, were inserted deep into the ground. Waves of vast and mighty dou qi surged out from deep within the ground, followed the countless number of tree roots, and finally entered the mouth of the vine dragon, becoming a part of it. When Xiaoyan saw this scene, his dark black ink-like pupils involuntarily shrunk. The waves of energy originated from the earth vein. This vine dragon was actually using the earth vein qi for its own use. From the looks of it, it was likely that these 3 ancient trees had already touched the aura of the Great Way of Earth. By joining hands like this, they were already able to use the earth vein qi for their own use. In this way, the might of this attack of the vine dragon would likely soar to another level. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan did not dare to relax even a little. The flame art qi method within his body was suddenly circulated to its limit. The dou qi within the vortex was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it galloped out. In an instant, it passed through the various qi paths within Xiaoyan's body and entered the large densely white ruler that was emitting a bright light. At the same time, the crescent moon that had attacked grew increasingly close to the vine dragon's body. In the next moment, it would come into close contact with the vine dragon. Roar! A long roar that charged to the sky was just like an ancient magical beast that caused one's heart to feel fear. The enormous body of the vine dragon suddenly moved violently as it charged towards the endless empty space. It appeared as though it wanted to break through the restraints of the heavens in one go and break through the heavens. While it charged, an extremely pure green-colored dou qi poured out from the eyes of the vine dragon. It turned into a waterfall that towered to the sky as it poured down onto the tiny land below. After reaching the top of the sky, the vine dragon suddenly turned around. Its enormous dragon head pointed directly at Xiaoyan. Soon after, the anticipated dou qi light pillar did not appear. On the contrary, the enormous vine dragon suddenly swooped down toward Xiaoyan. It carried an aura that covered the sky as it swore to crush Xiaoyan in this place. Along the way, the crescent moon that occupied a corner of the sky suddenly shattered like an ordinary mirror. The aura of the vine dragon soared with the wind. Its originally soaring aura appeared even more terrifying at this moment. The green light in its mouth overflowed with the wind, dyeing the entire body of the vine dragon into a jade-green color that emitted a sparkling treasure light. However, everyone clearly understood just what kind of frightening strength the vine dragon contained under this treasure light. At this moment, even the elderly face of old Luo, who was in the vast mountain forest, involuntarily changed slightly at this moment. The strength that the vine dragon currently possessed had already exceeded his expectations. Old Luo narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze was like a blade that pierced through the empty space and probed into the bodies of the 3 ancient trees. A cluster of black-colored aura was slowly drifting in the deepest part of the 3 ancient trees. Seeing this scene, old Luo's eyebrows were once again knit together. If this was not the case, how could the strength of these 3 ancient trees be so strong? He had suppressed the strength of these 3 ancient trees to that of a 7-star half-martial emperor. Although they were far stronger than ordinary 7-star half-martial emperors due to their tyrannical strength, the current scene was clearly not within old Luo's expectations. Hiss! What is going on? Could it be, It was at that time. While the countless number of roots were deeply embedded in the ground and absorbing the surging aura of the earth, some black-colored aura followed the roots and poured into the bodies of the 3 ancient trees without old Luo noticing. Humph, this thing really refuses to give up on its evil intentions. Do you really think that the old me is unable to do anything to you? If it were not for the fact that I have some misgivings about you, The old me would definitely seal you for thousands of years and prevent you from ever seeing the light of day again. A fury suddenly surged into old Luo's heart as he recalled that moment. Immediately, the aura of his entire body became somewhat turbulent. If it were not for his extraordinary status and his calm state of mind, it was likely that he would have been unable to avoid the space surging. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, old Luo also noticed that despite the extraordinary might of the Vine Dragon, Xiao Yan still appeared incomparably calm. Although the aura all over his body was a little weak, how could old Luo not see that all the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body had gathered into the giant ruler in his hand? It was likely that the following attack from Xiao Yan would be extraordinary. This person's state of mind is so calm that it is likely not inferior to even the old me. In the future there might be a place for him in this Yuanwu continent. Who knows, he might even be able to compete with those little monsters. The position of the peak might not necessarily fall to him. Old Luo involuntarily sighed in his heart as he sensed Xiao Yan's calm aura. Unknowingly, he had an inexplicable confidence in the current Xiao Yan. That Vine Dragon might not be able to defeat Xiao Yan. In the sky, the distance between the Vine Dragon and Xiao Yan was merely 1,000 feet. With just a thought, Xiao Yan would be able to cross it in an instant. Xiao Yan's face remained extremely calm in the face of this wild and violent attack that was about to arrive in front of him in the next moment. It was as though the Vine Dragon had nothing to do with him. At a certain moment, when the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was about to dry up, a slight change finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The giant ruler that was raised above his head did not move. However, Xiao Yan's stiff face twitched slightly, causing some redness to return to his white face. The glow in his bright eyes grew even brighter. His pair of dark black eyes had transformed into a gorgeous sight at this moment. The special lines all over his body emitted a lustrous light at this moment, giving him an extremely demonic appearance. The muscles all over his body slowly relaxed. Xiao Yan's entire body involuntarily went limp. At this moment he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was unable to charge past this Vine Dragon, one could easily imagine his ending. After swiftly consuming an energy recovery pill, Xiao Yan forcefully supported his body. He shut his eyes before suddenly opening them. A sharp flame instantly wiped out the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. In the next moment, the dense white armor on Xiao Yan's body suddenly began to change in color. From bottom to top, it slowly transformed into a gorgeous sight. When one looked at the giant ruler, the dense white solid ice actually emitted waves of ka-ka sounds at this moment. Soon after, many thumb-sized cracks swiftly covered the entire body of the ruler. The ice fragments scattered and were replaced by a brand new giant ruler. Brilliant flames wrapped around the entire body of the ruler. Wave after wave of frightening hot aura continued to spread, causing the entire area to involuntarily tremble. However, this was not the end. Xiao Yan's hands slowly relaxed. Both of them were placed behind his back. His face was calm as he looked at the Vine Dragon that was charging towards him. Radiance shot out in all directions from his gorgeous eyes. A stern expression flashed across his face. Soon after, he opened his mouth and roared out. In the name of the Flame Emperor, I command all flames under the heavens. Heed my command. When these words were spoken, it was just like a thunderclap that spread across the entire space. In fact, even outside of this space on the entire continent, some of the old fellows who had transformed into human form involuntarily trembled. There was a thought lingering in their hearts. Soon after, those gazes looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. 23rd on the heavenly flame ranking, mysterious yellow flame return. A yellow-robed old man's body, which had paused at a certain spot on the continent, once again trembled. His eyes were sharp as he looked towards Xiao Yan's direction. However, he ultimately did not say anything. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and stood quietly. At the same time, a cluster of deep yellow flames within Xiao Yan's body swiftly rose into the sky like a meteor. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the giant ruler that had appeared out of nowhere. 22nd on the heavenly flame ranking, 10,000 beast spirit flame return. Another stern cry sounded. The same scene once again appeared at a certain spot on the continent. Another cluster of heavenly flame erupted from within Xiao Yan's body once again. Second on the heavenly flame ranking, Nihility devouring flame return. A stern cry sounded. He Yan looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan was located from within the endless void. The corner of his mouth revealed a soft smile. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, it's this move again. Ah, good. Since the Flame Emperor has given the order, I He Yan shall lend you a hand. Go. A cluster of dark black heavenly flame instantly shot out after the order was given. It merged into the giant ruler out of nowhere. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily looked towards a certain spot in the void when he sensed the merger of the heavenly flame. There seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes looking at him from that spot. However, a sharp overbearing cry was once again emitted in the next moment. First on the heavenly flame ranking D flame return. A towering flame suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body after the order was given. Soon after, a bright light transformed into a light pillar that shot towards the sky. Another light pillar shot into the giant ruler from the middle of the light pillar. Immediately, the brilliant light on the giant ruler once again soared, causing the entire space to completely recover from the darkness and return to daytime. The vine dragon arrived in the next instant. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Heavenly Flame Eternal Ancient Ruler, / Chapter 159. Heavenly Flame Eternal Ancient Ruler, / A stern cry was emitted. Xiao Yan's pair of brilliant fire eyes immediately brightened. Flames flew out from the corner of his eyes and transformed into specks of starlight. Soon after, they slowly disappeared into the empty space. While Xiao Yan's stern cry was emitted, the brilliant fire ruler above Xiao Yan's head suddenly moved at this moment. It directly slashed out a frightening ruler glow that could split the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though it wanted to furiously slash apart the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it ferociously smashed towards the incoming vine dragon. The brilliant fire ruler did not pause even a little after this ruler attack was unleashed. Another ruler appeared out of nowhere and transformed into a ray of light that collided with the previous ruler glow. Together they transformed into a cross-shaped ruler glow. Soon after, it violently collided with the vine dragon that was furiously charging over. Bang! The brilliant ruler glow and the jade-green vine dragon violently collided. In an instant, a glaring light spread across the entire sky. The countless ginseng spiritual trees in the vast mountain forest began to sway involuntarily at this moment. An extremely frightening aura swiftly spread across the entire space. With regards to this, old Luo, who was located deep within the mountain forest, completely ignored it. This was because when Xiao Yan commanded all the heavenly flames in the world, this old demon who had seen quite a lot of the world, was already stunned by Xiao Yan's aura. When he saw clusters of heavenly flames rushing out from Xiao Yan's body, the expression on his face became even more shocked. All the heavenly flames in the world were in his body. Even the legendary Emperor Flame was actually in Xiao Yan's body. Did this fellow swallow all the heavenly flames in his original continent? The muscles on old Luo's face involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. Absorbing all 23 types of heavenly flames in one's body. This kind of courage was truly unprecedented. It was likely that no one would dare to do such a thing in the future. This little fellow. Don't tell me that he is not afraid that those old fellows will come knocking on his door? It is fine if it is just a few of them. However, you actually swallowed all the heavenly flames. Forget about those old fellows. If these heavenly flames suddenly rebel one day and bite back, it is likely that they will not even need to come looking for you. Old Luo sighed in his heart. However, he instantly recovered. Since Xiao Yan was able to merge these heavenly flames into his body and was able to use them as he pleased, it was likely that Xiao Yan possessed his own confidence. Old Luo's thoughts were really looking down on others. Old Luo laughed helplessly. Luo's attention once again. Based on the current situation, this should be Xiao Yan's full strength. It was likely that it was not impossible to block this vine dragon. Roar! A wild and ferocious roar sounded. The vine dragon's entire body suddenly shook. A mighty force that could prop up the sky was also emitted. Its body, which was blocked by the ruler's light, once again charged forward. It resisted the frightening ruler's light and suddenly charged forward. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw this scene. A thought passed through his mind. A brilliant flame instantly shot out from his eyes and erased the ruler's light. Immediately, the light on the sharp ruler's light suddenly soared. The frightening aura also soared. An incomparably frightening aura also spread. It was just like a towering mountain that pressed down on all the ginseng spiritual ancient trees. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's mouth opened slightly. A sharp and overbearing word was suddenly emitted. Break. The entire place suddenly stilled when this word sounded. Immediately, a brilliant flame suddenly soared into the sky from the two rulers' light. The fierce, intense flame churned repeatedly like waves. The two rulers' light also transformed into two incomparably sharp blade glows at this moment. They flashed past the vine dragon's body. Crack crack. The sound of tree branches breaking was quietly transmitted. The entire vine dragon suddenly shattered at this moment. The jade-green fluorescent light over its body also gradually scattered. In the next moment, while old Luo was feeling amazed by this move of Xiao Yan's, an even more majestic and mighty Do Qi suddenly churned under the countless number of dragon roots before Xiao Yan could relax. It poured into the already shattered vine dragon. Roar! A wild and ferocious beast roar sounded. The vine dragon's body, which had just paused a moment ago, once again began to move. Traces of dark red color covered its large eyes. The enormous dragon body suddenly twisted. Its dragon tail instantly tore through the empty space and forcefully blasted the strong wind that was coming at it. Before Xiao Yan could react, a ferocious whip viciously lashed onto Xiao Yan's body. Bang! The frightening strength caused Xiao Yan's entire body to become deformed at this moment. An unknown number of bones in his body had been shattered. Half of his body had already become numb. Although fresh blood continued to surge out, he did not feel the slightest pain. In his mind, Xiao Yan appeared to be floating alone on an endless sea. He could not see the end of it and was also unable to recognize the direction. His entire person was in a stupefied state. He had lost all perception of the outside world. Roar! The vine dragon roared furiously at the sky. Threads of grayish-black aura also drifted out from its mouth, causing old Luo's expression to suddenly change drastically. Evil creature, why aren't you stopping for this old man? If you continue to attack, this old man will completely seal you today. At this moment, old Luo could no longer endure it. His skinny body instantly moved and appeared above the vine dragon's head. With a wave of his large sleeve, an incomparably frightening pressure suddenly descended and pressed down on the vine dragon's entire body. Brr! Another furious beast roar sounded. An endless black aura suddenly surged out from the vine dragon's entire body and completely received old Luo's frightening attack. The vine dragon did not care about old Luo's anger. Its body suddenly moved and charged towards Xiao Yan. Bastard! Stop for this old man. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. His body moved and he was just about to step forward when an endless amount of black qi suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It turned into a human figure and blocked old Luo's path. When old Luo saw this scene, although he was extremely anxious, he could only forcefully stop his body. His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he angrily stared at the human figure in front of him and furiously roared, "Hey Mu! Are you really courting death? If you continue to act like this old man swears that you will never be reincarnated." When these words came out, although they were overbearing and vicious, the black figure was indifferent. An invisible sneer could be heard as he laughed and said, "Do you really think that you can kill me? Luoao, although you think that you are extraordinary, do you think that you can kill me? Even if you forcefully seal me, you will have to pay with your old life. Is it possible for you to kill me?" When old Luo heard this, his old face instantly became gloomy. However, under such emotions, there was also a deep sense of helplessness. With his strength, wanting to kill this fellow in front of him was really too wishful thinking. An antique that had lived for 10,000 years was not someone that he could easily deal with. Even if this old man cannot kill you, if I seal you for 10,000 years at that time, you will naturally be destroyed by time. Although this was the case, old Luo still felt unwilling in his heart. He had guarded this piece of land for 1,000 years. However, even so, he was still powerless against this thing in the end. This was something that he really could not do anything about. When he heard old Luo's threatening words, the black figure once again laughed coldly. A pair of black hole-like eyes stared at old Luo as he slowly opened his mouth and coldly laughed. "Are you threatening me? Don't forget that I am of the same origin as the ginseng spirit tribe. If I die, they will also not be able to survive. If you really want to kill me, you must first destroy these countless ginseng spirit trees. Ask yourself, do you really have the heart to do so?" Old Luo's body involuntarily trembled when he heard this. The fury in his heart could not be described with words. However, the more this was the case, the more helpless he was against this thing in front of him. Tiske, you want to borrow this brat's heavenly flame, right? After all, the only thing in this world that can destroy me is that thing. The black figure once again laughed when he saw old Luo's furious and helpless expression. He glanced at Xiao Yan below before he twisted his neck and continued to laugh sinisterly at old Luo. Although old Luo was interested, how could old Luo not know that if the fellow in front of him was at his peak, it would be impossible for old Luo to defeat him? Currently, only a wisp of remnant soul was left, struggling at death's door in an attempt to revive. Even so, it was still quite difficult for old Luo to deal with him. the ancient demonic creatures were really frightening. An ordinary person could not match them in the current era. Even these experts from the older generation needed to be careful. From this, one could see just how powerful the practitioners from the ancient times were. Roar. A thunder-like beast roar reverberated in all directions. The vine dragon, which had already turned into a dark green color, once again emitted a beast roar. Its enormous body suddenly shook and its originally forward-charging speed soared like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it cut through the empty air and widened its large mouth, preparing to swallow Xiaoyan in one gulp. At this moment, the vine dragon was merely a couple of dozen feet from Xiaoyan. In an instant, Xiaoyan would become food in the vine dragon's mouth. At the very least, if Guyu did not intervene, it was likely that this would be the outcome. A sharp glint suddenly flashed within the vine dragon's enormous jade-green eyes as it watched Xiaoyan approach. The dou qi all over its body gathered on the surface of its body to block any sudden situation. The closer it was to this moment, the more careful it became. Looking at Xiaoyan, it was likely that he would not have the strength to retaliate. In the next moment, the vine dragon shut its large mouth. Xiaoyan's body was swallowed by the vine dragon. Along with it was the brilliant ruler. Chapter 160. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly spread. The head of the vine dragon, which had swallowed Xiaoyan earlier, instantly turned bright red. Wave after wave of hot flame aura continuously spread from it, causing the surrounding space to involuntarily distort. Soon after, it suddenly shattered under a clear cracking sound. Ah! Heavenly flame, eternal ancient ruler. Break it. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse cry was emitted from Tinglong's mouth. Soon after, Tinglong's large head was raised uncontrollably. An incomparably bright line of fire between his brows had split Tinglong's head into two. A slight sizzling sound was emitted when the line of fire appeared. In the next moment, the line of fire, which was only as thick as a strand of hair, swiftly widened. Everything around it was completely incinerated amidst waves of faint sizzling sounds, turning into nothingness. In merely a moment, the vine dragon, which had a majestic aura a moment ago, had completely vanished. Its remaining body was just like a wooden stake without any signs of life. The dragon head disappeared, and Xiaoyan's body slowly revealed itself. His originally pale face had become as white as a sheet of paper. The originally blazing fire glow within his pair of beautiful fire eyes had also become much dimmer. At this moment, Xiaoyan was holding the hilt of the ruler with one hand. The broad, heavy ruler was slanted to Xiaoyan's right. Compared to Xiaoyan, the raging flames that soared into the sky did not diminish at all. In fact, the aura that seeped out from it was many times stronger than before. The raging flames transformed into a fire barrier that rose with the wind, covering the entire space. Under the support of the strong wind, it appeared just like a flaming flag. Xiaoyan was expressionless as he glanced with disdain at the dead wood-like dragon body in front of him. He slowly lifted his hand. The huge ruler was slowly swung along with Xiaoyan's action, forming a vacuum in the empty space. Soon after, the broad ruler gently pressed down. It was just like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water as it made contact with the dragon body. In the next moment, the 100,000 feet wide dragon body suddenly turned into a brilliant fire light. It was just like a heavenly fire path that stood in front of Xiaoyan. It is really unexpected that you have already mastered this heavenly flame eternal ancient ruler to such an extent within a short 10 years. It seems that you have already made preparations for this trip to the other world. Guyu's voice quietly sounded within Xiaoyan's heart. The praise within his voice was not hidden at all. Clearly, Xiaoyan's actions today had indeed exceeded his expectations. Xiaoyan smiled faintly in his heart after hearing Guyu's words. However, he did not reply. Being prepared in the face of the unknown was something that Hun Tiendi had taught him. After all, the unknown was the most dangerous. Xiaoyan frowned and glanced at the black figure in the sky after recovering. His breathing was a little heavy as he asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, this spirit tree. This ginseng spirit tree is no longer under the control of that little fellow above. There are really many unexpected things today. It is unexpected that there is actually such a powerful evil ancient spirit tree in this corner of the world. Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, Guyu had already voiced the question in his heart. Xiaoyan's expression changed once again upon hearing these words. From Guyu's tone, it was not difficult to tell that even he was surprised by this so-called evil ancient spirit tree. While Xiaoyan was conversing with Guyu, the three ancient trees in the distance once again moved. The vine dragon was destroyed and the three ancient trees were also affected. However, this was mostly due to the fury of the spirit trees. Under the control of the mysterious black aura, The three ancient trees had already entered a berserk state. Xiao Yan had already entered their kill list. The strong tree body suddenly shook and the ground below suddenly collapsed. 100,000 feet wide deep gully appeared in front of Xiao Yan. In the next moment, a sizzling sound appeared from within the deep gully. Densely packed dark green roots turned into many huge vine snakes with the wind. They were wrapped in waves of strange black viscous liquid as they pierced through the empty space like many sharp arrows. They cut across the 10,000-kilometer sky and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around. His slightly recovered face involuntarily revealed a fury when he saw these countless vine snakes. There was really no end to this. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose. The large ruler in his hand was suddenly swung in front of him. The body of the ruler violently rubbed against the thorns on the heavenly flame armor, emitting a deafening friction sound. This caused the space around Xiao Yan to fluctuate. The moment the large ruler rubbed against the armor, the heavenly flame that soared to the sky instantly attacked Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan had completely turned into a flaming person. With a stern cry, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. The veins on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, bulged. Do Qi surfaced on his left hand. He waved his large hand and it suddenly drew across the body of the ruler. Numerous mysterious symbols also appeared on the body of the ruler. Flame. Devouring wave ruler. With an explosive roar, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rotated on the spot. The large ruler in his hand also began to rotate at an extremely fast speed. Before the deafening sonic boom could spread, it was instantly covered by the explosive force that was brought about by the large ruler. The space around Xiao Yan's body once again collapsed under this ruler. An instant later, Xiao Yan's body stood still. The little Do Qi that had just recovered in his body suddenly disappeared. The world in front of him had also become a little blurry. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue. Under the stimulation of this heart-connecting pain, the giddy feeling in Xiao Yan's mind was finally wiped away in an instant. The continuous squeezing of the Do Qi within his body was something that even a half-D expert like him was unable to endure. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth finally revealed a soft smile as he raised his eyes. Under the frightening might of the flame-swallowing tsunami that could destroy the world, regardless of how many vine snakes there were, they were all instantly killed. This time around it should be over. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of exhaustion and powerlessness that spread within his body. He did his best to squeeze out a seemingly relaxed smile on his face as he laughed softly in his heart. The sharp and overbearing ruler glow instantly swept across the countless number of vine snakes. In merely an instant, the vine snakes that filled the sky suddenly scattered. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, they instantly turned into nothingness. The might of the ruler glow did not reduce even the slightest after the vine snakes were destroyed. It charged into the endless abyss below. After an earth-shaking explosion, it completely returned to silence. High up in the sky, old Luo and the black figure were facing each other. The scene below was completely captured by his eyes. At this moment, a cold smile was revealed on his old face when he saw Xiao Yan destroy the endless number of vine snakes with a single ruler. Immediately, he looked at the black figure in front of him and coldly laughed. Looks like you are really nothing in front of the heavenly flame. Today, you are destined to be unable to do anything to him. The black figure merely laughed mockingly in the face of old Luo's ridicule. A pair of empty eyes stared at old Luo. Soon after, a strange cold laughter was emitted from his mouth, causing old Luo's expression to involuntarily change. Luoao, you have really lived for so many years in vain. Do you really think that I will just stay here without moving? Or do you think that those few fellows can stop me? Old Luo's expression instantly changed when He Mu's words sounded. His eyes swiftly turned and looked at the endless abyss. In the next moment, old Luo's expression finally became completely solemn. Dead spirit poison. It is unexpected that you have actually refined such a thing. Haha, isn't it prepared for you? However, this brat is quite lucky. Today I will let him have a taste. He Mu smiled with satisfaction when he heard the seriousness in old Luo's words. His gaze swept towards Xiao Yan as a hoarse cold laughter was slowly emitted. At the same time, the endless abyss, which had just returned to silence, suddenly emitted waves of snake-like low roars. Standing in the sky, Xiao Yan's body, which had just relaxed, once again tensed up at this moment. An incomparable sense of danger also rose from the bottom of his heart. In front of Xiao Yan's eyes, waves of pitch-black viscous liquid continuously surged out from the bottom of the endless abyss. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's gaze, It filled the entire deep gorge. When this strange river appeared, the surrounding land also strangely turned pitch black. All life had also completely scattered at this moment. All the vegetation was instantly turned into a pile of powder. The pitch-black liquid contained a terrifying destructive force. After all life had scattered, the pitch-black liquid suddenly turned into a light circle and swiftly spread. Everywhere it passed, even the empty space was tainted by it and was devoid of life. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the frightening light circle had already spread in front of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. Only at this moment did the natural supreme life aura of the ancient ginseng trees slowly stop its advance. Even though this was the case, there were still a couple of ancient ginseng trees that were invaded by it and were seriously injured. Just as the pitch-black light circle was about to continue invading, an emerald do-chi barrier instantly appeared on the ground outside of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. It wrapped around the entire mountain forest within it. The moment the do-chi barrier appeared, Old Luo and Hei Mu, who were high up in the sky, instantly turned their gazes over. Old Luo looked at the barrier that towered over the sky. His somewhat tired heart finally exhaled a long breath. The sharp glint in his eyes became even sharper as he looked at Hei Mu in front of him. Black fog churned on Hei Mu's face, which could not be seen clearly when he saw the barrier. The space around him was also greatly affected. In the end, Hei Mu let out a cold snort and no longer bothered about it. Instead, he poured most of his attention onto Xiao Yan below. Each time he looked at Xiao Yan, he would feel an inexplicable sense of danger. This kind of feeling was something that he had never felt before, even when he was facing Old Luo and the true owner of this mountain forest. The human in front of him had clearly become an anomaly. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had placed all of his attention on the monster in front of him the moment the emerald green barrier rose. Just a moment ago, the viscous liquid, which appeared like a black river, began to churn violently like a hurricane. Immediately, it charged into the sky in front of Xiao Yan's grave eyes and turned into a magical beast that was neither a dragon nor a snake. This magical beast was shaped like a dragon snake. However, there was a horn on its head that emitted a sharp and frightening cold light. Within the rhombus-shaped beast eyes, a dark black glow was accompanied by a cluster of scarlet. Traces of bloodthirsty aura also spread, causing one to feel an inexplicable fear. On its snake-like body, there were countless thin strands of black viscous liquid scattered in all directions. It was like a mane that covered its body. As for its tail, it was different from an ordinary snake's tail. At a glance, it actually resembled a fish's tail. As its wide and large fish tail gently swayed, an extremely violent spatial storm swept forth. The strength of its power was so strong that it was likely that even a one-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand it for an instant. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel the most solemn was the frightening aura of death on its body. Under the suppression of this frightening aura of death, this magical beast seemed to have escaped from hell. Even though he possessed a heavenly flame, he still felt a sense of helplessness from deep within his heart. Hence, he had no choice but to use all of his strength to face it. The moment this magical beast appeared, its rhombus-shaped beast eyes were already firmly locked onto Xiao Yan's body. The dark scarlet light instantly sealed the space around Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan's body to be unable to move even a little. Xiao Yan's tightly knitted eyebrows became even tighter when he sensed the change in the surrounding space. His grave expression appeared as though it could drip water. His exhausted body also felt increasingly tired and powerless. The dizziness in his mind that had just disappeared pounced on him like floodwaters at this moment, causing Xiao Yan's body, which was already barely standing in the air, to become even more unstable at this moment. If the space around him had not been sealed by the magical beast, causing Xiao Yan to be imprisoned in the air, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already become a human cannonball that shot towards the ground. Xiao Yan's weakness also caused the enormous beast to involuntarily release a low and deep beast roar from its mouth. The strange beast eyes that looked at Xiao Yan also revealed an extremely human-like disdain and contempt. To it, the current Xiao Yan was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as it was willing, any random attack would be able to instantly turn him into nothingness. At this moment, it only wanted to admire Xiao Yan's final struggle. As though it had sensed the magical beast's intention to tease him, Hei Mu's pitch-black ink-like body distorted in the sky. Soon after, a thought was transmitted, causing the enormous beast that was surrounding Xiao Yan to suddenly tremble. Traces of fear rose from the bottom of its heart. Immediately, it did not dare to be careless. The beast that was filled with a foul stench suddenly opened its mouth. A thick light pillar suddenly shot out from its mouth and blasted towards Xiao Yan. The pitch-black light pillar instantly pierced through the empty space. In a flash, it had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura of death as it blasted towards Xiao Yan. Before Xiao Yan could get close, that extremely frightening aura of death had already pressed over from all directions, causing a deathly gray color to instantly surge onto Xiao Yan's pale face. He was just like a person who only had a single breath left and was about to die. In the next moment, the pitch-black light pillar that was like ink, accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction, broke through the empty space and came crashing down. Awkward, the number of words in the chapter has been filled. I still cannot finish writing one chapter. Thus, I have no choice but to split it into 2 chapters. However, the second chapter is not finished yet. I will try my best to finish it tonight. Chapter 161. Bang! A circular frightening energy storm instantly swept across the entire empty space. The sky, which had almost turned into daytime, once again descended. Night once again descended. The vast space, which was originally as stable as a mountain, actually began to tremble slightly at this moment. The frightening energy storm suddenly smashed onto the barrier of Ling Tian. However, it merely created a wave of water like ripples. The space within the barrier was completely unaffected. Hey Mu, you are really looking down on this old man. This death spirit poison of yours might be strong, but it has not reached the level where it can resist this old man. With the both of us around, this old man advises you to stop today. A faint old voice quietly resounded across the entire empty space, lingering for a long time. The confidence within his words was completely revealed. The storm swept over, but Xiao Yan, who was within it, was actually completely unscathed. On the other hand, the huge beast on the outside had been pushed back by 1,000 miles due to the explosion. However, this huge beast was clearly not an easy opponent. In merely an instant, it had once again recovered. Its pair of large beast eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the interior of the barrier. Qingmu, you have finally awakened after being in a deep slumber for so long. He Mu's dark black body was distorted. These somewhat strange words were slowly spat out from his mouth. His slightly hoarse voice gave one a strange feeling. From these words, He Mu seemed to be waiting for this old fellow called Qingmu to awaken. Old Luo's brows involuntarily knitted once again when he heard the strange words within He Mu's words. Qingmu, on the other hand, emitted a cold laugh. He did not take these words to heart. He Mu ignored these 2 people. A thought passed through his mind and the huge beast suddenly turned its head. It opened its large mouth and an even thicker dark black energy light pillar erupted once again. In merely an instant, the dark black energy light pillar had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A life and death attack had arrived once again. He Mu, you really look down on this old man. Allow this old man to see just what kind of ability this death spirit poison of yours has. He Mu's action of ignoring Qingmu caused the fury in the latter's heart to soar. He immediately emitted a furious cry. The empty space outside of the barrier instantly broke apart. An old man wearing an emerald long robe also appeared in an instant. The old man had already waved his large sleeves when his body appeared. An extremely frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. It tore through the empty space and headed towards the dark black energy light pillar to intercept it. TSK, old fellow, your opponent is me. It is best that you do not meddle in that place. He Mu laughed when he saw this. His distorted body, however, was blasted. His attack was blasted by Qingmu's attack. Immediately, it turned into 2 dark black energy barriers, which blocked old Luo and Qingmu. The expressions of the 2 involuntarily changed when they saw this. Given their understanding of He Mu, this action of He Mu's had clearly unleashed all his strength. This battle of his was really a fight with his back against the wall. However, there was something that the 2 of them did not quite understand. What confidence did He Mu have to successfully block the 2 of them when the 2 of them were to join hands? If he were to fail, the result would not be as simple as just being injured. This strength that he had only recovered after enduring for 1,000 years would likely turn into nothing at this moment. It was difficult to guess whether He Mu's actions were because he was completely confident or if he was really going all out. A solemn feeling rose in the hearts of old Luo and Qingmu as they thought in this manner. No matter how one put it, such a powerful evil tiger was still not to be underestimated even if it was struggling on the brink of death. After all, they were old demons who had lived for 1,000 years. Their strength was not something that they had trained for nothing. In the face of certain hidden dangers, they were even more sensitive than those members of the younger generation who only had strength. This was also one of the secret methods that allowed them to survive in this world. The 2 of them exchanged glances with each other. They were indeed worthy of being old friends who had known each other for many years. They nodded gently. In the next moment, a wave of turbulent Do Qi instantly surged out from their palms and violently attacked the dark black barrier in front of them. At the same time, the dark black energy light pillar that was violently shooting toward Xiaoyan once again attacked. A dense deathly aura once again attacked Xiaoyan's heart. The moment of death had once again descended. Unfortunately, this time around, even though old Luo and Qing Mu wanted to save her, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them within a short period of time due to He Mu's all-out obstruction. Even with their strength, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them. Hence, they could only watch as Xiaoyan was swallowed by the dark black light pillar with their own eyes. The anxiety in their hearts was of no help. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Shock once again rose in old Luo's and Qing Mu's eyes. Xiaoyan, who had been violently struck by the dark black energy light pillar, did not move at all. The deathly aura on the light pillar did not cause the slightest harm to Xiaoyan. If one were to carefully observe, the dark black energy light pillar that should have violently struck Xiaoyan's body was blocked by an extremely overbearing strength at this moment. It paused in the space a couple of feet in front of Xiaoyan. It was unable to advance even a little further. At this moment, the space around Xiaoyan's body was filled with many different colored fire light pillars. The fire light pillars carried an aura that permeated the sky as they penetrated the sky. The dazzling light pierced through the empty space and pierced the core of the endless empty space. Its aura was like a rainbow. These fire light pillars were all the heavenly flames within Xiaoyan's body. While Xiaoyan was in a nearly unconscious state, these heavenly flames, which usually appeared to be completely silent, finally began to move on their own. In the sky, old Luo and Qing Mu instantly understood in their hearts when they saw these magnificent heavenly flames. At the same time, some envy involuntarily rose in their hearts. Tiske a heavenly flame, protecting its owner. It is really rare to see. Although they are all seed flames, it does not mean that they will not transform into their original bodies in the future. This brat's future potential is really frightening. Those who were chosen by the heavenly flame were all true geniuses in the world. With the protection of the heavenly flame, one's future would be limitless. However, today Xiaoyan was not only chosen by the heavenly flame, but was also viewed as a true emperor by the heavenly flame. He was respected by all the heavenly flames in the world. Xiaoyan's future achievements were unimaginable. Old Luo's face was filled with amazement when he saw Xiaoyan being surrounded by all the heavenly flames. He once again sighed emotionally in his heart. At the same time, the importance of Xiaoyan in his heart had once again increased. On the other side, Qing Mu's eyes also revealed an astonished expression as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was treated like an emperor by the heavenly flames. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe with words. Even these old fellows who had lived for thousands of years could not help but curse such a person in their hearts. While the two of them were stunned by this scene of Xiaoyan, He Mu, who had transformed into a dark black energy barrier, also took in everything in his eyes. When he saw this scene, even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Xiaoyan's talent was truly the greatest in this world that he had seen in the past 10,000 years. 10,000 flames worshipping him. This was the first time since ancient times that he had seen such a scene. However, the more this was so, the greater the threat that Xiaoyan posed to him. If he was unable to kill Xiaoyan today, it was likely that Xiaoyan would become his greatest calamity in the future. With this thought, a thought passed through He Mu's mind. Another thought was instantly transmitted out. That enormous black beast once again moved. Humph! It is merely a heavenly flame, protecting its master. I don't believe that you can endure a few more times. Bang! After a dark black energy light pillar was broken, an even thicker energy light pillar arrived one after another. It repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier, causing the fire on the heavenly flame barrier to erupt once again. Although that group of heavenly flames still did not cause any harm to Xiaoyan under this wild and violent attack, the frightening aura from earlier had already fallen by 100,000 feet. The originally solid heavenly flame barrier gradually trembled under this wild and violent attack. The fire light that lingered in the sky also dimmed. The heavenly flame, protecting its master, was ultimately only able to block for a moment. Once this heavenly flame barrier was broken, it would be the time of Xiaoyan's death. The two elders in the sky also instantly became clear-headed while the attacks continued to smash down. After clearly understanding the current situation, they no longer dared to be stingy. The Do Qi within their bodies completely erupted. One after another, frightening Do skills were repeatedly unleashed. frightening strength continued to pour onto the dark black energy barrier in front of them, causing the dark aura on it to continuously weaken. It was likely that it would not be long before this energy barrier was completely broken by the combined strength of these two people. In an instant, the group of heavenly flames that surrounded Xiao Yan's body had already been mostly scattered under the wild and violent attacks by the two parties. The final remaining defense around Xiao Yan's body was also about to be shattered. Xiao Yan was in imminent danger. Chapter 162. Bang! An explosive bang sounded from the space in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's final defense had also disappeared with a bang at this moment. When one looked at the terrifying dark black energy light pillar again, its aura did not diminish. It overbearingly tore apart the empty space in front of it. Following which, a heavy attack suddenly poured down toward Xiao Yan's chest. If this attack were to hit, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. Old Luo in the sky saw this scene. His elderly face was immediately replaced by a deep anxiety. The veins on his forehead were exposed. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart at this moment. His shriveled hand was clenched into a fist. Turbulent and surging do qi repeatedly poured out and violently smashed into the black-colored barrier in front of him. However, the hope in his heart did not appear even after a long time. Everything appeared so late and so powerless. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the exhaustion of the do qi within his body caused him to completely descend into a deep slumber. The current him could be said to be the weakest he had ever been. In this kind of condition, it was likely that even a one-star doja would be able to kill him, much less this frightening dark black energy light pillar. Qi. The result of the dark black energy light pillar violently smashing onto Xiao Yan's body was merely a soft, muffled qi sound. When this somewhat unexpected sound was emitted, the hearts of everyone in the sky, including He Mu, who had transformed into a barrier, involuntarily stiffened. All of them were extremely shocked by this unexpected result. Just how many peerless treasures did this guy have on him? He actually bombarded their hearts again and again. At this moment, even He Mu's heart felt like it was about to spit fire. If it was someone else, even if they really had some life-saving treasure, it would be fine if they attacked 2 or 3 times. Why was there no end to it? Amidst the waves of faint chi-chi sounds, the dark black energy light pillar that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body once again scattered. A huge flaming ruler that was covered in mysterious dark black lines slowly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, Elder Luo and Qing Mu, who were high up in the sky, were startled by this huge flaming ruler. This was another Dharma treasure that Xiao Yan used to protect his life. Was it this huge ruler that was formed from the heavenly flame? When this scene appeared, even the huge beast couldn't help but shake its huge head and look at it suspiciously. Clearly, even as a magical beast, it didn't dare to believe the scene in front of it. While everyone was in a daze, the strange dark black lines on the huge fire ruler began to wiggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were just like an assembly line that swiftly covered the entire huge ruler. In front of the 3 strange eyes, this large fire ruler had completely turned into a dark black color in merely a moment. Even the fiercely burning heavenly flame on it had been completely covered by it. The large dark black ruler did not possess the slightest luster. Its empty black color seemed to have originated from the true core of the endless void. It devoured everything and was merciless. Even the do qi light was completely devoured by it. All matter that came before it could only end up being devoured. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the elderly face of Guyu, who was observing everything in the outside world from within Xiao Yan's body, when the huge ruler appeared. However, this surprise quickly turned into a soft laugh. His deep eyes penetrated Xiao Yan's body and looked at the endless empty space. His mouth softly muttered to himself, "There is no need to worry about this." He muttered to himself, "It is unexpected that you would actually do such a thing to him after merely 10 years of restraint. Han Qindi back then was not like this. Haha, I wonder if it is because he helped you become an emperor or, you have really changed." The hearts of the 3 people in the sky were instantly filled with endless shock when they saw this scene. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that a small Xiao Yan would actually attract such a powerful and frightening person. Just who was this little fellow with frightening talent? A pair of dark black eyes slowly opened deep within the endless void while the huge ruler was being wrapped by pure darkness. An unknown light flashed across the bottom of the eyes. Soon after, they were once again shut. The surrounding space had once again returned to silence. Roar! Wild and violent beast roars reverberated endlessly like waves of thunder, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. After the roar sounded, the huge pitch-black beast opened its mouth. A wild and ferocious suction force tore through the entire sky like a tornado, causing the surrounding space to continuously emit waves of explosive sounds. The endless space continued to explode under the might of the suction force. Immediately, the natural energy in the world turned into many frightening energy pillars that were as thick as an arm. All of them poured into the huge beast's mouth, accumulating sufficient strength for its next attack. Soon after, a terrifying aura that was many times stronger than before swiftly spread from the huge beast's mouth. It caused the entire empty space to appear as though it was being crushed by Mount Tai. If this attack was to be unleashed, it was likely that even Xiao Yan at his peak condition would have difficulty enduring for an instant. One could imagine just how frightening this attack was. Even though this was the case, the huge ruler, which had already turned into a dark black color, remained unmoved. It quietly floated in front of Xiao Yan and completely blocked him behind it. This stupefied action caused the huge beast to immediately become furious. With a furious roar, the suction force from its mouth suddenly increased dramatically. The natural energy in the surroundings were all sucked into its mouth. After an instant, the huge beast's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, it widened its large mouth, and a frightening energy pillar that was several times larger than its body instantly shot out. It pierced through the empty space and ruthlessly smashed against the huge dark black ruler the instant it erupted. However, in the next instant the entire world once again turned deathly silent. Even the three people high up in the sky had become completely silent. Their minds were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. After that frightening energy pillar that was 100,000 feet wide smashed against the huge ruler, it appeared as though it had entered an endless abyss. Even after it was completely devoured, it did not cause the slightest ripple on the huge ruler. At this moment the few people present were all stunned. It was difficult for them to imagine that the frightening energy beam that was capable of instantly killing a 5-star half-martial emperor would be completely neutralized by the enormous ruler before it could even display the slightest bit of power. Of course, given the experience of the three people above, they were naturally aware that the nihility devouring flame could devour everything. This small energy light pillar was merely a small manifestation of its strength. With this person's help, it was likely that no one would be able to touch Xiao Yan today. The space deep within Xiao Yan's body was transformed beside Guyu. A somewhat indifferent voice was slowly transmitted into Guyu's ears. Treat today's matter as me repaying him for helping me ascend to the throne. After today I will no longer interfere with his life or death. As for now, treat this power as me temporarily lending it to him. Tell him that when we meet again in the future, I will take it back with double. An incomparably powerful pure Do Qi suddenly charged into Xiao Yan's body after his voice sounded. In merely an instant, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Even though this was the case, the frightening Do Qi was still incomparably vast and mighty. It continued to attack Xiao Yan's physical body. The vast space within the vortex, which had already been filled to the brim, began to tremble intensely at this moment. The surging pure Do Qi caused every cell in Xiao Yan's body to be filled to the brim. The slight tremor was just like the fury of a mountain, causing the space around Xiao Yan to continuously collapse. In merely a moment, Xiao Yan's body appeared like a bloated balloon from the outside. His originally ordinary body was just like an enormous magical beast at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan's skin appeared swollen red. Numerous bright red glaring crack lines covered Xiao Yan's body. Large amounts of fresh blood surged out, turning Xiao Yan into a blood person. Looking from a distance, he appeared quite frightening. His originally delicate and handsome face had become unusually protruding at this moment. The skin on his forehead had completely cracked and turned into a scarlet color. The heavenly flame, within his brilliant flaming eyes had already scattered. What remained was a cluster of strange pitch black. The waves of heart-piercing pain that were transmitted from his body also caused the unconscious Xiao Yan to instantly wake up. After feeling the pain on his body, even with Xiao Yan's character, he involuntarily emitted a hoarse painful moan. However, this action of his did not reduce the pain that was transmitted from his body by even a little. This strange scene also caused the three people in the sky to be stunned. When they sensed the incomparably overbearing aura within Xiao Yan's body, they immediately seemed to have thought of something. The expressions on old Luo's and Qing Mu's faces instantly became excited. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was about to self-destruct. Although the self-destruction of a Bandi expert could be completely ignored by them, old Luo's heart was currently not considering this. The only thing he was thinking about was Xiao Yan's life and death. If Xiao Yan was alive, they would have quite a lot of confidence in dealing with He Mu. However, if Xiaoyan was dead, Heimu was likely no longer someone that they could suppress. Although Heimu had been suppressed by Luoyao 1,000 years ago, he had still ended up with a seriously injured body. From this, one could see that Heimu's strength definitely far surpassed Luoyao's. This point could be seen from how Heimu had forcefully blocked the combined attack of Luoyao and Qingmu. Although this method would cause Heimu to enter a weakened state, it was still enough to see how extraordinary he was. Given Heimu's ability, even if he was suppressed here, he still had the confidence after 1,000 years of preparation. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. A tiger that had fallen to the plains was ultimately still a tiger. Once he used his full strength, even Luoyao and Qingmu would have difficulty suppressing him. Today's battle would definitely be the end of the grudge between the three of them. That end point was this little bandit who had just barged in, Xiaoyan. Heimu was indeed worthy of being a true antique from 10,000 years ago. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance that Xiaoyan was not self-destructing at this moment. Instead, it was caused by the strength that had suddenly appeared within his body. However, the more this was the case, the more worried Heimu felt in his heart. First, it was the seed flame of all the heavenly flames. Then it was the essence flame of the bone-chilling flame. Now, there was a wisp of the essence flame of the nihility-devouring flame. Moreover, there was this indescribably pure Douqi. The threat that Xiaoyan posed to him could not be described with words. If Xiaoyan did not die today, it was likely that this matter of failing miserably at such an easy task would land on his head. Heimu let out a cold snort as this thought flashed across his heart. A thought passed through his mind and he controlled the frightening large beast that was agglomerated from the death spirit poison. The deathly aura around its body swiftly gathered. An extremely dense deathly aura also spread. It widened its large mouth and a black fog-like energy pillar was instantly spat out of its mouth. It was accompanied by a frightening deathly aura that could destroy everything as it suddenly attacked Xiaoyan. The enormous body of the large beast suddenly moved when the energy pillar was shot out. It tore through the empty space, bypassed the large dark black ruler and swallowed Xiaoyan's back. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body was on the verge of exploding. His wildly protruding eyeballs appeared as though they were about to fall out. Adding the fresh blood all over his body, it caused Xiaoyan to appear even more frightening. Both of Xiaoyan's wildly protruding eyes allowed him to absorb the scenery of the entire sky into his eyes. However, the current him did not have the mood to consider all of this. All he knew was that if he continued to maintain his current condition, he would be swallowed by the large beast above his head in the next moment. Even at this moment, the large black ruler that was suspended in front of Xiaoyan still did not move. It seemed that he could no longer rely on his only life-saving straw. Feeling helpless, Xiaoyan hurriedly called out to Guyu in his heart. He hoped that this stubborn old man would attack again. However, even Guyu did not seem to have any intention of attacking this time around. Regardless of how many times Xiaoyan roared in his heart, there was still no response. Everything that followed would depend on Xiaoyan himself. Whether he lived or died would all depend on the will of the heavens. In the next moment, the black fog that was filled with deathly aura instantly swallowed Xiaoyan. Soon after, the large head of the large beast swallowed downwards. Xiaoyan was once again swallowed by this frightening thing. Chapter 163. Ha! Suddenly, an explosive cry that pierced through the 9 heavens was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. Soon after, a wave of extremely powerful Douqi ripples suddenly spread from its mouth. The violent attack caused its large mouth, which was about to close, to pause at this moment. In the next moment, rays of dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from his mouth and illuminated the 9 provinces. There was even a faint dragon roar in the light, and its aura was extraordinary. Roar. King Kong glass body. Bastard, get lost from me. With an explosive roar, the large mouth of the enormous beast, which had yet to close, was abruptly opened in an uncontrollable manner. A golden giant suddenly stood in the sky. The moment the huge beast was forcefully pushed aside, the huge fist of the golden giant came crashing down. A huge fist that could shatter mountains and rivers ruthlessly smashed against the huge beast's head. Get lost from me. The wild and ferocious fist aura caused the space around it to swiftly shrink. Only when the enormous fist descended on the head of the enormous beast did the extremely condensed energy suddenly erupt. Bang! A frightening sound that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb caused the entire space to completely disappear at this moment. The originally natural and harmonious sound was instantly swept out, causing the energy barrier that covered the entire mountain forest to tremble intensely at this moment. The enormous head of the enormous beast suddenly became like a pile of disgusting mud when the punch landed. Not only was that domineering-looking black horn instantly shattered by this punch, but even half of its head was forcefully blasted off. However, before this bastard could do anything, Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a golden giant, suddenly waved his large hand behind him. A ray of light flashed and the large ruler once again returned to his hand. When the giant ruler entered his hand, it was like a dagger. Its large size caused the giant ruler to appear much smaller and smaller. Xiaoyan did not pause even a little because of the strange feeling in his hand. Once the large ruler entered his hand, he suddenly began to wildly smash the enormous beast in front of him. Numerous dark black viscous liquid continuously splashed out and fell down. Bang! 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 Under Xiaoyan's wild and violent punch after punch, the enormous beast, which had an overbearing appearance earlier, had completely turned into a pile of mud at this moment. It did not have any ability to retaliate. Bang! The final punch. The remaining dark black viscous liquid was suddenly blasted apart by Xiaoyan's punch. The golden light scattered and Xiaoyan's hand once again grasped the hilt of the ruler. A familiar feeling seeped into his heart. However, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on his two palms. Due to the long period of violent smashing, balls of dark black strange viscous liquid had stuck to Xiaoyan's palms. Xiaoyan did not pay much attention to it when he was violently smashing it previously. Now that he saw it, Xiaoyan could clearly feel waves of piercing pain swiftly spreading under his palms that were covered by the dark black viscous liquid. Through some of his exposed skin, Xiaoyan could see that his palms had already completely turned into a grayish-black color. Furrowing his eyebrows, Xiaoyan looked at the dark black viscous liquid. The words that came out of his mouth were somewhat astonished. This thing is actually able to penetrate my heavenly flame defense and invade my body with poison. Looks like it is going to be troublesome. Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his hand. Due to the poison, a numb feeling was transmitted into his heart when he clenched his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body also emitted a puff sound as it rose from Xiaoyan's palm at this moment. The hot heavenly flame was just like a butcher slaughtering meat as it ferociously burned the dark black viscous liquid on his hand. However, regardless of how Xiaoyan's heavenly flame burned, the dark black viscous liquid that adhered to Xiaoyan's palm was completely unaffected. Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had little effect on it. It was so weak that it could be ignored. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned even deeper when he saw this. His eyes randomly glanced over. The dark black viscous liquid on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, swiftly withdrew and turned into nothingness. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this scene. He was naturally aware of the thing on this huge ruler. What else could it be other than the Nihility devouring flame? At this moment, the strength of the Nihility devouring flame had also been fully displayed. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His clenched hand was once again spread open. Soon after, it slammed onto the huge ruler. The deep hollow huge ruler shook slightly and a circular invisible ripple spread. Xiaoyan's hand was nearly swallowed by it. The moment Xiaoyan's hand made contact with the huge ruler, a dark black hot flame immediately pounced over and vaporized the dark black viscous liquid. Xiaoyan's hand also returned to normal. Black flame, thank you very much. Xiaoyan suddenly spat out a word of thanks as he gently touched the familiar dark black flame on the huge ruler. Soon after, the aura all over Xiaoyan's body once again shook. His foot stepped on the empty air, causing the ground below to instantly form a deep pit. Xiaoyan's body also instantly rose. He held the huge ruler in his hand and charged towards the black barrier in the sky. High in the sky, old Luo watched Xiaoyan charge over explosively. His old face also revealed a relaxed smile. He swept his gaze over the barrier in front of him, which was becoming increasingly dim, and laughed coldly. Looks like your death spirit poison has been destroyed in this manner. In that case it will be your turn next, Blackwood. At the end of his words, the expression on old Luo's face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, his shriveled hand suddenly struck out. Its strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than a man-class high-level Do technique. In fact, it might even surpass it. However, the result this time around was different from before. The thing that received old Luo's palm was a dark black arm that was agglomerated from black fog. The two made contact and a wild and violent Do Chi storm instantly swept out, causing the empty space within a 10,000-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter at this moment. The originally deep and endless empty space appeared even more empty. Under this firm and violent attack of old Luo, the dark black arm also began to tremble intensely at this moment. the dark black glow on it also became increasingly dim. Humph! Break for me. With a cold snort, old Luo's arms suddenly shook. Firm and violent Do Chi followed the chi paths in his body and instantly surged to his palm. Immediately, his palm pushed forward with great force and a frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. Under this attack, the dark black arm was completely scattered. Following which, it slowly scattered and turned into a thin fog. The thin fog scattered with the wind and a somewhat weak cold laughter was slowly emitted. TSK 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 TSK? Do you really think that this death spirit poison is so easy to deal with? How can a mere bandit be killed? Bang. The voice had just sounded when Xiao Yan, whose body was still in midair, was suddenly sent flying by a thick black figure. A wild and violent force completely invaded Xiao Yan's body like a volcanic eruption, causing the Do Chi within Xiao Yan's body to be scattered by this attack. The various chi paths and bones within his body had suffered quite a serious injury. If it were not for the protection of the heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and the protection of the heavenly flame within his body, in addition to the strength of his physical body, it was likely that just this attack would have caused him to be seriously injured. The powerful force caused Xiao Yan's body to be completely out of control. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused the skin all over his body to appear as though it had been cut by a knife. Waves of tearing pain were transmitted as his body instantly fell like a falling star, violently smashing deep into the ground. In merely a moment, a small half of this world had already been smashed into ruins. Puff! Xiao Yan's body lay flat at the bottom of the deep pit. The heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body had also completely scattered at this moment. At the same time that the armor scattered, Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The aura all over his body had also suddenly fallen to the bottom. His face, which had recovered a little redness, had instantly turned pale. Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly as he lifted them slightly. The enormous beast, which had been forcefully blasted apart by him earlier, had once again appeared in his sight. A pair of large beast eyes were staring at Xiao Yan, who had been smashed into the ruins at this moment. Its entire body suddenly shook. Immediately, it widened its large mouth and a sharp wind-light pillar instantly attacked. Damn it, it is really like a ghost that refuses to disperse, Xiao Yan cursed quietly in his heart. He forcefully supported his body and held the enormous ruler with one hand. The Do Chi in his body that had been blasted out also swiftly agglomerated. Seeing the swiftly approaching Do Chi light pillar, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. A heavenly flame suddenly appeared deep within his pupils. The hand that was holding the ruler's hilt was also clenched. A force gathered and the enormous ruler, which was inserted deep into the ground, was slowly lifted. Although he had been smashed down by one blow, Xiao Yan relied on his strong physique to forcefully ignore that little injury. At this moment, the blood in Xiao Yan's body was at the very most churning slightly. After all, it was a sneak attack. Even if his physique was strong, he would not treat it as if nothing had happened. Pui. After spitting out the bloody sweetness in his mouth, Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly shook. The pain on the surface of his body was also completely eliminated. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler also suddenly exerted force, pulling it out from the ground and placing it horizontally in front of his chest. Bastard, since you refuse to disperse like a ghost, I will beat you until your soul disperses. With a stern cry, Xiao Yan's left arm suddenly shook. His palm was widened and a heavenly flame suddenly spluttered out, wrapping around Xiao Yan's entire left arm. Heavenly flame, eternal ancient ruler. The large heavenly flame palm ruthlessly cut across the body of the ruler. The brilliant heavenly flame instantly lit up the entire ruler, appearing just like a bright star. The aura on it also suddenly soared. The large ruler also became increasingly large at this moment. In merely an instant, it had turned into 1,000 feet wide ruler that towered over the sky. At the same time, Xiao Yan also let out an explosive cry. Bright golden light instantly flashed on the surface of his body. His entire body also soared with the wind. An extremely overbearing King Kong aura also spread, causing everything in this place to appear as though it was being pressed down by a mountain of gold. The might of the King Kong glass body was undoubtedly displayed. The enormous golden palm tightly gripped the enormous ruler. A thunder-like roar transformed into numerous substance-like sound waves that were suddenly emitted. Heavenly flame. Turtle. Ancient. Ruler. The frightening sound wave caused the Do Chi light pillar that was shooting over to involuntarily pause in midair at this moment. The frightening Do Chi on it was scattered a little. Soon after, Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a King Kong giant, suddenly swung the enormous ruler in his hand behind him. A frightening ruler glow that blotted out the sun instantly shot out, covering the entire empty space. The frightening ruler glow with a might that permeated the sky swept out in an instant. The Do-Chi light pillar that was heading toward him did not even have the chance to resist for an instant before it was destroyed in an extremely easy manner. The strength on the ruler glow did not reduce even a little. The moment the Do-Chi light pillar was destroyed, it had already penetrated the body of the enormous beast. The dense white flames completely wrapped around the enormous beast. The frightening might of the heavenly flame completely incinerated it. In merely a moment, this enormous beast, which was still awe-inspiring earlier, would be turned into nothingness. Even though this was the case, the ruler glow that reached the sky still charged toward the black barrier in the sky without any reduction in its might. If this attack were to hit, the already exhausted Blackwood would definitely scatter. All of the danger today would also be completely eliminated. Xiaoyan stopped in front of the enormous beast as the ruler glow streaked across the sky. He looked at the enormous beast that was still churning and struggling. Xiaoyan coldly snorted. His two large hands clenched in the air and dozens of exquisite fire lotuses appeared out of nowhere. Humph, treat this as my final great gift to you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to step into the advanced 3-star half-martial emperor level today. Xiaoyan's enormous body suddenly flashed after his words sounded. He disappeared from this empty space. The dozens of fire lotuses continued to bombard the enormous beast. At this moment, the black barrier in the sky once again began to move. Numerous dark black light pillars continued to appear out of nowhere and shot toward the ruler glow that reached the sky. Although this caused the light on the barrier to become so dim that it was negligible, the result was that the ruler glow that reached the sky was stopped in the sky, causing it to be unable to advance even an inch. Xiaoyan's body flashed and appeared in the sky. He looked at the ruler glow that had been blocked and knew in his heart that the strength of this attack was sufficient to cause Blackwood to completely descend into a low state. After all, the strength of a heavenly flame was not something that could be easily suppressed. Even though it was only a seed flame, this full-strength attack of Xiaoyan's was sufficient to cause Blackwood to suffer quite a serious injury. Therefore, this attack absolutely could not be blocked. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth and a ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand and countless medicinal pills soared into the sky. They transformed into a heavenly screen that covered a large area of the empty space. Soon after, Xiaoyan's enormous mouth violently sucked. The natural energy and the tens of thousands of medicinal pills were all swallowed by Xiaoyan into his stomach. An extremely wild and violent energy rapidly gathered within Xiaoyan's body. Roar! An explosive roar sounded as a wild and violent energy gushed out. The rich pill fragrance transformed into a cluster of mist that covered the entire empty space. As he sensed the increasingly wild and violent energy within his body, Xiaoyan's enormous palms crossed and spread apart in front of his chest. Soon after, the spiritual energy in his mind poured out like a torrent and wrapped around Xiaoyan's palms. At the same time, an almost invisible energy rapidly gathered in Xiaoyan's palms. Specks of silver light also gathered in front of Xiaoyan's chest and formed a faintly discernible wormhole. However, with Xiaoyan's current strength, he was unable to casually open it. Therefore, this wormhole appeared to be extremely unstable. However, at this moment Xiaoyan could not be bothered with so much. He did not have much time to consolidate this dog fart wormhole. At this moment, all of his strength was placed on the two palms in front of his chest. He wanted to rely on all of his strength to forcefully tear open this empty wormhole. At this moment, in the space behind Xiaoyan, the almost shattered figure of a huge beast appeared once again. This beast was actually unable to die under Xiaoyan's frightening bombardment. It was really a cockroach that could not be killed. Although Xiaoyan sensed that the terrifying beast behind him was once again following him, he did not have the time to care about it. Due to the great force exerted by his enormous palms, his golden body could not help but crack open. Under such great force, the space in front of Xiaoyan was finally slowly torn apart. However, even so, he was still a distance away from that step. Damn it! Open for me! With a stern cry, the space in front of Xiaoyan was suddenly torn apart by a powerful force. Immediately, it was swallowed by the wormhole in front of the huge beast's somewhat stunned eyes. It was also at the same time that the frightening ruler glow from Ling Tian suddenly disappeared at this moment. Those frightening Do-Chi light pillars penetrated through the air after losing their target and shot down. Finally, they destroyed the enormous beast that was already in an extremely battered state with a single strike. In the next instant, under He Mu's frightening gaze, Ling Tian's ruler glow violently smashed against the dark black barrier. Coupled with the frightening might of old Luo and Qing Mu, the black-colored barrier, which had endured for a long time, finally shattered with a bang. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the empty space. However, the current Xiao Yan had already returned to his original size. His eyes revealed shock as they swept over the space where the enormous beast was located. Immediately, he bitterly smiled and softly said with a cold laugh, "What a pity. I did not expect a beast like you to have such a tenacious life force. However, what I did not expect was that you would actually die in the hands of your owner. How sad." The dark black barrier shattered with a bang. As the black fog wiggled, He Mu's blurry figure once again appeared. However, at this moment He Mu's body was many times weaker than before. The dim black fog around his body could even vaguely penetrate through it, allowing one to see the somewhat illusionary body within. Humph! He Mu, you did not expect that all your efforts would be for naught in the end. Your 1,000-year plan will end here today. Old Luo coldly laughed. His sharp eyes contained a killing intent that could not be removed. This fellow had caused quite a lot of trouble for Luo Ao over the past 1,000 years. He had long wanted to eliminate He Mu as soon as possible. Today this wish of his could finally be fulfilled. Upon hearing old Luo's words, Qing Mu on the other side nodded his head heavily. He and old Luo were close friends. He Mu's actions were greatly related to old Luo. Naturally, he was quite happy to be able to eliminate this demon. TSK, I never expected that my 1,000-year plan would be destroyed by a human brat like you just as I was about to succeed. However, this does not matter. If 1,000 years is not enough, can't I do it for another 1,000 years? I have already spent 10,000 years. 1,000 years is nothing. He Mu coldly laughed when he heard old Luo's words. He ignored old Luo and turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. A strange glint actually flashed within his empty eyes. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. Could it be that this He Mu still had some secret moves that he had not used? Chapter 164. Xiao Yan, old Luo, and Qing Mu formed a three-way encirclement high up in the sky, surrounding He Mu in the middle. Their faces revealed a dense expression. Old Luo and Qing Mu exchanged glances with each other. They glanced at the somewhat weak aura of Xiao Yan. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. He had seen Xiao Yan's earlier attack. The Great Void Dao was something that many people dreamed of being able to control. Although the current Xiao Yan could only be considered to have a superficial understanding of it, as long as he had such a good start, it was only a matter of time before he completely mastered it in the future. Old Luo merely glanced once before his gaze shifted away from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, his eyes turned ruthless. His gaze was extremely icy as he stared at He Mu in the middle of the three of them. He Mu's increasingly dim body wiggled for a moment when he sensed old Luo's dense gaze. His face gradually solidified, revealing a somewhat familiar old face. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. An icy killing intent instantly surfaced on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. His shriveled hand clenched in the air. Surging do qi spluttered out and agglomerated into a crimson sharp long sword. The tip of the sword was pointed and the sound of air being split apart appeared. Immediately, the body of the sword paused and was level with He Mu's head. The crimson edge of the sword emitted a soul-stirring icy cold aura. He Mu, you are merely a wisp of remnant spirit. You should let go of what you should. This era no longer belongs to you. Old Luo's eyes were icy cold as he stared at He Mu. The aura all over his body was like a sharp sword that cut through the empty air and charged to the sky. This caused waves of clear thunder-like sword cries to involuntarily be emitted from 100,000 feet high up in the sky. Xiao Yan's and Qing Mu's gazes landed on He Mu's old face after old Luo's words sounded. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw that shriveled old face. His eyes involuntarily looked to Qing Mu on the opposite side. At this moment, the face that He Mu had transformed into was exactly the same as Qing Mu's face. When Qing Mu saw the expression on He Mu's face, a sorrowful expression involuntarily appeared on his aged face. However, it was quickly replaced by a deep murderous intent. He Mu, don't be so stubborn. It's been a few thousand years. All the resentment should have been resolved long ago. Don't be controlled by those filthy things anymore. My ginseng spirit clan should also leave the secular world. This world isn't suitable for us. In the end, the endless murderous intent was exchanged for a deep sigh and advice. This caused Xiao Yan, an outsider, to feel increasingly confused. However, there was one thing that he could tell. The grudge between them had likely been planted a few thousand years ago. He was merely the fuse. Today he would settle this 1,000-year grudge once and for all. He Mu's old face revealed an extremely rare helpless expression when he heard the advice within Qing Mu's words. That's right. The 1,000-year grudge should have been resolved long ago. Although it has been delayed until today, it is ultimately still ashes to ashes. Old Luo involuntarily frowned when he heard He Mu's sudden change. The long sword in his hand slowly relaxed. When Xiao Yan heard these words, his delicate and handsome eyebrows furrowed even deeper. This sudden 360-degree change caused him to feel that it was a little strange. However, a weariness was revealed on Qing Mu's elderly face in response to this. He deeply exhaled a breath of air, and his entire body suddenly relaxed. Everything that had happened until today was finally going to have a good ending. It was time for this world to be sealed. However, in the next moment, He Mu's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted just as Qing Mu had completely relaxed. Ashes to ashes. Earth may not return to earth. In order to end all of this, Qing Mu, I will have to trouble you to suffer. Before Qing Mu's voice sounded, waves of dark black energy swiftly spread from the countless number of roots deep within the ground below. They swiftly wrapped around the deepest part of the space. At the same time, the expression on Qing Mu's face changed drastically. He lifted his hand and pointed at He Mu. However, He Mu let out a dark and cold laugh. His body moved and he actually ruthlessly charged towards Qing Mu's body. Soon after, he pounced into Qing Mu's body in front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes. Ah. You. A wild and ferocious black aura instantly wrapped around Qing Mu's body. He Mu's figure once again appeared in his mind. Waves of turbulent black aura swiftly spread out and merged into every inch of Qing Mu's body, completely fusing with it. Tsk, Qing Mu, after sleeping for 1,000 years, did you really think that I was not prepared for you? I really have to thank you for helping me nourish this body for so long. However, from now on, it belongs to me. Xiao Yan's body swiftly retreated while he looked at Qing Mu, whose tone had suddenly changed. His eyebrows deeply furrowed. From the looks of it, Qing Mu's body had been forcefully seized by He Mu. When old Luo saw this scene, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly rose on his old face. The long sword in his hand rotated and the long sword streaked across the space in front of him. A sharp sword aura suddenly shot out and shot towards Qing Mu. Qing Mu did not show any intention of dodging in the face of this attack. His body did not move. He looked at the sword aura that shot over and softly laughed. What do you want? Come at me if you wish to kill me. I will stand here and allow you to kill me. I want to see whether I will die first or the owner of this body will die first. This cold laughter was like a basin of cold water being poured over old Luo's head. Old Luo clenched his teeth and the sharp sword aura, which had already arrived in front of Qing Mu, suddenly scattered. Old Luo suddenly waved his right hand in his fury. He violently threw the long sword in his hand. His face carried a furious expression as he looked at Qing Mu, opposite him. Murderous intent surged within his eyes. Qing Mu coldly laughed upon seeing this. He was aware that old Luo had already been restrained. Hence he ignored him. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan, who was swiftly withdrawing. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The dou qi that he had just recovered had been completely exhausted when he tore open the empty space earlier. Even at the final critical moment, he had relied on Gu Yu's attack in order to unleash it. At this moment, the King Kong glass body had already scattered. Just this body alone was unable to endure the torment of this fellow. Xiao Yan also looked over when he sensed He Mu's gaze being shot over. With a glance, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became solemn. At this moment, the jade-green robes of this Qing Mu were covered by numerous mysterious dark black symbols. The jade-green dou qi on the surface of his body had also turned into a dark green color. A faint black aura lingered around Qing Mu. At this moment he had completely turned into He Mu. There was not even the slightest shadow of the Qing Mu from before. Tsk, human brat, you are really not bad. You possess such strength at such a young age. Even I must praise you on this point. In that case, thank you, elder, for your praise. Xiao Yan's body hurriedly withdrew while he stared at He Mu. His voice was indifferent as it was emitted from his mouth. Aha, it's fine. I see that you are quite talented and wish to accept you as a disciple. Why don't you leave with me? Your future achievements will definitely not be limited to this. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He softly laughed and carefully said, "Elder, thank you for your kindness. However, this junior has already acknowledged a master. In this lifetime I will only have one master. I'm afraid that this junior will not have the fortune to enjoy Elder's kindness." "Umph. Why do you speak so much nonsense? Leave with me. No one will be able to save you today." Heimu was the first to lose his patience at this moment. From the faint black aura on his body, one could tell that he had not completely suppressed Qingmu. After all, Qingmu was still in a weakened state. If he did not recover quickly, it was likely that even he would not be able to endure for long. With a stern cry, Heimu waved his large sleeve. A dark green dou qi instantly shot out and broke through the air toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw this. However, before he could react, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that the space around him had actually solidified in an instant. He had been fixed in the air and was unable to move even a little. "Tsk, you should leave with me." Heimu ferociously smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan. His body flashed and he had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His large hand clenched in the air and Xiao Yan's body was grabbed uncontrollably. "Heimu, don't even think about taking him away. With the old me around, no one can touch him." Just as Heimu was about to grab Xiao Yan, old Luo's furious body once again appeared. He beckoned with his large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan. "Tsk, is that so? In that case I must capture him. If you wish to save him, you must first step over my body." Heimu laughed coldly when old Luo's words left his mouth. He once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body flashed and he used it to block between old Luo and Xiao Yan. However, a struggling expression immediately surfaced in front of old Luo. Old Luo, it's me Qingmu, ah." Old Luo looked at Heimu, whose expression was repeatedly changing. His heart was unable to differentiate whether this was Heimu or Qingmu. Moreover, it was more of a struggle against him. Finally, the shriveled hand that was about to strike Qingmu paused a couple of inches away. He knew that no matter what, it was impossible for him to kill Heimu today. "Since this is the case, I shall leave first. I shall not accompany you." Xiao Yan could not avoid the fate of being captured amidst a strange laughter. His body entered the depths of the earth together with Heimu. On the other hand, old Luo could only struggle for a moment with a dejected face before leaving quietly. Chapter 165. In the depths of the earth, within a strange dark green space, two figures stood in the air. "Tsk, human brat, you have caused me to suffer quite a lot of injuries today. Logically speaking, given the taboo that you have violated today, I should dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and make you suffer all kinds of physical pain. After which, I will extract your soul and use these 10,000 evil spirits as the source to crush your soul. After which, I will leave behind a trace of your soul and place it in the soul-burning lamp to be refined for 1,000 years." Heimu controlled Xiao Yan's body with one hand, while his other hand was placed in front of his chest. His large palm slowly opened up, and a black light gathered at the center of his palm. Soon after, it transformed into a cluster of dark black spirit, which continuously twisted within his palm. Faintly, some mournful cries were quietly emitted, causing this strange spirit to cause one's hairs to stand on end. Heimu's hand casually played with the cluster of evil spirits in his palm, while his other hand, which was controlling Xiao Yan's body, casually waved. In the next instant, many thick dark green vines shot out from the space around Xiao Yan's body. They swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body, and tied him to a thick vine that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, Heimu's free hand clenched into the air, and a lamp that was burning with a strange flame appeared in Heimu's hand. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his heart involuntarily trembled slightly, and the expression on his face instantly turned grave. It was likely that these two things were the so-called evil spirit source and soul-burning lamp that Heimu had mentioned earlier. Waves of strange dark and cold aura were emitted from the lamp, causing Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily shiver. Fear also surged from the depths of his soul. These things were truly top-class evil objects in this world. It was likely that even the most powerful person would unavoidably feel fear in his heart upon seeing these things that could torture one's soul, let alone Xiao Yan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Heimu casually played with the two ancient objects in his hands. He glanced at Xiao Yan and saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. A cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Soon after, he snorted softly and clenched both of his hands. A muffled sound was emitted from both of his hands. The cluster of evil spirits and the soul-burning lamp were blasted apart. Immediately after, Heimu once again turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. Glancing sideways, a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes instantly stared at Xiao Yan. His cold gaze was filled with playfulness. When he sensed Heimu's sinister gaze, Xiao Yan instantly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. An icy chill also slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. At this moment, his pale face appeared to be completely void of blood. This Heimu was truly an old ghost that had lived for tens of thousands of years. His gaze was as if he had crawled out from the depths of hell. Heimu's somewhat gray face once again squeezed out a sinister smile. His shriveled hand gently lifted in the air. Dark green vines appeared out of nowhere and took shape in the air. However, your luck is really not bad. Although your strength is nothing much, your body's physique has been forcefully cultivated by you to such a terrifying level that even I feel ashamed of myself. Therefore, when his voice reached this point, Heimu's eyes slightly lifted. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan. Only then did he continue to speak with a sinister smile. I plan to refine you into a puppet. When Heimu's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The skin at the corner of his eyes involuntarily trembled at this moment. In front of this 10,000-year-old demon, regardless of how strong Xiao Yan's willpower was, he still felt as if he had sunk into an endless hell. As the saying goes, one becomes shrewd with age. However, even if one were to call this Heimu an old demon, one would feel as if one was looking down on him. Heimu let out a cold laugh. A kind smile that appeared to be praising was revealed on Heimu's face. However, this caused the fear in Xiao Yan's heart to become even more intense. This face of his was really fickle. Although your strength is a little weak, your growth potential is sufficient to make up for it. Now that you have mastered a puppet body, you will definitely become my most loyal slave in the future. Of course, as your future master, I will also allow you to possess a strength that is even greater than what you possess now or even in the future. Treat this as a reward. I will not remember the grudge between us and allow you to become my right-hand man. I Heimu am indeed as magnanimous as before. Tsk. When he heard Heimu's strange tone, Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly solemn. The little bit of clarity in the depths of his heart was gradually replaced by fear. Or perhaps, he was blinded. A glint flickered in his old eyes. Heimu once again coldly snorted. Soon after, he waved his wide dark green sleeves. Countless vines flashed out and completely wrapped Xiao Yan into a huge vine ball, locking him in place in the air. When he saw that Xiao Yan was sealed within, Heimu finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been tightly suppressed within his body. His entire person also became dispirited at this moment. Even he was unable to endure this kind of forceful resistance. Moreover, the old thing in the depths of his body had yet to be completely suppressed. It was already very difficult for him to intimidate Xiao Yan at this moment. If this continued to drag on, he could not guarantee that the fellow in his body would not charge out. Under the previous transformation, it was already very difficult for him to barely block the combined attack of old Luo and Qingmu. In the end, he was completely bombarded by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, and had already entered a period of weakness. If it was not because Luoao still had some reservations about his body, it was likely that he would have been shattered by Luoao's attack. At this moment, Heimu no longer had any extra strength to bother about Xiao Yan. His previous actions were merely a bluff. His goal was only to intimidate Xiao Yan so that he would not dare to cause any more trouble. After all, Xiao Yan's endless methods caused him to not dare to underestimate him. If Xiao Yan were to attack at this moment, it was likely that even he would be powerless. The current situation was already a great opportunity for him. Only by quickly recovering some of his strength would he have the confidence to control Xiao Yan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to determine who would emerge victorious in the end. His somewhat trembling body became increasingly powerless. Although he wanted to leave this place, his rapidly weakening body slowly bent down. In the end, he curled up into a ball like a frozen dog. The black aura that lingered over his body also gradually disappeared. Specks of dark green light once again surfaced on his grayish-black face, causing his entire body to tremble intensely at this moment. The intense trembling and the increasingly bright jade-green fluorescent light on Heimu's face seemed to have stirred up the unwillingness deep within his heart. While his teeth were chattering intensely, some vague words were emitted from his mouth. I will not let you take it back so easily, ha. His voice had just sounded when numerous black vines tore through the empty space around He Mu's or Qing Mu's body and appeared in front of this body. The moment it appeared, a thick fog-like dark black strange aura swiftly pounced over, completely suppressing the little jade-green fluorescent light that had just recovered. His intensely trembling body also slowly calmed down, and a pair of dark black empty eyes once again surfaced. Chapter 166. The weakness that was emitted from all parts of his body caused Xiaoyan to nearly faint within this dark and narrow space. He had completely squeezed out all of his strength a couple of times, causing his physical body to descend into an extremely weak state. The muscles all over Xiaoyan's body had become unusually sore and painful. Waves of numb and powerless feeling swept over his entire body. The piercing pain that was like being stabbed by needles caused Xiaoyan to descend into a semi-unconscious state. His spiritual strength, which had nearly dried up, caused Xiaoyan's body and soul to have an extremely empty feeling. At this moment, even the most basic breathing of Xiaoyan appeared to be extremely weak. His weak aura was like a thread that was intermittent. Is this really all? An unwilling sorrowful sigh was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's soul. The thread of struggle in the deepest part of Xiaoyan's soul also slowly disappeared. His paper-white face was completely void of blood. A thread of crystal-clear water droplet followed Xiaoyan's icy-cold face and slowly rolled down. A palm-sized densely white flame surfaced within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body while a faint icy aura was being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. It instantly wiped away the cold aura from his body. Brat, it is unexpected that the old me is still needed to intervene. However, it is also true that with your current strength and mental strength, it is really difficult for you to put up any psychological resistance. However, from the looks of it, that fellow is also extremely afraid of you. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as just intimidating you. Guyu's somewhat hoarse elderly voice was slowly emitted from Xiaoyan's body after the dark and cold aura within Xiaoyan's body swiftly withdrew. Within the dusky space, the dark green vines emitted a little fluorescent light, causing the originally pitch-black space to have some light. Within it, a huge vine ball was exceptionally eye-catching. Suddenly, the originally flat space began to distort. Circular ripples began to quietly spread out, and an elderly figure in plain clothes slowly appeared. It was Guyu. Guyu randomly glanced at the large vine ball in front of him. His old eyes slowly swept over the dark green vine. A densely white flame flashed across his eyes. Guyu softly snorted. A thought passed through his mind and a densely white flame suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The extremely frightening temperature caused the space to suddenly explode, revealing an endless empty space. The moment the dense white flame appeared, the enormous vine ball also exploded into nothingness with a bang. Xiaoyan, who was within it, also felt his body become weak as he fell from the sky. Brat, you are really troublesome. Guyu curled his mouth. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible gentle force rose from nowhere. It firmly supported Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, Guyu helplessly sighed. His finger gently pressed on Xiaoyan's brow. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body began to quietly circulate. From the looks of the circulation route, it was the route of the flame archi method. Given Guyu's experience, he would naturally not do something as foolish as using his own do qi to replenish Xiaoyan. That method might be quick, but it was not one that relied on one's own body to refine and absorb the energy obtained. It would more or less cause damage to one's body. Moreover, Xiaoyan had already experienced this method of forceful recovery twice. If he were to use it again given Xiaoyan's current condition, it was likely that there would be repercussions. Forget about Xiaoyan, even Guyu could not accept this. Following the slow circulation of the flame mantra chi method in his body, threads of tiny natural energy slowly gathered from empty space within this somewhat narrow space. With a flash, they entered Xiaoyan's body. Following the circulation of the flame mantra chi method, they were refined by the heavenly flame into threads of pure do qi that entered the vortex. A thread of a faint sleek redness was gradually smeared on Xiaoyan's pale face at this moment. His nearly severed breathing also gradually recovered its calmness. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the walls of this ancient city, the emotions that countless people had suppressed for an entire night finally erupted like wild horses that had escaped their reins. Many human figures of various colors swiftly flew toward the empty square in the city, which had been split into two, in an attempt to occupy a good spot. After all, today's competition was extraordinarily grand. The many sharp and overbearing scenes from yesterday were still incomparably clearly imprinted in everyone's minds. Currently, this empty square, which had been split into two, caused everyone to remember the frightening strength of the black-robed young man in their hearts. Of course, while everyone was shocked by the strength of the black-robed young man, they did not forget that this frighteningly powerful young half-martial emperor's alchemy skills were not the slightest bit inferior to those alchemist grandmasters who specialized in alchemy. Rather than saying that they were here to watch the alchemist competition between these two high-grade alchemists, it was better to say that they were here to watch Xiao Yan's performance. Xiao Yan's might had already intimidated a countless number of people present. Even MOD, who had been famous for a long time, had now ended up with a cold laugh in the mouths of the crowd. Hee, this old fellow is really thick-skinned. He is already someone who has half a foot in the grave, yet he still wants to bully the young to win against Elder Yan Xiao. Elder Yan Xiao's alchemist talent is not something that you can compare with. He has specialized in alchemy for his entire life and has only become a rank 2 alchemist at his old age. Compared to Elder Yan Xiao, who is a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age, there is a distance that even 8 horses cannot catch up to. What a useless person. MOD, who was standing in the air, heard the increasingly heated cold laughter and disdainful words from the surrounding viewing gallery. The wrinkled skin on his face trembled intensely. The veins on his hands under his sleeves had also protruded. The dou qi within his body had also involuntarily begun to circulate. It was like a snake's tongue that was repeatedly extended and extended between his fingers. A pair of eyes that contained killing intent slowly swept over the entire place. Threads of dangerous aura were just like numerous densely cold steel knives that were pressed against the throats of everyone. This caused the mocking expressions on everyone's faces to swiftly withdraw. Perhaps this MOD was indeed extremely lacking compared to Xiao Yan. However, he was still a frightening existence that ordinary experts like them had no way of contending with. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily trembled when they sensed this icy cold gaze of MOD. They hurriedly shut their mouths. In merely a breath's time, the ridicule and disdain from a moment ago had been swiftly covered in this large open ground. The lively open ground had also gradually become quiet. At this moment, a circular water-like ripple suddenly spread out from the calm empty space in the middle of the open ground. The appearance of this scene immediately attracted the gazes of quite a number of people. As this spatial ripple became increasingly intense, an enormous floating stone platform tore through the empty space and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The enormous size of the stone platform caused nearly 1/3 of this large open ground to be covered by it at this moment. Everyone on the stage looked at this small open ground. Their faces were filled with surprise. In the next moment, a familiar elderly voice slowly spread from the stone platform. "Cuckoo, I have made everyone wait for a long time. Due to some small interlude yesterday, there are some things that I have no choice but to settle. However, everyone can rest assured that the Alchemist Grand Meeting today will definitely not disappoint everyone." The old man who spoke was naturally the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Gu Li. As Gu Li's words rang out, the square, which had just become silent, immediately became noisy once again. As for MOD's gloomy and murderous expression, everyone directly ignored him. After all, with an even more frightening expert like Gu Li present, he MOD did not have the guts to stir up any trouble. The corners of Gu Li's mouth revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the open ground once again. Gu Li swept a glance at MOD, who was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Gu Li laughed coldly. Soon after, his gaze once again returned to the entire open ground. His skinny and large hand gently pressed down on the empty space in front of him. A faint pressure spread, causing countless people in the open ground to involuntarily turn their gazes towards Gu Li. Gu Li laughed out loud when he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot towards him. His gaze swept across the entire place. Under the numerous excited gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and laughed. "Everyone, today is the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Of course, it is also the most exciting competition in the history of our Alchemist Association. This is because the 2 alchemists who will appear this time around are both high-rank alchemists. This will be a true fight between the peak." Clamor. Gu Li's sonorous and powerful words had just sounded when the entire open ground turned into an uproar at this moment. Wave after wave of intense cries resounded across the 9 heavens, causing the entire place to tremble slightly. The smile on Gu Li's old face became even more brilliant when he sensed the increasingly lively atmosphere around him. His gaze immediately swept over the entire place. Gu Li's deep gaze paused on MOD for a moment. However, he seemed to have recalled something. That new chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association had yet to show himself. Gu Li's heart carried some unknown emotions. His old eyes narrowed slightly. His sharp gaze slowly swept across the entire place. Finally, it paused on the empty judges' seats. Gu Li's pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his old face also gradually stiffened. An uneasy feeling slowly surfaced within his heart. This fellow, why is he not coming again? After being stunned for a moment, the muscles on the corner of Gu Li's mouth twitched. He muttered in his heart with a bitter smile. However, deep within his heart, there was something different from the last time. This time around he felt extremely uneasy. At this moment, an unusual change once again occurred in the enormous open ground. An enormous spatial whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the vast empty space. Threads of frightening spatial energy caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly become extremely terrified. The aura within was sufficient to swallow the entire savage ancient city in one gulp. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor like Gu Li was absolutely unable to contend against it. Under everyone's alarmed gazes, the frightening whirlpool split apart and formed a large doorway. A pitch-black endless empty space was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the space fluctuated intensely and an old human figure slowly stepped out from within. At this moment, the expressions of all the half-martial emperors present suddenly changed. The gazes with which they looked at the old man were filled with astonishment. Chapter 167. Numerous gazes on the vast empty square were currently looking at the linen-robed elder, who was standing in the sky, with various expressions in their eyes. Those usually high and mighty bandy experts in the viewing gallery had all stood up at this moment. They had instantly forgotten their pride as bandy experts. Their eyes revealed a respectful expression as they looked at the old man. No matter how they looked at him, they would never have imagined that this expert, who had never appeared, would actually come to this place today. However, everyone immediately understood in their hearts when they thought about it. He had actually come for Xiaoyan. Elder Shen in front of the VIP seats frowned slightly as he looked at the elderly figure in the sky. His heart was filled with doubt. Even if the current Xiaoyan was a rank 2 alchemist, was he really worthy of this person personally coming? While everyone was pondering in their hearts, Gu Li, who was closest to the old man, swiftly rushed into the sky. Immediately, he stood a short distance below the old man. This also indicated Gu Li's respectful attitude toward the old man. Gu Li's body paused. He did not hesitate as he bent his waist and respectfully bowed to the old man. At the same time, his mouth spoke with a respectful smile. Junior Gu Li greets old Luo. Only at this moment did the stunned half-martial emperors below instantly recover from their shock. They didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as they flew forward and bowed to Elder Luo. Old Luo merely glanced at them indifferently. His eyes paused on Gu Li for a moment before he carelessly acknowledged them. The countless number of spectators below felt a rich shock lingering in their hearts after seeing this scene. It was impossible to shake it off. There were no less than 30 bandy experts who had rushed into the sky. However, at this moment all of them were extremely respectful to the old man. In other words, just how frightening was this old man, who appeared to have an ordinary appearance. Over 30 bandy experts. It was likely that even an ordinary Dodi would have no choice but to withdraw upon seeing them. However, at this moment, this old man was able to cause this group of Bandi to be so respectful to him. Just how great was his strength? It was likely that Dodi was no longer sufficient to describe his strength. Of course, after everyone heard how the half-martial emperors addressed the old man, they instantly came to a realization. No wonder this old man's strength was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the Luo elder that everyone usually talked about. The next moment, the spacious open ground once again emitted a noise that soared to the sky. From the looks of it, old Luo had actually come to watch Xiaoyan's competition. TSK, even old Luo has personally come. Elder Yin Zhao's reputation is really great. I heard that Lu Qin from the east side had sought old Luo to help in refining a weapon a couple of years ago. In the end, he did not even get to see old Luo. That time Luo had really embarrassed him. Oh? Even Lu Qin was unable to invite old Luo? That is a rank 3 formation master. Hey, what is the use of a rank 3 formation master? That Lu Qin is not much of a person. Moreover, he's just like that old coward MOD. How can he be compared with Elder Yen Xiao? So what if he is a rank 3 formation master? The current Elder Yen Xiao is already a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age. His future achievements are not something that old bastard Lu Qin can compare with. Old Luo's eyesight is really far. Everyone immediately understood in their hearts after hearing this person's explanation. They nodded one after another. In their hearts they became increasingly envious of Xiaoyan. Of course, although they were envious, there were quite a number of people whose eyes had suddenly become determined. Xiao Yan's frightening training talent had stirred the training desire in their hearts at this moment. After returning this time around, quite a number of people present would likely enter a crazy training state. The waves of noise that were transmitted from the open ground below caused Gu Li to involuntarily frown slightly. It was fine if these fellows were usually careless. However, they were actually so agitated in front of this person today. Were they sincerely trying to stir up the other party's dissatisfaction? After all, old Luo's temper was extremely unstable. Immediately, Gu Li cursed in his heart before smiling awkwardly. His eyes carefully looked at old Luo. His face was respectful as he bowed slightly. He cupped his hands together towards old Luo and said with a smile, "Ah, old Luo, the younger generation did not know that elder was here. Therefore we did not arrange a seat for you. I hope that old Luo will not blame us. The younger generation will. There is no need." Before Gu Li could completely spit out the words that were at the tip of his tongue, old Luo's tone was calm as he directly interrupted him. Naturally, Gu Li could only smile awkwardly in response to this. He did not say anything else. Instead, he fixed his gaze on old Luo and quietly waited. In front of this person he was unable to raise even the slightest bit of temper. When the half-martial emperors below saw this, they exchanged glances with each other as they muttered in their hearts. They appeared to be much more respectful and cautious. Clearly they were quite clear about old Luo's temper. Old Luo's gaze slowly swept across the ant-like crowd below. Soon after, it swept past those half-martial emperors one by one. His sharp eyes caused everyone present to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. The reason why this old man has come today is not because of any big matter. I only wish to inform everyone that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will be postponed for a month. A month later, the Alchemist Grand Meeting will continue as usual. His voice was not loud and did not appear to be very imposing and overbearing. However, the meaning within his words caused everyone present to involuntarily be stunned. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at old Luo. Even the dozens of half-martial emperors below had a change in expression at this moment. The reason why old Luo had come today was actually to postpone the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Gu Li also frowned tightly at this moment. Being the chairman of the Alchemist Association and also the host of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting, old Luo's words had directly skipped over him. Moreover, old Luo had even ignored the rules of the Alchemist Association and forcefully postponed the date of the Grand Meeting. This caused Gu Li, the chairman, to feel somewhat embarrassed. When the half-martial emperors below heard these words, they involuntarily frowned. As they looked at each other, the corner of their eyes also swept towards Gu Li. Emodi's old eyes narrowed slightly. A sharp cold glint faintly flickered deep within his pupils. When he saw Gu Li's somewhat ugly expression, Mod immediately understood in his heart that Gu Li had likely not expected old Luo's words. Thoughts flew in his heart. Suddenly Mod's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze swiftly shifted and looked at the black mass of human heads below. A moment later, a glint flashed across Mod's eyes as he swiftly understood in his heart. That fellow is indeed not here. Mod coldly snorted in his heart. His eyes coldly stared at Gu Li. Soon after, his body moved and flew forward. His body stood beside Gu Li. The corner of Mod's eyes met with Gu Li's for an instant. Given Gu Li's familiarity with Mod, he immediately saw the cold smile in Mod's eyes. Although there was a faint uneasiness in Mod's heart, it was already too late. Before Gu Li could do anything, Mod slowly spat out the words from his mouth. Junior Mod greets old Luo. I have long heard of old Luo's great reputation. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet old Luo. Now that I have met old Luo today, I can see that old Luo's strength is indeed exceedingly great. This junior has also been able to broaden my horizons. Old Luo had an impatient appearance in the face of Mod's flattery. He faintly replied. However, he was too lazy to even blink his slightly shut eyes. This scene immediately caused a mocking cold smile to be revealed on the faces of the many half-step emperors below. Did Mod really think that old Luo was an ordinary expert who could be dismissed with a few words? Although his warm face was met with a cold shoulder, Mod also knew in his heart that the old fellow in front of him was not someone he could easily offend. Forget about this savage ancient city, it was likely that even in the entire western region and southern region, the number of experts who could match old Luo's strength could be counted with one's fingers. Hence, although there was resentment in his heart, Mod still viciously scolded old Luo. His face immediately became awkward and he was speechless. He smiled awkwardly upon seeing this. However, after hesitating for an instant, Mod's throat rolled a little. His eyes rotated and once again turned towards old Luo. He coughed dryly before carefully opening his mouth and smiling awkwardly. This junior has a question in his heart. May I know if Elder can answer it? The eyes of the dozens of half-step emperors below twitched when MOD's words left his mouth. However, they immediately laughed coldly. This MOD was asking for trouble. Old Luo's expression did not change as he ignored MOD's words. At this moment he only wanted to see the attitude of the association head, Gu Li. He could not be bothered with the others. MOD's eyes narrowed. He once again cursed in his heart. However, his face still maintained a respectful appearance as he once again opened his mouth and smiled. Old Luo, this alchemist grand meeting is a grand event organized by the Pill Tower in the Middle Region. Although your strength is monstrous, this matter concerns my alchemist association and the Pill Tower. Why? Can't the old me touch an inconspicuous little minion under the Pill Tower? Forget about a small association like yours. Even if those old fellows from the Pill Tower were to come, the old me would not give them any face. You wish to use the Pill Tower to pressure the old me. The Pill Tower will not know even if the old me kills an ant like you. Old Luo's body flashed in the air when he heard MOD's meaningful words. He did not create the slightest fluctuation of aura, but he had already arrived in front of MOD. The clothes of the two were tightly stuck together due to the cold wind. A frightening aura suddenly pressed down on MOD like a ferocious beast. MOD's body instantly distorted under this frightening pressure, while the bones in his body continuously emitted waves of cracking sounds. A deep sense of fear filled MOD's heart and could not be erased. Chapter 168. At this moment, everyone present on the large empty square stood on the spot with shocked faces. They were silent and their eyes would occasionally steal a glance at the old human figure in the empty space. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. With just one strike, the half-DD expert, who was invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, was instantly sent flying like a sandbag. After penetrating through 2 squares, he smashed deeply into the ancient savage city below. In an instant, the land within a 1,000-mile radius of the ancient savage city suddenly shook. A pit appeared in the ancient savage city. Countless people in the sky were stunned as they watched everything that had happened in front of their eyes. Looking at MOD's miserable appearance, was he really a half-DD expert, who was usually high and mighty? While everyone was feeling shocked by MOD's miserable fate, they once again gained a new understanding of old Luo's frightening strength. In the eyes of an expert like old Luo, these half-DD experts were not even comparable to ants. In front of him there was no need to mention one's strength. Only those with sufficiently frightening talent would be able to obtain old Luo's acknowledgement. For example, the man who was currently flickering with bright starlight in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoyan. He shifted his gaze and looked at the bottom of the pit. MOD's originally powerful aura had suddenly disappeared at this moment. His chest heaved, but he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. If he did not undergo emergency treatment soon, it was likely that he would not even be able to keep his life. Humph, remember, if it was not because you still have a fight with Yan Xiao, the current you would not only end up seriously injured. The old me does not have any mercy towards a small fry like you. The old voice reverberated across the sky. Countless people below involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had already beaten MOD until he was seriously injured, yet he still said that he was merciful. What would happen if MOD were to die? Of course, even though everyone present had their own thoughts in their hearts, they were merely thinking about it. No one was foolish enough to open their mouths and say anything. Moreover, old Luo had already clearly told everyone that MOD was not dead. There was reason and evidence. If they were to say another word, the ending would be uncertain. Old Luo gently exhaled. His gaze once again slowly swept over the heads of the countless people below. A divine-like aura was suspended above everyone's heads, causing those fellows who had raised their heads to look at old Luo, to hurriedly lower their heads at this moment and put on a humble appearance. The old me will repeat what I said earlier. The alchemist grand meeting this time around will be delayed by 1 month. The grand meeting will be held as usual after 1 month. If you have any questions, you can directly ask him to find me. The old me will naturally give him an answer. Everyone below, when they heard old Luo's words, old Luo and old Luo, who would dare to doubt old Luo's words? Old Luo did not say anything else when he saw everyone's reaction. He waved his sleeves and the space behind him once again crumbled. His body also slowly entered it. At the same time, everyone in this space felt their tensed bodies suddenly relax. The aura, which had been pressuring everyone, also slowly disappeared. Only at this moment did everyone in the square completely relax. They exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in their chests. Their foreheads had unknowingly been covered with cold sweat. Guli looked at Mod, who was buried deep in the ground, with disdain. In her heart, she knew that this fellow would not die so easily given his tactics. However, she recalled Xiaoyan on a second thought. That fellow seemed to have never appeared since the beginning. Guli sighed for some reason. His gaze swept across the entire square. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered once again. There was naturally no need to mention how powerful old Luo was. However, the person in front of them was not someone that they dared to easily ignore. Everyone, there is no need for me to say any unnecessary words. You can all disperse. Whether you come or not will depend on everyone. Guli did not stay any longer after speaking. His body flashed and drifted away, leaving behind a group of cultivators with different expressions. At the same time, old Luo stood in the air within the mysterious space. The land, which had been destroyed by the big battle last night, had already recovered to its original state. However, only Xiao Yin, He Mu and Qing Mu's figures were missing from this place. Sai Yin Xiao, I don't know if you are dead or alive at this moment. Based on that bastard's condition back then, it should be too late for him to kill you. Unfortunately, even though this is the case, I am still powerless to save you. At this moment, old Luo's previous indifferent expression no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a deep bitterness. With his strength, even when dealing with the seriously injured He Mu, he still appeared so powerless. The uniqueness of this space was not something that old Luo could control. Its true owners were Qing Mu and He Mu. However, Qing Mu was merely a member of the younger generation in front of He Mu. Although his strength was not as great as before, the true core of He Mu was located in the deepest part of this land. Even Qing Mu was unable to touch that place. Currently, Qing Mu was suppressed. This 10,000 acres of ginseng spiritual trees existed in name only in front of He Mu. Xiao Yin had fallen into the core of this land. How could old Luo save him? Old Luo sighed once again. The bitterness in his heart had deepened. The current situation was already a tragedy that could not be helped. Old Luo no longer hoped for miracles. There were many miracles in this world. However, there were also many people who had their bones buried because of such falsehoods. However, old Luo's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. The aura of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body was a little different. A human figure swiftly charged over from within the small dilapidated yet clean and tidy courtyard. His frightening speed of tearing through the empty space did not slow down even a little when he entered the small courtyard. However, an emerald jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand under his sleeve. In the next moment, when the human figure was about to collide with the door, the space around him instantly stirred up a circle of water-like spatial ripples. The human figure was instantly submerged. In the mysterious space, old Luo's tightly knit brows slowly relaxed. He looked into the distance and slowly opened his mouth. "Little fellow, you're here?" As his voice sounded, the space behind old Luo fluctuated. Following which, a young man's figure broke through the air and appeared. Looking at his appearance, it was Luo Jin. After revealing his figure, Luo Jin's gaze landed on old Luo. He bowed slightly and respectfully said with a smile, "Fifth Grandpa, it has been a few days since we last met. Your body is getting stronger and stronger." Hearing these words, the corner of old Luo's mouth revealed a rare warm smile. In front of this brat, it was always difficult for him to put on the airs of an elder. However, he merely smiled and immediately disappeared. He was naturally incomparably clear about the purpose of Luo Jin's visit. It was definitely for Xiao Yan. Sure enough, in the next moment, Luo Jin's expression became a little hesitant. However, after hesitating for a moment, he could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Fifth Grandpa, I have already heard about the matter at the alchemist grand meeting today. I wonder if Brother Yan Xiao, brat, you seem to be very concerned about that little fellow. Why, after so many years, you didn't even want to find a wife for your father. Now you've taken a fancy to this man?" Without waiting for Luo Jin to finish speaking, old Luo narrowed his old eyes and instantly appeared beside Luo Jin. He stared at Luo Jin with a mischievous smile and laughed strangely. When old Luo's words left his mouth, Luo Jin's face instantly turned black. In his heart, he wished that he could send this old face flying with a slap. However, his strength was placed before him. Helpless, he could only quietly curse in his heart. His mouth curled as he viciously said, "Disrespectful old man." With regards to this, old Luo once again emitted a strange laugh. When he saw that there was no longer any worry on Luo Jin's face, he once again opened his mouth and laughed. All right. I won't joke with you. Yin Xiao has his own fortune. Just let him be. When the time comes you will naturally know. However, your grandpa Qing Mu and I still have some matters to settle. You can go ahead first. Yin Zhao's expression changed. Before his voice sounded, old Luo waved his large sleeve. Without waiting for Luo Jin to say anything, he had already been forcefully sent out. Only at this moment did old Luo's previously smiling face once again return to that haggard expression from before. When these words left his mouth, even he knew just how fake and powerless they were. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Yan's predicament did not have any chance of survival. Moreover, Luo Jin's observation ability was different from an ordinary person. If he was allowed to continue staying here, he was afraid that he might discover something. Hence, sending him out earlier was the safest method at this moment. Chapter 169. The dark green vines emitted a demonic glow within the dark black space, causing some life to appear in this deathly silent space. It was also because of this that one was able to clearly see the threads of mottled natural energy in the empty space. Threads of natural energy gathered in the empty space. They were like small streams that merged together, forming an even thicker energy pillar. It turned into an energy whirlpool in the empty space that gathered at a certain spot in this space. A black-robed human figure was seated cross-legged in the deep part of the space as he stood in the empty space. Wild and violent natural energy gathered in the surrounding space and wrapped around the black-robed human figure. Following the inhalation and exhalation of the black-robed human figure, the energy entered the chi paths within his body. After circulating once, it was completely refined, turning into threads of extremely pure do chi that entered the vortex within the black-robed human figure's body. Following the continuous refinement of this endless natural energy, the aura of the black-robed human figure also became increasingly dense. While he trained, the clothes on his body moved without any wind. The natural energy that surrounded his body also formed an enormous energy whirlpool with this human figure at the center. The sharp sound of wind was like waves of beast roars, causing the empty space to involuntarily tremble. The empty space within a 50-kilometer radius of the black-robed human figure also repeatedly collapsed. The wild and violent spatial storm was like a ferocious mountain beast that shattered the empty space and raged around the human figure. However, it appeared to be restrained by some kind of strength. Although it possessed a frightening destructive strength, it was ultimately unable to get close to the human figure. Even the space within a couple of feet around the black-robed human figure did not have the slightest ripple. The space within was as stable as a mountain and was extremely calm. This doomsday-like scene continued for an unknown period of time. However, the aura of the black-robed human figure was as calm as the deep sea. At the deepest part, it was as though there was a dragon hidden in the abyss, deep and unfathomable. An obscure hot aura also spread out from within without anyone noticing. It protected the black-robed human figure. A faint pressure filled this space, causing the frightening spatial storm to appear as inconspicuous as a whirlwind. At a certain moment, the motionless body of the black-robed human figure trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura that was like a green dragon emerging from the sea suddenly surged, shaking all directions. The invisible wave suddenly swept out. The frightening aura easily destroyed this originally dilapidated dark space. In less than a breath's time, the space that was like the end of the world a second ago instantly recovered its previous silence. All the violent aura instantly scattered. The collapsed space was once again washed. The calm space was like a mirror, flat without anything unusual. Who would know that this space had just suffered the most frightening storm in its history? However, this perfect ending did not last for more than an instant. Another massacre ensued. The black-robed figure remained motionless in the silent space. Her gently shut eyes trembled at this moment. Soon after, her bright eyes, which had been shut for half a month, slowly opened. Swoosh! His pitch-black eyes were strangely clear. The deep pupils were like an ancient well that was calm without any ripples. In the deepest part of his eyes, a cluster of nearly extinguished brilliant flames was like an orchid that had seen the sun. The depressed aura rapidly expanded. The moment the black-robed human figure opened his eyes, the brilliant flame in the depths of his pupils was like an arrow that was shot out. It turned into a flame-light beam that was as thick as a thumb. It instantly pierced through the space in front of the black-robed human figure, causing a wave of water-like spatial ripples. In the next instant, the distant space suddenly exploded. A spatial storm that was filled with a destructive aura suddenly swept out in all directions like a berserk magical beast. The peace that had lasted for an instant was once again broken. As the spatial storm swept out, A brilliant flame-light pillar that was 1,000 feet wide suddenly broke through the space. The extremely powerful strength caused the space to rumble. The empty space was like a crushed balloon that was continuously exploding. When the flame-light pillar shot out, the already shattered space continued to explode again and again. Rich devouring power tore apart everything in the space, restoring the empty darkness. Even so, the black-robed figure sitting in the void remained motionless despite the destruction of everything in this space. The space around him was also unusually stable. Before the spatial storm could reach 100 feet around the black-robed human figure, it had already been broken by a mysterious force. Everything that happened around him seemed like an illusion to him. A moment later, when the space around the black-robed human figure was extremely shattered, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that he had been holding in for a long time. At the same time, the black-robed human figure casually waved his fair hand. Everything that had been destroyed around him was restored once again. The surging space also returned to normal. After half a month of rapid training, Xiao Yan's weak body had finally returned to its peak. Due to the fact that he had just become an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor, this half a month of training had allowed Xiao Yan's strength to stabilize. Currently, Xiao Yan's aura was even denser than half a month ago. Although it appeared as if he had only made a slight improvement, the current Xiao Yan was, after all, a half-martial emperor. This seemingly insignificant improvement had allowed Xiao Yan to become even more powerful than before. With Xiao Yan's current strength and his frightening physical body, ordinary 4-star half-martial emperors were simply no match for him. Even if he were to encounter a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would not have to unleash his true strength like before. He would be able to easily defeat them with ordinary dose skills. As for those 6-star and 7-star half-martial emperors, although they possessed extraordinary strength, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to contend against them if they did not use their trump cards. As for 8-star half-martial emperors, he would naturally not be able to deal with them like he did with the 3rd Palace Master. Even though he had killed the 3rd Palace Master, he had also made himself extremely weak. To the current Xiao Yan, 8-star half-martial emperors were no longer a threat. However, the most important thing right now was not those ordinary half-martial emperors. Instead, what Xiao Yan had to face was that old monster from the ancient era. In this space, it was likely impossible for him to escape. Since that was the case, the only way to protect himself was to find He Mu, strike first, and kill him with all his strength. With Xiao Yan's intelligence, he naturally knew that from He Mu's condition that day, he did not have much confidence in defeating He Mu. Using Qing Mu's body to suppress old Luo was the embodiment of his weakness. Controlling Qing Mu's body was already quite a bit of pressure for He Mu. Furthermore, He Mu had already been seriously injured by old Luo and old Luo. It would be impossible for him to recover much in a short period of time. Furthermore, he also had to divide his attention to suppress Qing Mu's soul. Thus, his recovery speed was incomparable to Xiao Yan's. Thus, now was Xiao Yan's best opportunity. It was also his final opportunity to kill He Mu. However, even if he recovered to his peak, Xiao Yan would still have difficulty contending with him given his strength. Fortunately, he still had Old Gu as his trump card. Even if Old Gu did not intervene, it was likely that Old Gu would not leave him in the lurch. This point was evident from the fact that Gu Yu had helped Xiao Yan recover his strength. To him, Xiao Yan was not someone who could be casually abandoned. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan's eyes, which were as calm as an old well, shot into the distance. A frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows. Everything within this space was captured by Xiao Yan's senses. Suddenly Xiao Yan's eyes turned. His sharp gaze swept towards a certain direction in the empty space. He could sense an extremely powerful energy ripple at that spot. Clearly that spot was where He Mu was located. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A heavenly flame danced deep within his pupils. The dou qi within his body was also quietly circulating at this moment. A murderous desire spread across his heart. Those who wish to kill me will definitely be killed. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his heart. His seated body instantly disappeared from this empty space. The invisible empty space was quietly shattered. Chapter 170. Within the dark space, numerous thick dark green vines stood in the empty space like pillars. Waves of dark green light spread out from them. Following the flickering of this light, waves of pure natural energy also flashed past the vines and poured into the cluster of dark black fog below. With the addition of this energy, a powerful and frightening aura also slowly agglomerated within the black fog. The dark black fog that permeated the surroundings also became increasingly thick. It was a long while later when the black fog that had spread apart began to tremble intensely. Waves of painful moans were emitted from within it. There were also waves of teeth-clenching sounds mixed within them. It was a long while later before this ear-piercing sound, which was like an evil ghost chewing on food, gradually disappeared. When one looked at the dark black fog again, it had scattered quite a bit during the churning. Its originally enormous size had also become a little smaller. The black fog regained its calm. A furious curse that was filled with hatred was suddenly emitted from within the black fog. Bastard thing, you actually want to escape from this venerable self-suppression. Once this venerable self recovers some strength in the future, the first thing I will do is to completely destroy you. The black fog was slowly withdrawn after the curse was let out. Finally it returned to the empty space. An old human figure wearing a dark green long robe slowly appeared in this empty space. For an expert like Heimu, half a month of recovery was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Even at this moment, although Heimu's aura had stabilized compared to half a month ago, overall, it still seemed like a waste. Under the situation where there was no external support, it would take a long time for Heimu to completely recover. However, in the blink of an eye, Heimu reacted. Since he needed to rely on external support, that human brat called Yan Xiao seemed to be an alchemist. As long as he had something on him, his recovery speed should be much faster. Being in this kind of weak state was a kind of danger to him. Moreover, deep within his heart, there was a faint uneasy feeling. It was likely that if he did not recover soon, there would be quite a lot of trouble for him. With that thought, Heimu's body was about to move. However, in the next instant he stood still on the spot. Even at this moment, his memory of the big battle half a month ago was still fresh in his mind. At the final moment, Yan Xiao seemed to have used some kind of great way energy in order to injure him. As for the power that could traverse space, if he was not mistaken, it was the great Tao of the void that was ranked among all the great Taos of heaven and earth. Heimu's heart became a little uneasy when he thought of this. Although Xiaoyan had used the void Tao to injure him back then, Heimu clearly understood that the void Tao was the thing that he was truly afraid of when compared to the attack that had snatched him away. Using the strength of a 3-star half-emperor to forcefully tear open the void and use the great way of the void. This was something that even some of the ancient geniuses that Heimu was aware of were unable to do. How was it possible for Xiaoyan to do so by himself? Moreover, this was not the only thing that caused Heimu to feel suspicious. Regardless of how one looked at it, the two heavenly flames that Xiaoyan had used back then gave him an extremely strange feeling. The bone-chilling flame and the nihility-devouring flame were not as simple as just seed flames. However, Heimu, this old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years, also had difficulty guessing why they were like that. Damn it. Just who is that brat? Why is he so troublesome? Moreover, those two things. Just what the hell is going on? Heimu cursed quietly. He felt quite helpless in his heart. Although Xiaoyan's strength was lacking, his endless tactics and the protection of the heavenly flame caused even him to involuntarily feel a little afraid. After all, the current him was far weaker than before. Damn it, if it is not because this venerable self has yet to recover his strength, how would such an ant even have the right to speak? Heimu once again cursed softly. He was too lazy to be bothered. Regardless of how many tactics Xiaoyan had, it was a fact that he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame, it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything without the support of his master. As long as he personally attacked, Xiaoyan would definitely die. Humph! Heimu let out a cold snort. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the huge vine ball that had sealed Xiaoyan in his memories. However, Heimu's body, which was about to rush forward, suddenly paused in the next instant. His pair of dark green eyes were instantly covered by a surprised expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Heimu slowly lifted his eyes. A delicate and handsome mature face was slowly reflected in his eyes. This person was actually Xiaoyan, who had been sealed by him. What? Are you very surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. When he heard the surprised words from Heimu's mouth, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a cold smile as he spoke in an indifferent tone. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, Heimu's heart was once again shaken. From this fellow's aura, it seemed that he had completely recovered to his peak. Half a month to recover to his peak. How could a half-emperor's strength be so fast? Moreover, wasn't he already in a deep slumber at that time? How could he have actually woken up? You, stinking brat, who exactly are you? A mere half-emperor actually dares to spout such nonsense in front of this venerable self. Aren't you afraid that this venerable self will destroy you? At this moment, He Mu's heart involuntarily turned solemn. The Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Furthermore, he was currently in a weakened state. If he wanted to kill Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would have to spend another half a month of hard work. Xiao Yan stared at He Mu in front of him. In his heart, he was clearly aware of this fellow's intentions. However, given the current situation, he naturally did not have the time to think too much. The only thing he could do now was to fight it out with this fellow. Whoever won would live. That was all. Humph, do you really think that you are still the same person as before? How dare you call yourself this venerable self? With your current strength, even if you were to fight me, you would have to use all your strength. At the end of the day, you are merely a piece of trash. When Xiao Yan's mocking words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately twitched violently. As a practitioner from the ancient times, although he was currently in dire straits, it was still not up to this ant in front of him to criticize him. Today he must tear this human brat in front of him into pieces. Ah! And you actually dare to insult this venerable self in such a manner. You are really seeking death. Don't think that this venerable self can fight with this venerable self just because this venerable self is at a low point. If this venerable self really wants to kill you, it is merely a matter of a thought. Therefore, ant, die for this venerable self. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's furious body suddenly flashed. His hand turned into a claw that was accompanied by a frightening black-green dough chi. It tore through the empty space and violently slashed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort when he saw this. A solemn expression surfaced in both of his eyes. His body moved and he was similarly fearless as he faced He Mu's claw head-on. Chapter 171. The sharp hand claw was accompanied by a frightening might that could tear apart everything as it swept through the air. The empty space was instantly shattered wherever it passed. Even though the sharp wind was a great distance away, it still caused the countless number of vines to snap. The sharp aura was just like a blade as it cut through the empty space. It transformed into numerous sharp force that swept in all directions. Even the empty space was mercilessly cut apart wherever it passed. He Mu's face was dark as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was also charging over. There were traces of bloodthirsty glints flickering within his eyes. Being an ancient evil spirit, he had eaten an unknown number of humans. Even though Xiao Yan was powerful, it was also because of this that the bloodthirsty feeling in his heart was even denser. Today he would not only kill this human in front of him, but he would also turn him into his first human meal in thousands of years. His charging body suddenly shook. His hand claw was waved with great force. Dark green dough chi spread apart like a fog and lingered around He Mu's body. His charging body also became increasingly swift. It was just like a dark green light beam that instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a frightening might that could destroy the world as it charged towards Xiao Yan. TSK, Yen Xiao, this venerable self shall give you another blessing today. There are not many humans who can be swallowed into this venerable self's stomach. He Mu's scarlet eyes became even more bloodthirsty as he charged forward. The strange black lines on his old face appeared to be alive at this moment as they continued to twist and wiggle. His dark green tongue violently licked his purple-black lips. The bloodthirsty feeling became even denser. The iciness on Xiao Yan's face became denser and colder when he heard He Mu's bloody and evil words. This He Mu was really extremely evil. It seemed that he had done quite a number of vicious things in the ancient times. No wonder he would be suppressed by an expert. From Xiao Yan's point of view, a person like He Mu was precisely someone that he could not tolerate the most. After seeing the brutality and bloodthirstiness of the Han clan, the current Xiao Yan could be said to kill such a person if he could. The expression on Xiao Yan's face became increasingly dark and cold when he thought of this. Bright flames swiftly gathered in his fire eyes and a bright fire lotus was swiftly formed. Immediately, this fire lotus swiftly rotated in Xiao Yan's eyes. A frightening flame strength swiftly gathered in the middle of the lotus. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was charging forward, suddenly shook. He waved his right arm with great force and a brilliant flame instantly rose, transforming his entire right arm into a firearm. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body rose. He suddenly clenched his right fist. His hand, which was wrapped in flames, emitted a clear metallic sound when it was clenched. Under the flame, purple gold dragon scales covered his muscular arm. Xiao Yan's hand had also turned into a dragon claw when he clenched his fist. This also caused Xiao Yan's right arm to become even thicker at this moment. When he swung it, a sharp rushing wind sound continuously sounded. Ah! If you want to eat me, we will have to see if you have such a big appetite. Xiao Yan's foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. The space within 5,000 kilometers below instantly collapsed. A countless number of black-green vines were instantly shattered. Xiao Yan's body also transformed into a fiery ray of light that cut through the empty air. His fist violently smashed toward He Mu's hand claw. "Tiske, the human brat, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish." Before his voice sounded, He Mu's right hand, which had turned into a claw, was suddenly extended. The frightening force at the tip of his finger turned into numerous invisible thorns that pierced through the empty space. In the next moment, the two streaks of light violently collided in the pitch-black void. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread. The entire mysterious space began to tremble intensely at this moment. The originally empty space continued to collapse time and time again at this moment. The violent spatial storm was actually shattered by the wild and violent Do-Chi storm that was created from the collision between the two of them the moment it appeared. At this moment, everything within this space had been swallowed by the empty space. The entire space had turned into a vacuum. Even breathing had become a little difficult. "Tsk, brat, your strength is indeed not bad. No wonder old Luo has taken a fancy to you. However, it all ends here. Today you will definitely become food in this venerable self's stomach." He Mu's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. A bloodthirsty glow spread in all directions like fresh blood. The green veins on his shriveled hand claw were exposed. Dark green Do-Chi spluttered out from his palm and contended with Xiao Yan's fist. A sharp force spread out from the tip of his finger, causing the empty space around him to repeatedly collapse. His thin fingernails had also become extremely sharp at this moment. A random wave was sufficient to cut through the empty space. Of course, even though the words from his mouth were incomparably sharp, He Mu did not dare to be careless in his heart. Xiao Yan's strength was not just for show. Even if the current him were to use all his strength, it was likely that he would only be able to fight to a draw with Xiao Yan. However, this was merely a guess in He Mu's heart. After all, he had never seen all of Xiao Yan's tactics. If Xiao Yan still possessed some powerful Do skills, the ending would likely be unpredictable. He Mu's heart became increasingly solemn as he thought of this. However, in the next instant, a ruthless expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan's heart was also quite solemn when he heard He Mu's ruthless words. However, his face revealed a cold smile. The enormous fist that collided with He Mu's hand claw suddenly shook. Xiao Yan and He Mu involuntarily took half a step back. The narrow battleground between the two of them had also suddenly separated. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the instant he pulled back. His footsteps changed and he used the sky extinction steps. In an instant he had already retreated 10,000 kilometers away. A pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu from a distance. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His right fist once again clenched with force. A thought passed through his mind and the fierce flames on his firearm instantly soared. The fire spread and wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. Immediately, a pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu in the distance at this moment. A beautiful fire lotus swiftly rotated deep within his eyes. Swoosh! When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on He Mu's forehead, the fire lotus deep within Xiao Yan's eyes immediately solidified. An incomparably sharp and beautiful fire-light beam instantly shot out from the center of the lotus. The moment the fire-light beam shot out, it swelled with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a fire-light pillar that was a couple of 1,000 feet wide. It violently smashed toward He Mu. He Mu's shady old eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line when he saw this. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this decisive and vicious attack of Xiao Yan's. However, although the strength of this attack of Xiao Yan's was extraordinary, He Mu was also not someone who was easy to deal with. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent Do-Chi within his body immediately surged. Immediately, one could see He Mu widen his large mouth. A similarly incomparably overbearing dark green Do-Chi light pillar immediately shot out from his mouth. In merely an instant, it turned into a dark green Do-Chi light pillar that did not lose to Xiao Yan's fire light pillar. At this very moment, looking from a distance, the thick fire light pillar and the dark green Do-Chi light pillar were just like two enormous beasts that towered into the sky. In comparison, Xiao Yan and He Mu were just like ants. In the next instant, two frightening light pillars that could be said to be able to destroy the world suddenly collided in front of the cold gazes of the two of them. Bang! In the next moment, the color of this space suddenly changed. Chapter 172. Bang! The violent collision caused the space within a 100-kilometer radius of the two of them to once again collapse. After this violent collision, the two of them, who had been fighting for a long time, finally pulled back by 500 kilometers. Their eyes met with each other and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The result of the collision between the two frightening light pillars caused the two of them to be seriously injured. Heimu was already injured. At this moment he was under quite a lot of pressure after experiencing such a frightening exhaustion. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also not having a good time. Although he had the heavenly flame protecting his body, Heimu's strange dark green do qi was extremely troublesome. Even his heavenly flame had difficulty refining it. This also caused Xiaoyan to be struck by the remnant waves of the dark green do qi light pillar. Over half of the heavenly flame that wrapped around his body had scattered. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan's physical strength was strong, it was likely that he would have suffered quite a great loss. Humph! Stinking brat, don't think that you can fight with this venerable self just because of the strength of your physical body. This venerable self will let you know later that this venerable self is nothing in my eyes. The muscles on the corner of Heimu's mouth twitched repeatedly as he endured the intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. His old face was also covered in patches of green and purple. Adding the bloodstains all over his body, it was obvious that he had suffered quite a great loss at Xiaoyan's hands in the fight earlier. However, compared to the fist imprints on his body, the thing that caused Heimu to feel the most pain was the burned scars under his tattered robe. The might of the heavenly flame was really frightening. Even with Heimu's strength, it was greatly reduced in front of it regardless of how great his strength was. Of course, if Heimu had not forcefully seized Qingmu's physical body, it was likely that he would not have ended up in such a state. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he heard Heimu's vicious words that were still filled with an imposing aura. Did this Heimu really think that he was still the all-powerful him from back then? Moreover, with the strength of Xiaoyan's current physical body, this Heimu actually called him weak. Could it be that he had forgotten that the current Xiaoyan was merely a small bandit? With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, he possessed a frightening physical body capable of rivaling experts of the same cultivation. The power of his physical body was already extremely frightening. With Xiaoyan's current physical body, it was likely that even in the entire continent, the number of people who were able to cultivate their physical body to such a level as a 3-star half-martial emperor would not be able to be counted on one's fingers even in the several tens of thousands of years of history. Xiaoyan's terrifying strength in the path of body refinement naturally went without saying. Xiaoyan laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze suddenly became cold. If they were to compete in do qi, he might really be afraid of this fellow. Who knew what kind of hidden moves an ancient demon still had? However, if they were to compete in physical strength, he had the confidence to destroy Heimu. Since you still do not place me in your eyes, I will let you do the same. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook as he coldly cried out. A thought passed through his mind and he instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. His body, which was wrapped in raging flames, rose from the ground and swiftly transformed into a 1,000 feet tall King Kong giant god. Under the influence of the heavenly flame all over his body, the current Xiaoyan appeared just like a god descending from the heavens. His might filled the sky. The monstrous heavenly flame was just like a fire dragon as it coiled around Xiaoyan's body. The frightening flame light caused the dark and deep empty space to become brighter. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's strong body did not pause even a little. His large hand, which was large enough to blot out the sun, suddenly clenched. The space under his hand was just like a balloon that had been flattened. An explosive sound was emitted as the surrounding dark black space once again collapsed. He clenched his enormous fist and a hot flame spread out with it. A force gathered in his palm and the do qi within his body swiftly circulated to every part of his body at this moment. The muscles all over his body were as hard as mysterious steel. Ha! Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a long dragon-like roar to the sky as he sensed the frightening strength that had been accumulated in his body and was ready to be unleashed. With this long roar, Xiaoyan's large foot suddenly stomped on the air. Immediately, the tens of thousands of kilometers of empty space below Xiaoyan instantly collapsed. His body was like a cannonball that had been fired, shooting towards Heimu 1,000 miles away. Although the cold wind was 1,000 miles away, it still made Heimu feel suffocated. The tattered clothes on his body tightly clung to the surface of his body, making Heimu feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Humph! With a cold snort, Heimu's body was unafraid. The aura all over his body pierced through the empty space like a giant sword. His foot suddenly took a step forward, shattering the empty space as an invisible pressure swiftly spread. The pressure that Xiao Yan had unleashed on He Mu immediately vanished. A mere human brat. Even if you have some ability, you are merely SOSO. Do you really think that this sovereign can't do anything to you? It's merely a slightly stronger physical body. Don't forget that this world belongs to Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The same body is merely a small path. Before his voice faded, He Mu's left palm suddenly struck the empty space. Space shattered as wave after wave of strange pitch-black fog spread from within, swiftly wrapping around He Mu's left palm. As the strange pitch-black fog wrapped around He Mu's palm, He Mu's complexion turned a little pale. His originally abundant aura also became somewhat sluggish. Immediately, however, He Mu's face was once again filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was charging over explosively. He laughed out loud and killing intent surged within his eyes as he coldly laughed. Since your body is at the saint level, come and have a taste of this sovereign's heart-shattering palm. Let's see if you are really that powerful. TSK. As his voice faded, He Mu's bowed figure instantly disappeared from the empty space. In the next instant, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded as He Mu's figure appeared. His pitch-black palm was like a stone tablet as it viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily shrank a little when he saw this scene. His heart violently pounded as a sliver of fear quietly rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was even more alarmed when he felt the sliver of fear from the bottom of his heart. He Mu's palm had caused him to feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. The heart-shattering palm was truly as its name suggested. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Yan to be the slightest bit careless. The fear in his heart would only cause him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Hence, even though Lin Dong had the intention in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. He poured all of his energy into this punch, causing the might of his punch to soar. Just the remnant force was enough to cause He Mu, who was standing in front of him, to once again feel a pressuring force. In the next instant, the frightening attacks of the two finally collided violently. The frightening might transformed into wave after wave of frightening storms that engulfed the entire space. At this moment, the entire space had become violent. The instant the heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's, the raging heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's large firearm completely poured out and pounced towards He Mu's body. This caused He Mu's expression to change involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to withdraw. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was so powerful that even he was unwilling to be contaminated by it. The frightening force on his fist was just like a dragon emerging from the sea as it violently smashed against He Mu's pitch-black palm. With his frightening physical body, coupled with the double strengthening of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the King Kong glass body, the strength of Xiao Yan's punch was sufficient to defeat a one-star half-emperor. When the force on his fist poured out, the expression on He Mu's face suddenly became grave. His skinny body involuntarily trembled violently. His firm mountain-like feet also involuntarily took half a step back. Only at this moment did He Mu truly understand how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. Even with his strength, he was still forced back by Xiao Yan's attack. Currently, Xiao Yan was a half-emperor. Other than those existences who truly stood at the peak of the half-emperor class, it was likely that there was no one else who could force Xiao Yan back. The current Xiao Yan was comparable to a high-level half-emperor among the half-emperor experts. However, if one were to look at Xiao Yan's current strength based on the surface, his strength was merely that of an advanced 3-star half-emperor. Normally speaking, a 5-star half-emperor would be able to easily deal with a half-emperor expert of this level. However, Xiao Yan was an anomaly among them. Of course, while Xiao Yan's strength was acknowledged by He Mu, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart became even denser. He Mu's heart-shattering palm also caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably shocked from the bottom of his heart. There was no other reason. This heart-shattering palm was actually a true E-class Do skill. The moment his heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's palm, Xiao Yan immediately clearly sensed that his heart had actually been shattered at that instant. An incomparable aura of death also lingered over Xiao Yan's already shattered heart. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clearly sensed that the spiritual strength that he had always been proud of was actually scattered by a single blow at this moment. At that moment, it was as though his soul had been shaken out of his body. Both his soul and body had actually died at that instant. If it were not for Xiao Yan's intelligence being far greater than an ordinary person and the heavenly flame restraining He Mu, it was likely that even if he did not die at this moment, he would at least end up seriously injured and defeated. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still felt waves of intense pain being emitted from his heart at this moment. Waves of intense pain that penetrated deep into his bones were also emitted from deep within his soul. In merely a couple of breaths' time, even the King Kong glass body that Xiaoyan had displayed was broken without being attacked. The godlike King Kong body suddenly scattered. Xiaoyan's body flew backwards uncontrollably. The aura of the heavenly flame on his body had also completely scattered. Puff! At the same time that he flew backwards, a large mouthful of fresh blood was also angrily spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. TSK, how is it? Even if one's physical body has become a saint, it might not be able to protect one's heart. Suddenly He Mu's dark cold laughter was transmitted over from nowhere and flew into Xiaoyan's ears. It caused his scattered spirit to swiftly stabilize in a moment of anxiety. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan also keenly sensed that his own spiritual strength had already been exhausted until there was not much left. This heart-shattering palm was really terrifying. Is this an E-class dose skill? Chapter 173. TSK. Physical Body Sanctification. This venerable self wants to see just how many heavy blows your 3-star half-martial emperor body can withstand from this venerable self. He Mu laughed. His body flashed and suddenly appeared below the continuously falling Xiaoyan's body. Energy gathered on his right leg and it ferociously kicked upwards. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding was emitted. Xiaoyan's falling body suddenly paused in the air. Following which, a frightening force completely invaded Xiaoyan's body. An instant later, that frightening force suddenly erupted and wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. A clear bone-cracking sound was also emitted. If it was not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiaoyan's vital channels, it was likely that this attack alone would have been sufficient to take Xiaoyan's life. In the next instant, Xiaoyan, who was spitting out fresh blood from his mouth, was like a cannonball. With a bang, he was completely unable to control himself as he forcefully broke through the air above his body and shot towards the depths of the endless void. A large amount of fresh blood was spat out without any regard for money wherever it passed. It scattered and drifted down. Within a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan had completely turned into a blood person. Bang! 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 In an instant, successive bangs resounded over this space like a cannon. One could vaguely see a figure covered in blood continuously shuttling back and forth in this empty space. However, the way he shuttled back and forth was quite strange. TSK, get up. Isn't it physical body sanctification? Isn't it diamond body? Come. Spar with this venerable self again. TSK. With a flash of his body, He Mu once again appeared in the air above Xiaoyan's body. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with ridicule. With a ferocious laugh, the corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a ruthless expression. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the position of Xiaoyan's heart on his chest. Brat, you are the first person in many years to be able to keep your heart intact after receiving my heart-shattering palm. Therefore, I would like to see how your heart is different from other people's hearts. Before his voice faded, He Mu's right hand suddenly stretched out. His palm transformed into a claw and viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's heart. If this claw struck its target, a bloody hole would definitely appear on Xiaoyan's chest. In the next moment, He Mu's hand claw had already shattered Xiaoyan's chest. The sharp force caused traces of fresh red blood to involuntarily appear on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's flat chest caved in under this sharp force. Fresh blood also spouted out from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Puff! With a puff sound, a beautiful flame angrily spat out from Xiaoyan's heart. The fierce flame turned into a huge fireball that shot toward He Mu. Seeing this scene, He Mu's expression instantly changed. However, his ice-cold expression became extremely gloomy in the next moment. However, He Mu also clearly knew that his current situation was not as stable as it appeared on the surface. The current him did not have the ability to randomly use an E-class do technique. That heart-shattering palm earlier had already exhausted quite a lot of his essence. Seeing this heavenly flame, protecting its master at this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless even though he was furious in his heart. The reputation of a heavenly flame was after all not for nothing. Even this old demon from 10,000 years ago was also extremely afraid of it. Immediately, He Mu's hand claw, which was viciously clawing downwards, was instantly withdrawn. Soon after, his hand was suddenly inserted into the empty space in front of him. With a violent pull, a large section of the dark green vine was forcefully pulled out. Go! With a cry, He Mu's hand viciously swung that section of vine out. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on his face. Immediately, that section of vine was about to collide with the fireball. A thought passed through his mind and the dark green vine suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling green light. After which, that section of dark green vine suddenly exploded. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm instantly swept apart. The strength of the fireball was also forcefully blocked by this explosion. Humph. So what if you have a heavenly flame, protecting your body? As long as I break this heavenly flame of yours, you will still be a dead soul under this venerable self's claws. With a stern cry, He Mu's body suddenly flashed and once again appeared below Xiao Yan's body, which was continuously falling. A fist was suddenly thrown out and once again sent Xiao Yan's falling body flying with a bang. Soon after, He Mu's body once again appeared directly above Xiao Yan's body. His hand claw was abruptly extended downwards and ruthlessly pierced into Xiao Yan's chest. Clang. However, what welcomed him was a sharp clang sound and bright sparks. An enormous force surged and Xiao Yan's body once again fell abruptly. He Mu's hand claw was startled and paused in the empty space. His pair of dark eyes were also filled with rich surprise. Based on his strength, this claw that could casually pierce through the empty space was actually unable to break through the surface of Xiao Yan's body. This truly caused this old fellow, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to feel extremely shocked. However, in the next instant, He Mu's pupils once again shrunk. At that moment, he seemed to have clearly seen a layer of scales on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Moreover, his powerful attack was blocked by those scales. That is... Faintly, He Mu felt that he seemed to have seen that layer of scales on Xiao Yan's body somewhere before. However, in the next instant, He Mu, who had yet to fully recover his senses, suddenly fell down uncontrollably. A huge force was transmitted from his wrist and controlled his body to fall downwards. I have no choice but to admit that no matter how weak the ancient practitioners were, they still possessed strength that could not be underestimated. However, you are still not qualified to compete with me in terms of physical strength. Suddenly, a somewhat tired and cold voice gently floated into the black fungus. Soon after, He Mu instantly regained his senses. The owner of this voice was actually Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would never have imagined that this human brat, who had forcefully received his heart-shattering palm, would actually have the strength to retaliate at such a time. A younger generation member with such strength could really be called terrifying. However, before He Mu could have any other thoughts in his heart, a tyrannical and violent force suddenly pounced towards him. This matter happened in an instant. Even with He Mu's character, he was unable to dodge it. Therefore, even though He Mu could feel the tyrannical and ruthless force of the force, he was ultimately unable to dodge it. There was no way for him to dodge, and that extremely powerful attack ruthlessly smashed onto He Mu's face. Only when that attack arrived, He Mu finally understood that this attack was actually Xiao Yan's heavy punch. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was stealthily emitted as He Mu's face instantly distorted. Chapter 174. In the air, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was dyed with blood, was violently grabbing He Mu's neck with one hand. His entire body was like a duck as he hung in the air. The excessive strength caused He Mu's originally dark face to become completely red at this moment. A pair of dark eyeballs were forced to protrude outwards and were about to fall out. An E-class Do technique is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, the current you is unable to unleash its true strength. If you only have this much, I think that you have lost today. Xiao Yan gently spat out a mouthful of saliva that was filled with a bloody sweetness. His other hand gently rubbed his chest. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched occasionally as he spoke in a dense tone. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that this heart-shattering palm was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. With just his current physical body and spiritual strength, it was really difficult for him to resist that frightening strength. Given Xiao Yan's current physical body, after the heart-shattering palm strength was completely unleashed, an extremely deep crack line was unsurprisingly split open in Xiao Yan's heart. If it were not for the protection of the D bloodline and the heavenly flame within his body, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have difficulty standing up. Of course, this was not all. As an E-class Do technique, the heart-shattering palm did not only harm one's physical body. Xiao Yan's spirit had also been completely scattered by that palm. His spiritual essence had also nearly been injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had stepped into the realm of a rank 2 alchemist, it was likely that this attack would have caused Xiao Yan to end up seriously injured. From this, one could see just how frightening an E-class Do technique was. Most importantly, the current He Mu's strength was not even 1/10,000th of back then. Being able to barely use it had already caused him to pay a huge price. Being able to unleash such a frightening strength that caused even Xiao Yan's heart to palpitate, the strength of this heart-shattering palm, went without saying. Today Xiao Yan was only barely able to withstand this frightening palm strike by relying on his powerful physical body and spiritual energy. However, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, not to mention a 3-star half-martial emperor, even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand this palm strike. Once again, Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart at the terror of this heart-shattering palm. The gaze that he used to look at He Mu became increasingly cold. The hand that was placed on his chest suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame on it gushed out from his pores with a puff, sound and covered his entire hand. Then Xiao Yan pulled He Mu, who looked like a dead chicken, in front of him. His mouth was close to He Mu's ear as he slowly spoke in a low voice. "Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Then, let me see just how strong your physical body is compared to mine, whose physical body is so weak in your eyes." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's extremely imposing punch violently smashed into He Mu's chest. The powerful and overbearing frightening force caused He Mu's skinny chest to immediately sink in. From the outside, He Mu's entire body looked just like a shriveled balloon, appearing extremely frightening. Crack. A clear sound quietly spread. An unknown number of the ribs on He Mu's chest had been shattered by this sound. The long robe on his back, which could barely be considered intact, also seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of enormous force. With a bang, it was torn apart. On the fist, an extremely powerful and frightening hidden force whizzed out like a volcanic eruption. It completely poured into He Mu's body, causing muffled explosive sounds to continuously be emitted from within He Mu's body. After receiving such a frightening punch, even He Mu found it difficult to endure. The qi and blood in his body churned intensely. Fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth, following his dry lips and rolling down. However, just as the bright red blood was about to drip onto the back of Xiao Yan's hand, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness by an invisible fierce flame amidst a chi-chi sound. Xiao Yan's expression became denser and colder after the punch landed. His hand, which was pinching He Mu, was suddenly swung upward with great force. His strong body suddenly turned on the spot and a brilliant heavenly flame instantly rose on his right leg. A high temperature spread apart and the surrounding empty space appeared to have melted as wave after wave of water-like ripples spread out. It was as though the ice had melted. In the next moment, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's face. The rich dou qi within his body swiftly gathered on his right leg. Under the support of the dou qi, the fiercely burning heavenly flame appeared incomparably dazzling like a shooting star. Octane blast. A glint shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes as he suddenly emitted an explosive cry in his heart. At the same time, his right leg, which was wrapped in a frightening heavenly flame, was suddenly swung forward. The cold wind was just like the edge of a blade that instantly tore through the empty space. Its frightening speed turned into waves of ear-piercing sonic booms that spread across the empty space. That frightening whip leg carried a frightening energy wind the instant He Mu's body flew up and violently smashed into He Mu's shriveled chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like explosion was mixed with a wave of clear bone-breaking sounds as it was emitted with a bang. At the same time, a circular brilliant flame wave spread out vertically with the point of impact as its center. However, before the flame wave could completely scatter, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. Explode! Bang! A bright explosion was suddenly emitted from within He Mu's body after he let out an explosive cry. Scarlet blood spurted out from all over He Mu's body. At the same time, his body also flew backwards like a meteor when this explosive sound was emitted. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he was naturally extremely clear in his heart that his powerful attack, which appeared to be able to seriously injure a 1-star half-martial emperor, was actually just SOSO when it came to someone like He Mu. This punch of Xiao Yan's was able to injure He Mu's physical body, but it was unable to harm his essence. As long as his essence remained unharmed, it would ultimately be useless no matter how much strength Xiao Yan used. Most importantly, this physical body did not belong to He Mu. Hence, if he wanted to end this endless battle, he could only make a final gamble and decide the victor in one round. Seeing that He Mu had been blown to the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan also sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax so easily. His body also swiftly withdrew as he once again spoke in his heart. "Old Gu, I hope that you can lend me a hand again. Xiao Yan's body emitted a bang after his voice sounded. A fierce, dense white flame was ignited on his body. Bone-chilling flame. The appearance of the bone-chilling flame caused the space around them to become distorted at this moment. The empty space was just like mud, appearing incomparably viscous. The originally thin air caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing at this moment. If it was not because his strength was sufficient to allow him to breathe, it was likely that he would have difficulty enduring until the final moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart following the appearance of the bone-chilling flame. The heavenly flame within his body swiftly surged out. The lineup this time around was undoubtedly much stronger than the few times he had fought with an 8-star half-martial emperor. Other than the Nihility devouring flame, all the heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were present. Clusters of different colored heavenly flame essence bloomed magnificently like flowers. However, no one would underestimate the frightening strength contained within those few flowers. Xiao Yan's expression gradually became solemn after he took out these 4 clusters of fiercely burning heavenly flames. These heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were under his control. Naturally, there would not be much of a problem when merging with these heavenly flames. At the very most, it would exhaust him a little. However, the borrowed bone-chilling flame was a true external aid. Forget about the rejection of the bone-chilling flame, even his own heavenly flame would not tolerate the existence of the bone-chilling flame. Although the bone-chilling flame's rejection of Xiao Yan could be ignored due to Old Gu's existence, the strength of the bone-chilling flame was still present. With the support of Gu Yu's true essence body, it was impossible for the bone-chilling flame and Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to obediently cooperate. This was another great difficulty for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. The merging this time around was much more difficult than the previous few times. However, before Xiao Yan could have any thoughts, He Mu's figure once again appeared at the edge of the distant empty space. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. The 2 explosive attacks from earlier were unable to harm He Mu. Xiao Yan's frown immediately became twisted when he saw this scene. He steeled his heart and Xiao Yan's feet moved. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body also entered the empty space and roamed all over the place. The space exploded and He Mu's blood-drenched body appeared at the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. He Mu frowned slightly. Xiao Yan's speed had really exceeded his expectations. TSK, this brat is really extraordinary. Not only is he not weak, but his fleeing speed also exceeds an ordinary person. He Mu quietly sighed in his heart. Xiao Yan's tactics were really not weak. Just this agility do skill alone caused even He Mu to sigh in amazement despite his experience. However, He Mu once again emitted a strange laughter the next moment. His body moved and his claw violently grabbed at a certain empty space. Bang! A bang sounded and He Mu once again frowned. There was only a tattered robe under his hand. Xiao Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. TSK, lucky brat. This venerable self wants to see just how many times you can dodge. He Mu's body once again flashed before his voice sounded. He instantly disappeared from this empty space. At the same time, the empty space suddenly exploded at a certain empty space 100 kilometers away. A shriveled hand suddenly extended from the empty space and crushed the empty space under the hand. Bang! However, it was a pity that the outcome was not as ideal as he had expected. What he caught in his wide palm was a piece of torn robe. Humph! A cold snort sounded. At this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless. Xiao Yan's speed was not just for show. If he wanted to capture him, he would really need to use some strength. A thought passed through his mind and He Mu's body once again flashed. At the same time, his shriveled hand claw suddenly grabbed at a certain spot in the empty space. The empty space was immediately clamped and everything within it was sealed within. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to this time around. He Mu's furious cry suddenly sounded. His hand claw violently pierced into the empty space and suddenly clenched. This time around, the expected fresh blood did not appear. On the contrary, the expression on He Mu's shriveled face suddenly changed drastically. The hand claw that was pierced into the empty space was swiftly withdrawn. After the claw was pulled out, a layer of solid ice crystals covered the entire claw, making it look like a piece of art. However, when one looked at the claw, one could see that it was charred black as if it had been roasted by fire. Chapter 175. Bang! Forcefully enduring the bone-deep searing pain that was transmitted from his entire hand, He Mu clenched his teeth tightly. The fury in his heart surged. The hand claw that was sealed within the hard ice abruptly exerted force. With a bang, the searing hard ice that wrapped around his entire hand was blasted apart, revealing a dark black hand within. Although the hard ice was broken, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Heimu's entire hand to tremble intensely. Under the charred skin, the bone marrow that was wrapped around his flesh was completely charred black. From this, one could see just how frightening the bone-chilling flame was. Bastard! Bone-chilling flame, it's this thing again. Who exactly is this brat? The other heavenly flames on his body are clearly just a wisp of essence. However, why is this bone-chilling flame so powerful? Heimu swiftly circulated the Do Chi within his body to suppress the bone-chilling flame that was continuing to erode his arm. At the same time, he felt a solemn feeling in his heart. If it was before, Heimu was completely confident that he could forcefully suppress Xiaoyan before he used the bone-chilling flame. With the skills that he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Xiaoyan if he really wanted to. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that he had always been quite afraid of the bone-chilling flame on Xiaoyan's body. This bone-chilling flame would always give him an extremely dangerous aura. Although he did not know why, his intuition told him that he should not act recklessly before he saw Xiaoyan's true trump card. However, Heimu was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Having lived for 10,000 years, the pride in his heart was naturally quite high. To him, Xiaoyan was at the very most an anomaly among the younger generation. Even though this was the case, the threat that he posed to him was still minuscule. His skills were not something that this human brat in front of him could compare with. Even though his current strength was much weaker than before, wasn't the attitude of a strong person like this. Fury surged within Heimu's heart. He immediately emitted a cold snort. His shriveled hand suddenly drew across the space in front of him. The empty space was suddenly torn apart by this ordinary hand of his. Xiaoyan, who was within it, also appeared in front of Heimu. At a glance, the bone-chilling flame on Xiaoyan's body caused Heimu's eyes to once again focus. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. However, in the next instant, his gaze immediately turned and locked onto the space between Xiaoyan's palms. At that place, 5 different colored flames were colliding with each other. The slight friction was like the collision of lightning, creating a burst of beautiful fireworks. However, those specks of star fragments and sparks forcefully caused the empty space around Xiaoyan's hand to be continuously torn apart. When he saw this scene, Heimu's heart was immediately stunned. Soon after, a deep chill instantly spread from the bottom of his heart like wild grass. From Xiaoyan's palm, he finally sensed the aura that he had been waiting for. That aura was the terrifying strength that caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. When he clearly saw the different colored flames, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. Those 5 intense flames were 5 types of genuine heavenly flames. When he looked at Xiaoyan's current actions, it was very obvious that he planned to completely merge these 5 types of heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Could it be that he has gone crazy? Even though the origin energy that these 5 types of heavenly flames possessed was much weaker than the actual heavenly flames, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. It was a terrifying existence that no one could shake in this world. An individual heavenly flame was incomparably arrogant. Although they were all flames, they were incompatible like fire and water. Neither could tolerate the other. The fact that Xiaoyan's body was able to contain so many different types of heavenly flames was an extremely huge difference compared to Heimu. When he saw Xiaoyan's actions at this moment, even though he was an old demon that had lived for 10,000 years, he still felt incomparably shocked. However, he quickly recovered. Regardless of whether the Do skill that Xiaoyan was currently using was real or whether Xiaoyan was able to successfully use it, the wild, violent strength in Xiaoyan's palms was being brought together by him. Whether it succeeded or not, it was still an extremely great threat to him. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he must stop Xiaoyan from continuing. As he thought of this in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on Heimu's solemn face. A thought passed through his heart, and the vortex within his body, which was originally green-colored, had already turned into a dark green color under Heimu's control. At this moment, following the rotation of Heimu's heart, the remaining Do Chi completely surged into the numerous wide Chi paths within Heimu's body. Following which, it followed the Chi paths and surged out of his body, agglomerating into a dark green Do Chi armor on the surface of Heimu's body. As long as the bone-chilling flame on the surface of Xiaoyan's body was still present, it was a threat that Heimu had difficulty dealing with. Therefore, in order to stop the seemingly dangerous, yet stable, wild and violent heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's palm, he had really put in a lot of effort. However, after doing all this, Heimu did not appear to be at ease. His hand, which was burned until it was a bloody mess, flipped in the air and a jade bottle appeared in Heimu's hand. Without any hesitation, Heimu suddenly clenched his hand and the jade bottle in his hand burst apart with a bang. Immediately, a cluster of viscous dark black mysterious liquid adhered to Heimu's hand and swiftly spread, wrapping around his entire arm. Soon after, it covered his entire body. Heimu also exhaled a long breath as he sensed a cool feeling being transmitted from his hand, which was being repeatedly burned by the heavenly flame. Soon after, his blade-like gaze looked at Xiao Yan. "Bastard brat, I did not expect that you actually have so many heavenly flames on your body. However, since you like to play with fire so much, this venerable self shall let you play with fire and burn yourself." Before his voice sounded, Heimu's body had already disappeared from his original spot. His hand, which was covered by the dark black viscous liquid, grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Even though Xiao Yan had the help of a man-class agility do technique like the Sky Absolute Step, Heimu, who had unleashed all of his strength, was ultimately too lacking. Xiao Yan's body had just dodged when Heimu's hand claw quickly followed and grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Although he had dodged most of it, the heavenly flame, protecting his body, was also forcefully separated. The dark black shiny hand claw viciously tore at Xiao Yan's waist. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread. The dense white heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's waist was forcefully separated, revealing the scales that contained a purple-gold glow under it. At this moment, 5 ink-like black claw marks appeared on Xiao Yan's waist along with some faint traces of blood. The scales that contained a purple-gold glow around the claw marks were actually corroded a little by the dark black viscous liquid that covered them. Clearly, the dark black viscous liquid was extremely poisonous. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan, who had the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, was completely immune to this frightening poison. Of course, on the other hand, Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate this thing. Just the fact that it was able to forcefully separate the bone-chilling flame was enough to cause Xiao Yan to treat it seriously. The next moment, as Heimu's hand claw swiftly left, the dense white heavenly flame also pounced forward. After emitting a slight chi-chi sound, a grayish-black chi flew out from the heavenly flame. Looking at Heimu again, the dense white bone-chilling flame relentlessly pounced forward after he had just withdrawn his hand claw that was covered with the dark black venom. The heavenly flame, which was originally stuck to his hand claw, swiftly spread to his entire body. A chi-chi sound, which was like being fried, immediately sounded. "Bastard! Get lost!" The fiercely burning heavenly flame caused Heimu, who was under it, to feel incomparable pain. He let out a furious cry and the do-chi within his body surged out. Immediately, Heimu's entire body shook violently. The do-chi that had just surged out of his body suddenly exploded, completely dispersing the bone-chilling flame. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yan with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan took advantage of the gap when Heimu was being pestered by the bone-chilling flame to unleash the Sky Extinction Step with all his might. His body had already withdrawn by tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, the fire glow on the 5 clusters of different colored heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's hands finally began to slowly merge together under Xiao Yan's control. Heimu's heart was immediately greatly startled when he saw this. Immediately, however, it transformed into an explosive cry that was filled with murderous intent. His body once again flashed and the empty space of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly traversed by him. A hoarse stern cry was emitted from Heimu's throat. His hand claw was bent and the do-chi within his body swiftly gathered in his hand claw. The blood color on his face also swiftly turned pale at this moment. Clearly, the following attack would definitely not be weaker than the heart-shattering palm. Heaven-capturing claw. An explosive cry was emitted. Heimu's hand claw had already grabbed toward Xiao Yan from a distance. In the next moment, the empty space within a 1,000-kilometer radius suddenly exploded. An invisible hand claw appeared in the empty space. The hand claw fell and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan. At this moment, the originally illusory empty space was even sharper than the edge of a blade. In merely an instant, Xiao Yan had already been completely sealed. He did not even have the opportunity to withdraw. TSK, 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 die. Die. In the end, you are merely a human brat. How can your strength contend with this venerable self? Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, do you really think that this venerable self will not be able to do anything to you? Seeing that Xiao Yan had been sealed by this heaven-capturing claw, the corners of Heimu's scarlet mouth parted into a bloodthirsty ice-cold smile. A scarlet glow shot out from both of his eyes like a rainbow. His expression as he stared at Xiao Yan became increasingly excited. It was as though he had already seen Xiao Yan's miserable death. Xiao Yan's pair of beautiful flame eyes stared intently at the incoming hand claw. The strength contained within it was something that even he was unable to contend with. He was certain that if he was even the slightest bit touched by it, it was likely that his physical body, which he had painstakingly trained, would be completely crippled. Not only that, he would also fall into a seriously injured state. At that time, it was likely that he would only be at the mercy of He Mu. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became incomparably anxious. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his palm also quietly sped up without anyone noticing. However, the current Xiao Yan was no longer the young and inexperienced brat from back then. Although the situation before him was urgent, he was extremely clear in his heart that the more desperate the situation was, the more he needed to remain calm. If the frightening might of this heaven-capturing claw really caused his mind to become unstable, the backlash from the heavenly flames would also result in his death. Hence, instead of worrying about this heaven-capturing claw in front of him, it was better for him to wholeheartedly focus on controlling and merging the heavenly flames in his palm. Perhaps he might still have a chance. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial site today. Hence, he must succeed in the merger today. Success or failure was all in his hands. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his hands. A frightening spiritual strength instantly swept out like a storm. The invisible spiritual strength swiftly wrapped around the 5 clusters of heavenly flames and used all its strength to maintain the balance between them. Perhaps it was because of this critical moment that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength actually faintly rose a little. This allowed him to better control the balance between the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames naturally exhausted a great amount of Do Qi. Moreover, Xiao Yan wanted to wholeheartedly control the bone-chilling flame. The exhaustion of his Do Qi was incomparably frightening. In merely a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan felt that the Do Qi in his body had been completely exhausted. A tiredness that originated from his soul swept over his entire body. However, he knew that at this very moment he definitely could not relax even a little. Heavenly flames, merge for me. Xiao Yan's teeth suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiao Yan to immediately recover his clarity of mind. Immediately he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his entire face tensed up at this moment. After which, a low and deep beast-like roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. At this moment, there was a somewhat ferocious expression on his stiff face. After his roar sounded, his hands suddenly slapped together. As the flame exploded, the purple-gold dragon scales on Xiao Yan's hands were involuntarily torn apart. Fresh blood was just like a small snake as it coiled and flowed on Xiao Yan's arms. Some of the faint purple-gold blood vessels within it also quietly merged into Xiao Yan's arms after circulating once. In the next moment, after the flames scattered, a mysterious feeling immediately rippled within Xiao Yan's heart. A faint strange feeling continued to swirl within Xiao Yan's heart. It was just like a horned dragon in a pool, appearing and disappearing. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful 5-color fire lotus slowly surfaced in front of Xiao Yan. The 5-color fire lotus slowly rotated. However, following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding 10,000 feet space was repeatedly torn apart. Empty. Darkness. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature spread throughout the entire mysterious space. The endless space was completely distorted at this moment. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Seeing the 5-color fire lotus floating in front of Xiao Yan, He Mu's face, who was nearby, involuntarily twitched violently. A feeling of terror rose from the bottom of his heart like floodwaters. Xiao Yan glanced at He Mu's terrified expression with disdain. Finally, a smile of relief was revealed on his pale face. Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with all his strength. At the same time, his mouth did its best to shout. Buddhas, fury, fire, lotus. Chapter 176. The beautiful 5-colored fire lotus was just like an exquisite piece of art. Its beautiful appearance caused one's heart to be intoxicated. However, at this moment, this seemingly harmless fire lotus suddenly began to tremble the instant it flew out. Inch by inch, the empty space was like a staircase to heaven. It repeatedly collapsed following the direction the fire lotus flew in. One layer, another layer. On the opposite side, the heaven-capturing claw, which was similarly filled with an imposing aura, also shook the entire empty space. The dark, deep empty space was repeatedly compressed and solidified. It appeared to be viscous as it transformed into a beast claw that towered to the sky. It tore through the empty space and furiously clawed at the distant angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus, which appeared to be only the size of a wash basin, appeared just like an extremely tiny speck of dust when compared to this enormous claw that towered to the sky. It caused one to unknowingly have an illusion that one could not compare with it. Xiao Yan helplessly endured the frightening wind that came head-on. His pale face was distorted by the whistling wind at this moment. The wind was bitterly cold, causing his breathing to become increasingly difficult. At this moment, the dou qi within his body was severely lacking. He really had no way to ignore this frightening wind. If it was any other time, it was likely that this kind of wind would have difficulty even approaching 1,000 feet. Of course, Heimu was not much better off in comparison. Over half of the layer of dark black sticky liquid on the surface of his body had already disappeared. The aura on his body was also extremely weak. Even his body had involuntarily swayed slightly when the wind came attacking. The key to the victory of this battle was the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw that were about to collide at this moment. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of weariness and powerlessness that were emitted from his body. He forcefully supported his falling body. His dark black eyes stared intently at the slowly rotating fire lotus. Xiao Yan's dry throat rolled violently. His heartbeat also swiftly increased at this moment. At this moment, even with his character, he involuntarily felt incomparably anxious because of the current battle situation. He was naturally aware of the might of the Buddha's fiery lotus. Moreover, the Buddha's fiery lotus this time could be said to be the most powerful one he had ever unleashed. There was naturally no need to doubt its strength. However, Heimu's heaven-capturing claw was also an E-class dou technique with a monstrous might. Even though its strength could not be compared to back then, an E-class dou technique was still an E-class dou technique. The deterrent force of the dou technique was displayed clearly. Using Xiao Yan's man-class dou technique to fight against it caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely worried. On the other hand, the anxiety in Heimu's heart was not much less than Xiao Yan's. The wild and violent might of the angry Buddha lotus flame merged with 5 types of heavenly flames. That kind of destructive strength caused his heart to palpitate even though he was a great distance away. Although his heaven-capturing claw was a dignified E-class dou technique, his current strength could not be compared to back then. How could he unleash the true might of an E-class dou technique? It was already not bad to be able to fight against this fire lotus. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. At the same time that his heart palpitated, Heimu's heart was also extremely shocked. It was likely that an ordinary man-class dou technique could not compare with such a frightening dou technique. In this way, would this fire lotus not at the very least be a man-class high-level dou technique? A little bandy brat was actually able to possess a man-class high-level dou technique. Even in the ancient times, there were not many factions that could possess such a wealth from the younger generation. Just who was the person behind this brat? At this moment, Heimu's heart could not help but become anxious once again. There was also some hesitation deep within his heart. It was fine if Xiao Yan was just a lone practitioner. However, if there was a faction behind him, it would definitely be a terrifying person that even he had to keep a safe distance from. If it was that kind of faction, the moment Xiao Yan died, the murderer would be able to be determined to be Heimu. At that time, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping this calamity. However, he had already made a move. Even if he released Xiao Yan at this moment, there would not be any good outcome. Why not go all the way? In any case, there would be the same outcome whether he killed Xiao Yan or not. Naturally, he would not let him off. As he thought of this, a ruthless expression instantly flashed across Heimu's dark eyes. Immediately, his gaze looked at Xiao Yan. The killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. The moment Xiao Yan sensed the expression in Heimu's eyes, the beautiful fire lotus in the air violently collided with the enormous claw with a frightening aura. As the fire lotus slowly rotated, the outermost golden lotus petals quietly separated from its body and floated around the fire lotus. Circle after circle of golden flame ripples spread out, turning into a curtain of fire that covered the entire space. As the ripples spread out, they were forcefully blocked in the empty space within 100 miles. It was like an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire empty space covered by the fire curtain. In Xiao Yan's eyes, Ling Tian's enormous claw had finally reached down. In front of him, the fire lotus, which was like a speck of dust, appeared to be in imminent danger. It was likely that it would be torn apart by the frightening astral winds that came pressing down in the next instant. However, compared to this imagination, the strength of the fire lotus was even more prominent. With the fire curtain blocked, the heavenly fire that spread out also scattered, transforming into wisps of flames that slowly dissipated into the air. After breaking through the fire curtain, the heaven-capturing claw seemed to become even more arrogant. A terrifying pressure broke through the void. Numerous bright silver spatial storms shot out from the depths of the void like the sharpness of blades. They danced in all directions in this space, causing one to shudder with fear at a glance. The strength that such a wild and violent spatial storm possessed was something that even an ordinary one-star ban emperor would not dare to easily ignore. From the looks of it, before the wild and violent spatial storm could wreak havoc, it would be shattered into pieces by the frightening might of the heaven-capturing claw. The might of the world was merely a decoration at this moment. The terror of this E-class Do technique was obvious. Of course, while the spatial storm raged, there were naturally a couple of bright energy pillars that swept towards the fire lotus. From the looks of its frightening might, it appeared as though it wanted to shatter the fire lotus in an instant. Compared to it, the might of the fire lotus was even greater. The lotus petals that were scattered around its body slowly rotated. The seemingly thin lotus petals were just like sharp blades as they rotated. Numerous spatial cracks that were nearly undetectable appeared in the invisible space as they slowly rotated. The tiny cracks intertwined with each other in an irregular manner, appearing just like an extremely small net. However, its sharpness was something that even some of the famous divine steel on the continent would likely appear like tofu in front of it. In the face of this invisible shield, those few bright spatial storms were naturally unable to create any waves. With just a single exchange, these spatial storms, which even a one-star half-martial emperor had to be cautious against, were shattered with a single strike. A clear glass shattering sound was quietly emitted. Following the spreading of another invisible spatial ripple, the atmosphere within this space suddenly became tense. The lotus petals that were floating around the fire lotus suddenly trembled intensely the instant the sound was emitted. Wave after wave of surging fire energy swept out like a turbulent sea wave. In merely an instant, a frightening cluster of fire that was 1,000 feet large stood in the empty space like a sun. A dazzling fire light shot in all directions, attacking deep into the empty space. The searing hot flame raged in the empty space. Under the gaze of the naked eye, the dark and empty space appeared just like a cluster of viscous liquid. At a glance, one's sight was blocked by the empty space in front of one, unable to look into the deeper darkness. In contrast, at the same time that the lotus petals changed, Ling Tian's hand claws also became increasingly solid. Waves of dark black fog rose, transforming into sharp arrows in the empty space. With a biting cold glint, they were aimed directly at the fire lotus. The black fog rose. In merely an instant, the entire empty space was filled with countless sharp arrows. At a glance, this endless amount of arrows were just like numerous pitch-black poisonous snakes. Their sharp poisonous fangs were impatiently staring at the fire lotus. It was as though they would tear the fire lotus apart in the blink of an eye if the weather changed. In the next moment, a large black mass of arrows had already completely surrounded the fire lotus. The fire lotus was surrounded by arrows. At this moment, even the dazzling firelight that he was so proud of had been completely buried. Chapter 177. Swoosh. Suddenly, the countless number of arrows that covered the entire empty space instantly shot out. They were just like arrows that had been released from a bow as they pierced through the empty space. Numerous sharp arrows carried an incomparably strong wind as they smashed into the invisible spatial crack lines around the fire lotus. Immediately, a clear sound similar to glass shattering appeared unceasingly. Circular water-like spatial ripples also appeared on the invisible spatial crack lines. In fact, within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible shield that was formed by the countless number of spatial crack lines had also been forcefully smashed into a couple of fist-sized holes by this continuous bombardment. Those tiny spatial crack lines also became increasingly large. Clearly, this spatial crack line alone was unable to block this wild and crazy attack. All it needed was a moment before the spatial crack lines around the fire lotus would be completely scattered. However, the fire lotus was indifferent to this. The only thing that changed was that the few paper-thin fire lotus petals around it had begun to rotate wildly. The rapid rotation caused an additional fire circle to appear around the fire lotus. The strength and brutality of the heavenly flame caused the surrounding space to appear like a leaf that had been swept into a storm as it was instantly torn apart. Not only that, this frightening firestorm was also swiftly growing at a frightening speed. Within a breath's time, it had soared to 1,000 feet in size. The fire lotus was hidden within it, as though everything that was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with it. Within this space, the empty space was being wildly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even larger pieces of paper were being mercilessly torn apart. The frightening firestorm was still continuing to grow. The expressions on Xiao Yan and He Mu's faces were different when they saw this scene from the outside. The thing that Xiao Yan did not expect was that this angry Buddha lotus flame, that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flames, was actually this frightening. It had merely moved its body randomly, and it had directly torn apart the frightening attack of the heaven-capturing claw. This point caused even him, its owner, to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. On the other hand, He Mu's face, which was covered with mysterious symbols, had an expression that appeared as though it could scare someone to death. The muscles on both sides of his mouth were violently pulled downwards. His pair of shady old eyes appeared as though they were about to spit out fire. The coarse and heavy breathing that was emitted from his nose caused one to feel afraid upon seeing it. This gloomy appearance was as though someone owed him $100 million, causing one's heart to shudder. At this moment, the countless number of sharp arrows that were shooting toward the fire lotus in the empty space were just like yellow autumn leaves that had fallen into it. They were just like fish in the pond that had been caught in it. However, they were unable to avoid it. Even though they possessed a frightening strength that could tear apart the empty space, they appeared to be powerless at this moment. With just one collision, they were torn apart by the frightening firestorm and instantly turned into nothingness. A moment later, after the countless number of arrows in the empty space had been completely destroyed, this wild and violent firestorm once again appeared to have cleared up after the rain. The turbulent empty space finally slowly returned to its calm state. Xiao Yan and He Mu were finally able to once again see the expressions on each other's faces through the empty space. Seeing the expression on He Mu's face, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit surprised in his heart. After all, it was likely that no one would have any good emotions in their hearts after having used a powerful Do technique and still ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, this manner of He Mu was precisely what Xiao Yan wanted to see. He Mu's pair of extremely dark and solemn eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan at the same time that Xiao Yan saw him. The furious expression in his eyes appeared as though he wished that he could eat Xiao Yan in one bite. However, this violent expression was ultimately exchanged with a cold smile from Xiao Yan. Immediately, the fury in He Mu's eyes soared once again. His pair of dark green eyes were swiftly replaced by a dark and solemn crimson color. The dark black empty space caused one to be unable to sense the wild storm that had occurred in this place a moment ago. Of course, the countless number of dark black arrows that had scattered along with it were also completely swept away. This space once again returned to a temporary silence. However, the atmosphere that was filled with a pressuring force caused one to have a heavy feeling as though a storm was about to arrive. This moment of silence was the final moment before the storm arrived. Once this silence was over, true terror would descend upon this world in the form of the destruction of the world. At that time, it would be the moment where the victor would be decided in a single blow. At this moment, all of the bets of these two people were placed here. Xiao Yan and He Mu looked at each other from a distance within the quiet empty space. The beautiful fire lotus slowly rotated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The surrounding space once again collapsed following it. In front of He Mu, the heaven-capturing claw that had covered the entire empty space was facing off against the fire lotus. At this moment, it had also gathered all of its aura and was waiting for the moment to completely erupt. At this moment, an extremely solemn expression appeared on the faces of these two people. Clearly, even with the strength of these two people, they did not dare to guarantee that they would win the current situation. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed frightening and his strength could be considered as truly outstanding among those of the same generation. However, the fellow in front of him was a genuine ancient demon. His original strength was so frightening that even on this continent, he was a terrifying existence that was not the slightest bit weak. Even though his current strength was not as strong as it was back then, after all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. When facing He Mu, he had to be extremely alert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who would be the one to die. Xiao Yan was unwilling to do such a foolish thing that would cause him to fail miserably. Compared to Xiao Yan, the current He Mu was even more intensely nervous. In his heart, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true strength would actually far surpass his expectations. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed could already be considered to be invincible among the half-martial emperors. It was simply impossible for an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor to have any chance of survival when faced with this fire lotus. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if they were to receive all of the power of this fire lotus by themselves, even if they did not die, they would only be left with half a life. Of course, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to sit and wait for death when faced with such a frightening dose skill. The current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to use this Fire Lotus in front of a 9-star half-martial emperor. If it was not for the fact that He Mu was in a weakened state today, how could Xiao Yan possibly have the opportunity to injure him? Time slowly passed. Within the empty space, the speed at which the gorgeous Fire Lotus rotated also became faster and faster. Gradually, even with the eyesight of Xiao Yan and He Mu, they were actually only able to vaguely see the outline of the Fire Lotus. At this moment, the gorgeous Fire Lotus appeared like a flywheel. From its outer appearance, it was simply impossible to find the slightest trace of a Fire Lotus. The most surprising thing was that the empty space surrounding the Fire Lotus was actually not affected in the slightest by such an extremely fast rotation. It still appeared to be calm. However, before the perception of Xiao Yan and He Mu, all of this was revealed regardless of how perfect the decoration was. When they sensed the abnormality around the Fire Lotus, even the master of the Fire Lotus, Xiao Yan, involuntarily revealed a shocked expression on his pale face. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, the seemingly calm empty space around the Fire Lotus at this moment was actually a frightening whirlpool that appeared like a waterspout under the calmness of the space. Following the rapid rotation of the Fire Lotus, the invisible space formed a funnel-like frightening whirlpool in the empty space. The empty space was being continuously devoured by it. Soon after, it merged with the whirlpool, causing the space within the whirlpool to become increasingly viscous. In merely a short moment, the space within the whirlpool had become like the deep sea. The frightening spatial pressure caused even Xiao Yan's illusory spiritual strength to involuntarily feel a wave of heaviness. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the pressure within the whirlpool was.